Couple times, huh? For Gabe like today?
Oh, I don't know if they can hear each other. Oh, no, I don't think they can.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, I can hear you guys, but everybody else can.
All right, I wasn't sure if you guys could hear each other in crosstalk or not.
The audience could hear us, so I didn't know if we wanted to be quiet or not.
Oh, the audience can't hear you guys as of yet, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah, no,
live.
not yet. I have to loop, like what I'm going to say, once it started at 6, I'm just going to fire up the intro right then and there.
Gotcha.
So.
All right.
Oh, they can hear us. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. All right. The draft is at 7 o'clock. This is just a pregame draft show. So the draft starts at 7, everybody. So now we know. We're going to hear us. 7 Eastern. That's the pregame show starts at 6. But the actual draft itself is starting at 7.
Live.
You know what? All right, I'm gonna play the intro. Screw it. Let's just go. And then I am out of here.
The late, great Detroit Tigers Hall of Fame broadcaster Ernie Harwell once said, "Baseball is a lot like life. It's a day-to-day existence full of ups and downs. Make the most of your opportunities in baseball as you do in life." Opportunities that these young men will be receiving when their name gets called at the MLB Draft is one they have worked so hard for. Dreams will come true tonight in a Lone Star State. Who will the Tigers give an opportunity to head to the Motor City? Welcome to the Tigers Minor League Report MLB Draft Show.
Oh, love it. Get hyped by that intro. Love. Thank you, Roger, for that. Welcome in to the pre-draft portion of Tigers Minor League Report Draft Show. I am Mike Papchek, joined by Yoop and Mike Govier. I didn't even really get how to pronounce your last name. Welcome, Mike. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I've been a friend of Roy Halio's for a few years now, since I met him through this game of baseball, but I haven't been on in a while. I can't remember the last time I've been on, if at all, but either way, it's great to be here. Watso Podcast is what I do. We focus on fantasy baseball, but know this. I'm born and raised Metro Detroiter from the moment I came to this planet, from wherever I came from prior, and I love the Tigers. In fact, I was at the game yesterday, which was one of the greatest Tiger games, or at least finishes, that I ever got to see in person. It was awesome.
Absolutely.
That is great that you were there, because I ended up going to see Horizon with my wife, and it was horrendous. And I missed that comeback to watch that dog of a movie. But at least I did see today, and that was pretty good too. And the big thing is, it is draft night, one of the big nights on the MLB calendar.
Absolutely, and we are going to be getting into some pre-draft stuff or some draft stuff in the second half of the show. But before we get there, I mean, we just got to talk about Tigers taking a series from LA. I mean, I have been talking doubt about this team the last 2 weeks, going into these last 3 series. So they've been making me look like an idiot all weekend. So I love it. I love it.
And not that you needed any help.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it.
They owe a lot to Mr. Ramirez on the Dodgers, by the way, who participated in both losses in the bullpen for the Dodgers. But hey, it's amazing. 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. I'll take it.
I mean, go ahead.
It was really fun today when he double clutched that ball and threw that thing in the left field. That was a moment of beauty right there to watch that ball skip away. Yeah, they look like the 2006 World Series Tigers pitchers out there.
Wow.
A couple boots and Tigers walk off with a big win. That was a lot of fun.
It was just a bunt parade. That was really interesting to see. I can't remember the last Tigers game. I mean, really any baseball game I see end with just those 3 straight bunt attempts, But, I mean, you can't fault it because it worked out and they forced them into an error. But, I mean,
the bunt is back, Mike. It's back.
Yeah. Tigers never been a bunting team. Like, really, in my recent memory, I cannot remember a time when they were ever any good at it. So crazy that it resulted in a win here. But I mean, I don't know. Do you guys? I mean, before we are going to get in our first grades and everything, but like, do you guys think that these last 3 series, the Reds, the Cleveland Guardians, excuse me, and the Dodgers, 3 series wins, that's 8-2. How do you think that affects them going into the second half of the season?
Go for it, Mike.
Well, I actually said yesterday when the game ended, off that tremendous high, Gio Urshela said, "We don't need a sac fly. We don't need no stinking sac fly. We're taking this thing to the yard." And he went yard, and it's a meaningless home run. But there are no meaningless plays in baseball. They all have meaning. Now, to the degree of how much impact plays will have, it's about the individual. There's a lot about the mental game that I think we still don't talk enough about, which is very important to understand how players can get through the grind of trying to at least be a 300 hitter, which is failure 7 out of 10, right? So I really hope that this game and this series had come while the season was still moving. I'm actually kind of disappointed that the All-Star break is here and the Dodgers, they can say, "Oh, well, the break's here. We'll reload and be good." And the Tigers can come back and say, "Oh, yeah, we beat the Dodgers, but that's 5 days later." And I don't know if it'll be the same impact. There's momentum in this game. That matters, right, guys? So I kind of wish that the break hadn't come at this moment. But if you ask me, I say it'll probably have a minimal effect rest of season. I hope it doesn't, but that's kind of how I see it today.
It was 3 good series. They're playing better baseball. The offense is starting to perk up. When we get into our grades later, I made a last-minute change to the grades basically because the last 15 games or so, they're starting to score some runs. And if they can continue to do that, there's no reason why this team can't make a surge and get over 500 this year. But let's face it, they're 47-50. They're probably going to need to win 40 more games in their last 65 to be in the wild card discussion. Not going to happen, most likely. So it's good to see. It's good to see some of the young players take steps forward and hopefully establish themselves and not be fool's gold like we may have saw with Spencer Torkelson last year. But, and I don't want to, it is what it is right now.
Buzzkill!
But if Colt Keith is a real player, if Justin Henry Malloy keeps taking steps and becomes a real player, this second half is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely. I kind of want to bring this up on Thursday. I think that Wenzel Perez is somebody that I keep forgetting about throughout the whole year just because he's been so remarkably average, I guess. And he's just been hovering right around the league average OPS pretty much since he came up. I mean, he did have a good first 3 weeks where he was way above average, but he's been floating around there. And what I think is crazy is if that's going to be his baseline as just an average major league player, that's a really underrated call up. And it's a guy that you obviously can't send down. He's a clear major leaguer. So I think you're right, Yub. I think the emergence of some of these young guys, if this can be for real, if Perez has something else in him that he can maybe kick into gear, like really that's what we're going to be looking for.
Mike, I don't think it was a coincidence that the Tigers made that run with Perez in the game. Remember, he comes into that game on Saturday. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think he is part of the motor that makes his team go. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I love the guy, and I thought that he was going to have a little more in him, but I mean, like I said, if he can manage to be just an average player and just break out every now and again, that's totally fine with me. I think that's successful.
Well, good rosters on good teams come in tiers, right? You have your stars, your superstars, then you have your second, close to all-stars, but maybe not quite that level. And then you have to have a tier of solid average players that can do the job for you on a nightly basis. And you're right. If that is where he settles in, that's fine. But I still think there's more there. He's a switch hitter. He's got some speed. He's only got like half a dozen home runs, but he's shown some doses of power. He has done more. I thought after that hot start, we might see him just fall off a cliff like a lot of rookies do, because that's fairly normal. But he has steadied himself and has just been a steady little contributor.
Right. And I want to bring up someone else today looking the most impressive outing of his short Tigers career. Kenta Maeda was solid today. It was the best he's pitched since he joined the Tigers. And out of the bullpen, and he was fired up. He was, after every strikeout, every out, he was arm pumping. He was getting into it. And I mean, I think Mike's kind of got a point. It's like, man, I really wish Maeda could carry that fire into some future games, but then he's got 5 days off. Like, you can't ride that high with the break coming up. So, but I mean, I was really impressed with him. It looks like his velocity was up just a tick. I think a mile or an hour or two, which seemed to be enough to. I think he had one hit today, in three and a third. That's pretty damn good outing.
5 Ks, dominant.
I think he hit 94 a couple times, and the difference between 90 and 94 is enough to make a difference.
He had 11 whiffs, too. 11 swinging strikes in that short amount of time. If he can harness the moment he had there, and if he feels upset or disappointed because he's a bullpen guy at 36 years old when he's been a starter for his whole career, well, then maybe that's what it took. And that's fine. Give us the goods, and I'm happy to put him back in the rotation if he shows that he's able to do this.
Right. I mean, because he does have that contract, they're obviously going to give him as much of a chance as he can for the rest of the season.
That's a great point.
So, I mean, it's not like he's going to just fall out of use. He's going to play. So if you can find something in this bullpen demotion, and he comes out stronger to it, I don't see that as, I mean, it's already more positive than I expected. I got to be honest. I got real nervous when he got put in the game today. I was like, oh my God, it's so soon and it's a close game.
Former Dodger too.
Exactly. It was against his former team. Maybe that had something to do with it too. Sometimes there's certain players that really get up against certain teams,
Sure.
But I don't know if Roger can hear me, but maybe we can dive into our first half grades now. Maybe. Yeah. All right. He's coming. There we go. All right. Let's see how possible. Oh.
Give me a second, guys. I'll be right there. I'll put it right there.
Hey, it's Rogelio Castillo.
There you go.
The puppet master behind the scenes there. I like it.
That's right.
So, well, it's hard to believe we're 97 games in,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's even more than half the season. That's a bummer.
65 to go. It has been kind of an up and down run here through the first half of the season. I mean, they got off to the nice start, 5-0. They're 17-13. And then it just seems like they just hit a downward trend that lasted a good solid 5-6 weeks where the offense just could not score. And now to finish up before the All-Star break, they've gone on this nice little run where the offense is perked up and a couple guys have started to hit. So it's going to be fun to go through these grades and just kind of talk about how they've gotten here and where we expect them to go.
Right. I mean, I'm just kind of looking over their last couple games here. I love seeing Reese Olson, have more than one win because of his terrible run production. It seems like the offense is kind of evening out a little bit, and it comes with Colt Keith finally figure things out at the plate. And there we go. We got some, I haven't seen any of these stats here. So, any of these grades. So I was very interested to see, we got Skubal, Green, not much variation on the team MVP here. Yoop and Matt with a D+ on the low end of the offense. No one higher than a C with me and Rogelio. Chris and Mike Govier with a C-. And then the pitching, we've got Matt and Mike with an A-, Yoop with a B- at the low end, Rogelio with a B+, me, Chris with a B. Yoop, let's start with you. You gave the offense a D+, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had Roger correct that right before we started, right?
I did. I turned in a D earlier in the week, but I've taken into account these last 15 games, which are before the All-Star break. They've started to score some runs. They're averaging close to 6 runs a game over the last 15. So they have broken out. And I think the big part of it comes, they just don't have as many dead spots in the lineup as they had through the first couple of months. Colt Keith has turned himself into a power threat, which they desperately needed. Once Spencer Torkelson had to be demoted, and it was obvious he wasn't going to be a power source here in the first half, and Carpenter went out with the injury, they were really struggling for any power, and that's why they were scoring 1 and 2 runs a game. Now they have Colt Keith hitting the ball. Justin Henry Malloy is hitting well in the month of July. We're only halfway through July, but he's got some good numbers in this month. Another threat in the lineup. They just don't have the automatic outs. They were playing basically with 5 guys there for quite a while offensively. Now they're not, and so I ticked up the grade just a hair.
Still just the D+, huh? Or
Wow.
what about Mike? When you want to explain your C- to us?
Well, look, first off, I love Justin Henry Malloy. I have a personal connection to him, so I admit that freely. I've been rooting like hell for the Tigers to bring him up. And when they finally gave him the call, that alone was worth a tiny boost for me because, I don't get to interview a lot of players, but I was able to do that in 2022 at First Pitch Arizona during Arizona Fall League. Got to sit down in Justin Henry Malloy's living room, and you guys can check that out on the Palazzo Podcast YouTube anytime you want, by the way. He was really candid for like an hour, just sitting there talking. And you could tell that his mental kind of balance, even in an hour, this guy was just relaxed. He knows that the game is challenging, and he spoke so clearly about it at age 22, I think he was at the time. So I'm really glad that he's in the fold now, but that doesn't excuse the rest of the offense, right? It's just the fact that Torkelson's in the minors immediately is a downgrade. The fact that happened, and it's still happening now. You can't just dismiss that. I know nobody is, but that's a big, big deal. So that hurts. And then you look around, and Javi Baez is still here. We don't need to rehash that for the 87,000th time. But I did notice he was in the game yesterday, then he got pulled, and he might go back to the IL again. I really think that I thought that Miguel Cabrera retiring was really good news for the Tigers. I love Miggy. He's a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about it. He was awesome. But the transition forward had to take place for the offense. And unfortunately, Miggy at the end was clogging up the lineup. He really was. And now Baez is another guy who limits him offensively. So if we can get Baez gone for good too, or if he just stays on the IL, is a pride thing. I don't care what it takes. That'll raise the grade in the second half for me. But otherwise, I still have a lot of excitement for this lineup with Malloy and obviously Riley Green and Colt Keith. These three guys are really good players. I mean, Malloy's probably the third best. I admit that freely. But these are also guys who can draw walks. More patience was needed in this offense, and we're starting to see that slowly but surely.
Michael, I see it's really interesting from your interview with him, what you just said, that he's an even keel kind of guy, very smoothed out, because that's how I look at his approach batting. He takes a lot of pitches. He doesn't really chase a lot of crap. And I think that is kind of his mindset. And it probably comes from his personality a little bit.
Yeah, his parents are awesome too. Yeah, they really are.
I have heard him interviewed, either if it's on radio or TV, just a couple post games. He doesn't get caught up in the moment, I guess. It doesn't seem like even when they asked him about his first home run, he was just like, yeah, it was cool, but just happy I could help the team. And he didn't seem like he was that excited about it, which is, it's not a bad thing. It was just, you're right. No. I have definitely noticed that he is very just, I'm playing baseball. That's what I'm here to do. And very matter-of-factly and just very even about it.
You need that in the grind, Mike. You need that as a hitter in the grind because this game will humble you big time, as everybody's watching knows.
Absolutely, yeah. And I do want to defend my C. Looks like Roger's with me. I originally turned in a C-, and then, like you, I had mine changed a little bit. I bumped it up to a C. I was looking at the Tigers' offensive statistics last year, and they have improved and I know how bad they were. Look, and maybe this bar is pretty low, but they've improved in every statistical category offensively. I mean, just rank-wise in the AL by 3 spots in almost every single category. And what I saw is this included 2 terrible months of Colt Keith, 2 terrible months of Spencer Torkelson, 2.5-ish months of terrible Javi Baez. There were some, I think it was you that was saying there were fewer holes in the lineup, but there were still definitely craters in the lineup that we were just giving out. So the fact that I'm seeing a lot of problem places either taken care of or trending upward, that is why I decided to give them the C. So I will admit that mine is a bit anticipatory. I do think that what we're seeing is we're going to end up seeing better offense than we saw in the first half. And I know the momentum won't necessarily carry over, but I just think that we're getting better at bats from every guy in the lineup. The beginning of the year, no walks, just no power. It was not fun to watch. I've told you guys for a month that this show was real hard to prepare for. I'm not going to lie at all. I was looking up stats, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to get bummed out again about the Tigers having the 4th worst ERA in the 9th, like just another reason why they're doing so bad. But, you know, like I really let it get down to me, but I've been riding the highs and lows of the season myself. So that's where I'm at with the offense. But
Mike,
we're going to go
look at the screen,
Mike back on giving him the pitching an overall A-, tying Matt with the highest grade.
I loved it. I love their pitching. I think Chris Fetter is a god, a genius, a god among men, if you will. This guy just knows pitching so well. He's an asset. I don't know if he'll ever make a great manager or not, but he is one of the best pitching coaches in the game, bar none. And I just don't know how you cannot vote for Skubal for team MVP. I know we're talking pitching here, but look at this. 3 people went with Riley Green, and I appreciate that. I love Riley Green. But Skubal right now is putting on a clinic. He is a Cy Young candidate, truly, not just hyperbole. It's the real deal. So I know the bullpen's had some moments, and there's been some injuries, obviously, that the pitching staff has had to work around. But I just don't know how you can go lower than an A- with this pitching staff from top to bottom, because Chris Fetter always gets the most out of these guys. And the Jack Flaherty thing alone, who a lot of people were done with Flaherty. The party was over. St. Louis said, we're done with this. He signs a 1-year prove-it deal, which don't always work. And Flaherty did the deal. He basically became, as we were talking in the fantasy baseball world preseason, I thought that Jack Flaherty would be this year's Zach Eflin, who crushed it for Tampa Bay last year. He had a great season when the Tampa Bay Rays signed Eflin on a 2-year deal. He hasn't been as good this year, but the point being is this year alone, Flaherty and the signing and the Fetter masterpiece that he has produced, it's an A-. This pitching staff is excellent, and they've got a great resource to lean on.
All right, well, you gave him the B-, the low end.
Yes. I've often been accused over the years, both in ranking players, teams, and movies and other things. I'm a hard grader. So okay. B-, I don't view that as a bad score. But how I got there is basically based around Kenta Maeda being pretty tough to watch for most of the year.
That's
Casey
true.
Casey Mize has had moments, and I thought was coming into form a little bit toward the end before he got hurt. But let's face it, he's been a bit mediocre at times. The rest of the rotation is fantastic. I mean, Flaherty, Reese Olson, and Skubal, tremendous core to work from there. I almost had Skubal as the MVP of the first half. I went back and forth between him and Green. I practically flipped a coin, landed on Green, but Skubal, you want to say it's him, I won't argue with you even for 1 second. So, but where the B- comes in is in the bullpen. I just think that they had a good start to the year, but you could see in May and June they were really starting to tread water pretty badly. They don't have a lot of strikeout capability in that bullpen. Losing Alex Lang, didn't expect much from Alex Lang, but we're kind of hoping for something because he is a swing and miss guy. Jason Foley, boy, I root for Foley. I always have, and he's my guy. But he is also can become a guy who's not generating enough swing and miss. There's a lot of contact that leads to a lot of problems. Faedo's a bit up and down. Holton is probably their one rock that they can count on a good majority of the time. So I went B- only because they're a little weak in 2 of the starting rotation spots, and the bullpen is hit or miss with me.
Yeah, and that pretty much, I'm not going to go too much. Just that kind of explains my B2. It's the only reason I couldn't give him – I originally gave him a B+, actually, and I bumped him down to a B. Part of it is just because I have been saying this for weeks now. I really don't like the way that A.J. Hinch uses the bullpen about 50% of the time. So I don't think that helps. However, as you've said, there's no guy in that bullpen except maybe Tyler Holton and Bo Brisky. I really like Bo Brisky, but you don't really have guys outside of that you trust to blow somebody away really at all. And I think that they have a bit of a closer issue. I think that it's not something that is definitely decided right now.
Yeah.
It's something that they're going to need to address if they're going to want to take that next step.
I always take it. This is how I always try to look at it. If it's a playoff team, okay, who would they pick off the Tigers roster to take the ball in leverage in a playoff game? Who would they take? I don't know.
You're right. That's a good point.
Yeah. So that's, I think, one of the weaknesses of the ball club. It hasn't killed them. I mean, the bullpen has gotten away with it more often than not so far.
Well,
but
do you think they should have done something like the Royals did yesterday and trade for a Hunter Harvey type? Like, do you think that's?
Roger brought that up.
Roger brought that up.
I was all for it. They had
That
2
was
years
his
left
idea.
in club control. Would have been a great option. His numbers look really good. I was blown away that the Royals did that, but that takes some balls, and I think Kansas City's thinking second half that they can contend with that.
I was stunned. The Royals gave up the 39th pick in tonight's draft and a prospect to get that guy. Because I like Hunter Harvey. He's a good pitcher. I mean, we saw him against the Tigers this year. He crushed.
It took a long time for him to get to where he got. A lot of injuries and false starts with Baltimore. But you're right. He's become a really, really solid reliever who I thought would usurp Kyle Finnegan in that bullpen in Washington. He never did because Finnegan somehow became an excellent closer, which blows my mind. But that's a different topic. Point being is that maybe what that says about the draft with the trade, is maybe the Royals, like some others, think that this draft isn't so hot this year. Maybe.
Yeah, that could potentially play into it, no question. Because they gave up not just the draft pick, but I think over $2 million in bonus pool money to spend in this draft. So they must really believe in 2 things. They believe in Hunter Harvey, obviously, and they must believe they have a legit shot to snare a wild card.
They do.
I mean, I don't know. Like we've been talking about it. It might be the Twins division because it really does look like Cleveland's getting a little bit gassed out. Their bullpen has pitched the 5th most innings in the MLB, so it's not a good recipe for success going into the second half of the season for them. But they're looking towards this rest probably more than the Tigers are right now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Before we get into this pre-draft talk, I know that's what y'all are waiting for. I just so Mike, you do mostly fantasy stuff. Can you give us like an outlook on the Tigers fantasy? Because I mean, I'm not really that tuned into fantasy baseball, so I'm kind of unknowledgeable, I suppose.
Well, really, all it is just applying the output, right? So we're looking for what they do in real life to benefit our team, whether you play in a rotisserie league, which is volume, or head-to-head, which is week to week, just like fantasy football, where you play someone and whoever wins that week wins. But the Tigers, from a fantasy perspective, Tarek Skubal's been possibly the number 1 pitcher this year, starting pitcher. I know Paul Skeens exists. Paul Skeens has had an incredible 10-game start to his career. And by the way, this will come later, but trying to already start the narrative that Mr. Burns will be a Paul Skeens type breakout, the guy out of Wake Forest that could go top 5 in tonight's MLB draft. Slow down on that. You can't just force a Paul Skeens into existence. But Tarek Skubal's been maybe the best pitcher in fantasy because he's dominant. He goes deep into games. He gets quality starts. That matters. Of course, his K rate is excellent. That matters too. And then Colt Keith was left for dead. In May, I picked him up in several leagues because a lot of people had dropped him. But then he took off. And now the guy he's been over the last 6 weeks has been a really solid player. So he has excellent fantasy value. And the last thing I'll say is about the bullpen. That's been a mess, but Foley was a big pickup in fantasy baseball back in April because he took the role. You know, a lot of people assumed that Alex Lang would be the closer coming into the season, and people in fantasy expected that too. But Foley took the job right away and then never lost it, despite his reduction in velocity lately, or really since April. So that was a big deal because, you know, closers, people are always trying to scrape the waiver wire for closers. Oh, I'll pick up a closer later. I don't want to spend a big draft pick on a closer in my fantasy draft. But that's a dangerous game. And Foley was a guy that people paid a lot of money in their budget for waiver wire spending to get him. So, yeah, the Tigers have had some good pieces. But the last one, of course, Torkelson, has been maybe one of the biggest disappointments in all of fantasy baseball in 2024. People expected a lot out of Torque after his 30-dong season. So that was maybe one of the biggest disappointments of the 2024 fantasy baseball season.
Mike, here's one under the radar. I'd like to know what your opinion is moving forward. If Carson Kelly keeps hitting in the 4th and 5th spot, that's a guy. That's a second catcher for a decent fantasy team, isn't it?
Hell yeah, it is. Hey, I wished he had played more from the start. Right from the start of the season, he was producing for the Tigers, and he still hasn't gotten hurt. I've been dreading the big injury from Carson Kelly, which has been one of the biggest problems in his career. He can't stay healthy. But he was part of the Paul Goldschmidt trade and between Arizona and St. Louis. He was a hot, big prospect, and I love Carson Kelly. I think if he get more playing time, I kind of would like Jake Rogers to me. I'd like to see that kind of end personally for me. I just think he hits home runs, does nothing else, and even then, he doesn't always do that for you on a regular basis. He might be a better defensive catcher, which obviously, Mike, in fantasy baseball, we don't care about defense at all. So that's that's a big caveat. But I love Kelly's bat. I'm with you, Yoop. I wish maybe he's best though in like small doses. Maybe he's only good for 3 to 4 games a week.
Yeah, that's possible. But it's interesting with Dylan Dingler's possible emergence here from Toledo. Either Kelly or Rogers might be on the trade block this month. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on that front, because
to open the door for guess who, right?
Yeah, bring Dylan Dingler in and get him
there
in the lineup. I think that would make a lot of sense over the last 60 games.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like that's where things are pointed right now. They're going to have to give him a chance sooner or later. Why not? And, I mean, let's be realistic. Carson Kelly could get you an interesting prospect, but I'm not really sure right now where Jake Rogers is. I'm not really sure what kind of prospect you're going to get for Jake Rogers right now in a trade. You're looking at a low-end guy, possibly not even in a team's top 30 for a guy like Jake. At least right now, his offensive production has not been great. He is regarded as a good pitch framer. He is, and that's one of the reasons why the Tigers have kept him around so long, is because, I mean, like Mike said, he doesn't care. He's in fantasy baseball. They don't care about that defensive crap. But Tigers, when they look at Jake Rogers, it seems like that's what they've always cared about. It just seems like if he could hit just a lick more, he would be just a mainstay. But it seems like every time he gets a little hot, he cools back down hard, and he flirts with that Mendoza line pretty much every year. He's hitting 201, I think, right now. He's always right around there.
Yeah,
he's stepping in the bucket a lot lately too, which drives me nuts. But one thing I always hope, we supposedly now we're all hoping that the Detroit Tigers have hired a very smart front office with a deep understanding of amateur baseball. Right? That's what we're hoping that this is going to turn out into the next few
I sure
years.
hope so.
So my hope is that if they were to deal a Jake Rogers, I think Mike Papa's right. I mean, they're not going to get a high-end prospect, but do the Tigers have their eyes set on, a 17 or 18-year-old kid from the Caribbean who maybe not even in the United States yet, but he has some abilities statistically that they see as something that they could bring aboard and, get that diamond in the rough. I think that's why you would trade a Jake Rogers, get something like that, and then open time for Dylan Dingler.
Right, I get you. I mean, and then it ends up being a net positive if Dylan Dingler, hits major league average and is able to figure out the catching position. But
I'm sure we're going to talk about this. Maybe, Mike, I'm jumping the gun here, but
no.
So are we assuming, or are we hoping? Is it our opinion that we want the Tigers to battle this out and try to get a wild card spot, or not?
I do not think that that's the right move right now. I think that would be a huge mistake, personally.
Well, there's 3 options, right? They can sell and punt for the year. They can kind of stay status quo and just battle it out with the crew they have. Or they can buy. They can go out and get help. Get that bullpen arm that they probably will need. Find one more power hitter if it's out there. How much do you want to invest in something like that for this team? Because what do you think their odds are? Mike, I'd be interested to know. What do you think their odds are of catching a wild card? Is it over under 18.5%?
I think right now, it's under right now, right?
I think so too.
It's got to be.
So that makes me wonder, how much do you invest in this team? You want to win, you want to battle it out, you want to finish over 500 if possible. I'm sure they would love all of that, but at the end of the day, what makes them a better team moving forward?
Well, I think the Royals have caused problems for the Tigers because people look at the Royals and say, whoa. These guys are supposed to be in the dumper or like building still like we have been. What's the deal?
They went out and got a couple bullpen arms. They had a couple starting pitchers. They got Pasquantino back from injury. A lot went right for them so far this year. The Tigers were the team I was hoping, just for fun this year. I'm usually the negative Nancy on predictions. I went for it this year that everything was going to go right. They were going to win 87 games, and they're going to make the playoffs. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen anymore because a lot of things that I hope were going to go right went the exact opposite way, especially with Torkelson, and we hashed out all of that. The Royals are on the other side for much of the first half, on the other side of that coin. They made some moves, they brought in some decent guys, and they've all contributed.
Yeah. Plus, they have a plus 60 run differential. The Tigers have -7. That's not the end-all, be-all stat, but it does kind of tell you if a team's getting lucky or unlucky. Maybe they should be better. The Tigers -7 run differential, 3 games under 500. That's like spot on. That's basically where they should be. And the Royals, maybe with a plus 60 run differential, they might be better or should be better than their 42 or 52 and 45 record. They're 7 games over 500 with a lot of competition from the AL East alone for a wild card spot. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the Tigers should wait and build for next year. I don't think they can make a run this year, obviously. But I do think the Royals situation has created a unique little variable here, a little bit more pressure than there would have been otherwise.
It's interesting. I think the Royals, they won 4 games in April by 10 or more runs or something like that. They had more 10-run wins than they had in the 2 previous years combined or some crazy stat. I forget now, but they've cooled off a little bit from that.
The Alex Gordon days are long gone.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the AL Central was going to be terrible again this year. I think maybe a lot of us did. So I'm kind of shocked that there are 3 teams ahead of the Tigers that are doing as well as they are. I thought maybe 84 wins might be all it really took to take this division. And so now it doesn't really look like that was a very good prediction.
There wasn't a lot to be excited about, Mike. You're right. There was not high hopes for this division. They've absolutely overachieved as a division this year already. Season ended tomorrow. They still would have.
And it seems like the White Sox kind of, their historical terribleness kind of sapped all of it out of the rest of the AL Central teams. Because, man, the White Sox are bad.
They are. That's true. Everybody gets a feast on them. That is fair.
But,
Deadly Ninja Bees with a cut at Raj's heart here, hoping that we draft Gerangelo Cincha. I think it's Cincha. Just to hear Raj pronounce his name. Not nice, Deadly Ninja Bees. Not nice. Raj, come on and defend himself. My goodness.
He ain't wrong. I mean, it would be fun to see. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie about that. But just to prove Deadly Ninja Bees, I'll work on it.
I mean, look, Roger, I love you to death, buddy. He, back when we were on our old podcast on the SRD Roadshow way back in the day, we used to set him up all the time to read names. And we'd even try to help him out, and he still wouldn't get it. And it was all in good fun. We were never making
you were back on the SRD days? That's cool, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, that's me and Roger go way back.
All right,
way back in that studio in Redford. Oh yeah,
beautiful Redford, nice area.
Nice area.
But
speaking of nice area, imagine Jim Price trying to say Gerangelo Cincha. Oh my goodness!
Oh boy!
God rest his soul. We love the guy, Jim Price, good man. Obviously, a great fundraiser for lots of good causes. But it was fun trying to hear him pronounce anyone's name that was more than 2 syllables.
Oh, he was always so confident too. Like he'd stumble through and be like, "Yeah, nailed it." I loved Jim Price.
Nailed it.
Did. But I think we're kind of cutting into our time here. I think it might be time for us to dive into a little bit of pre-draft stuff, gentlemen.
Ooh.
So obviously the draft is starting in just about 20 minutes. And at that time, that is when I'll be tossing it over to Roger and Chris and the gang over there. But until then, why don't we talk a little bit about the draft? And I feel like you're probably chomping at the bit, because there's been one dude I've heard you talk about for weeks. And I got to be real. I don't even actually know if you like the prospect. I'm almost wondering if you like the prospect just to mess with Roger. But why don't we just jump right into it?
That's a bonus. There's no question that Cam Caminiti is the left-handed prep pitcher out of Scottsdale, Arizona. The kid, has a lot of natural ability. They love his fastball. He started to show some better stuff this year, evidently, with some of his breaking pitches. I've seen people who have talked about him, not only just the best prep pitcher in the draft, they feel that ceiling-wise he might be the best pitcher in the draft. So I've been kind of on his watch since probably at least March as the player that might interest me for the Tigers. And the fun part is Raj has been a little bit opposed, and a lot of the big nationally known mock drafts have also zeroed in on Caminiti to the Tigers more often than not. So it's kind of fun. A lot of people are very afraid of drafting a prep pitcher, and it's understandable. I mean, the stats are what the stats are. A lot of prep pitchers blow up, so that's all factored in. But I think the Tigers do have a good chance. Their draft guy, Mark Connor, when he was in San Diego, has a long history of drafting prep players in round 1. So that is something to keep in mind as we get to this pick tonight. Someone will fall, though. Someone will fall to that top 10 that we're not expecting, and that'll give the Tigers a big decision. It might come down to dollars and bonus pool. I also did see that Baseball America mentioned Caleb Lomavita, the catcher from California, from Cal, as a late name to watch for the Tigers.
All right, Mike, who do you think? Who are you feeling tonight in the draft? You got any guy in particular you're looking at?
Yeah, first off, over at the Palazzo Podcast, we did 2 mock drafts. Now, normally, especially when it comes to football, mock drafts are the devil. I loathe mock drafts during football season. I love football. The Lions have never been as good as they are right now. It's blowing my mind to this day because of the painful history of their existence during my lifetime. But, okay, I'd rather see Caldwell. Ooh, okay, some people are talking in the chat. I like it. But my point being is we did do 2 mock drafts for the first round only of the MLB Draft. My guy, Benjamin Chase. Everybody, this is no BS. Follow Benjamin Chase. This guy knows the MLB Draft. He knows prospects, amateur scouting, inside and out. Follow him on Twitter, X at Big Gentle Ben. Him and Robbie Baseball, my other co-host, they did excellent work here. And they did a draft where they went by the book, and then they did one draft where they decided to say, hey, if we were the GMs, this is what we would do, right? So I think with the Tigers, they ended up in the this is what we would like to see draft version, taking William Schmidt, who pulled out of the draft today, I believe, right?
Just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's going to LSU, I think, but he was a guy that was a prep arm. Mm-hmm. And according to Ben, he sounds like there was some underbidding going on. And maybe William Schmidt felt, well, I'll just go to college then, and I'll wait and show him how awesome I am.
Well, I think he's making some big money from LSU, too.
Exactly. That's the whole thing about the new world of college athletics and being able to make legitimate cash if you're one of the best in the game. So I'm all for it. Good for him. But for me, Caminiti sounds like a guy who could be solid. He's got the Caminiti name. I know he's the nephew of Ken Caminiti. That's fun. And we all love a Nepo baby, even though he's not a direct Nepo baby. He's like a side piece Nepo baby. But the point being is, I would like to see the Tigers not take anybody from the prep arena with the first pick. I would like to see them take a college player, preferably. That's really how I feel. And there's 2 reasons for that real quick. One, because I'd like to have a guy who could impact the Tigers system sooner than later. I don't want that to be the main reason. But the other reason is that from what I've gathered, again, from Ben, he and I talked, and I listened to him thoroughly, and he said that there was a weakness with this year's prep class. So that's something that concerns me as well. So I would like to see them take a shot at a guy, maybe a Seaver King. That'd be fun. If Hagen Smith falls, I would love for them to get Hagen Smith. I'm a big fan. I don't think he'll fall. But if he did, I would love to see that happen.
It's interesting you making him up. I pulled his name at random today. But I did, I tweeted out earlier, let's face it, every year you find one guy who was probably projected between 4 and 8 in the draft who falls out of the top 10 through no fault of their own. A lot of times it's because somebody decided to sign for a lot less money. And if that happens to a couple different teams, a guy like Hagen Smith is kind of in that range of who has been mocked between 4 and 8. Maybe he's the guy that all of a sudden pops back to 11. And that's just pulling a name out of the air, but it does happen a lot. So who knows who it could be?
So my guy, this is just after some stuff I've been reading today. I will admit to a lot of people that MLB Draft is definitely not my strong suit. I am trying, and I do understand it, but let me tell you, the MLB Draft, like we were talking about with Max Clark being fascinated with it. I am too. I think the MLB Draft is fascinating. The way you draft a guy that maybe isn't as good because you need the extra money, and all that weird stuff that you end up going for. But something else that is very unique to the MLB draft is guys slide, like you were saying, through no fault of their own. It happens. Sometimes it's over money. Sometimes a guy comes off early or he's not off, and it just changes the draft. But what I've been reading, and this is a guy that I've seen mocked in the top 5 throughout the whole mock process, he's been slipping a little bit, and that's Nick Kurtz, first baseman from Wake Forest. He has been falling. He has been a consistent top 7, 8 guy in pretty much everything I've seen. But yesterday and today, I've been reading a lot that apparently he's been slipping, and some teams are now predicting that he'll go in the low teens at the latest.
Just like DMX. Going slipping. I can't get up. Classic DMX song. Underrated. Sorry, man.
Absolutely. Well, I think Keith Law at The Athletic had Kurtz to the Tigers today in his final mock draft. So
really?
You're very prescient there, Mike.
Well, I really do think that if that's a guy that slips to them, that's one of the situations where you can't let him slip past you, I don't think. Now, the only problem is he does grade out to be a first baseman. And if you've ever listened to the show that we do on Thursdays, you know that the Tigers are pretty much trying to move everybody in their farm system into first base. All the third basemen, all the shortstops, all their second basemen, we're all talking about how they're going to first base. And that could pose a potential problem. But I do think that he has a really, really good eye and a really good bat speed. And I think those two things combined just means that if he can draw some walks early, he's a guy that could contribute right away offensively. Thank you, Roger.
Beautiful.
Oh, man. Love right behind the scenes there.
But they did that last year. The Tigers, some people were upset because they didn't get Wyatt. Right? They wanted one of the college bats, Langford or Cruz or even Walker Jenkins, right? But Clark, the high school prep bat, was a little cheaper. And then they spent more on Kevin McGonigal, which was a guy now that just keeps rising and rising and rising up the charts of the top prospects, even in fantasy baseball.
All that guy does is hit so far. It's very impressive. So, I think when it comes to Nick Kurtz, if we get tonight to pick 11, there's 2 ways to go, right? If he is the best talent on the board, you take him, unless you have a strategy in place that they're going to cut a deal with a Caleb Lomavita from Cal for a lot less money and then spread it around throughout the next 4, 5, 6 picks to bolster the guts of the whole draft. My preference would be to take the best available player. And if that's Nick Kurtz, you don't worry that he's a first baseman. You like the power bat. You don't worry about Torkelson. You don't worry about where Colt Keith is going to play. All of these guys, at the end of the day, if they can hit, they're going to play. They will find at bats.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I just do want to echo what Mike said earlier. I just think that with the Max Clark pick last year, with all the high school picks in the last couple of years, I do want somebody to impact a little bit more. I don't think it completely rules out a prep bat. I don't think that that's a smart way to go about any draft class, to just be like, I'm not taking a prep guy no matter what. However, I think that them taking a prep bat, specifically a guy that was going to take several years to develop, I think it tells us a little bit about where Scott Harris looks at the immediate future of the Tigers. And that's what I'm more afraid of with a pick like that. I'm worried that Scott Harris is like, I'm just going to continue to build the farm system with good talent, good potential, and I'm not going to worry about the major league team right now. That's what a prep bat or even a prep arm would tell me, because that's years away. Kevin McGonigal and Max Clark, great picks. I'm not going to say that they weren't good picks. They're looking to be great picks right now, at least. They're flourishing in their roles in the minors. But prep players hit so little, you're not like, I don't know. I just feel like, why play the lottery again like that? I don't know.
It's a tough thing. I mean, the Major League Baseball draft is a tough deal. Let's face it, right? I mean, we talk about prep guys being unpredictable. Well, Spencer Torkelson was supposed to be the prototype power hitting bat. And Casey Mize was easily the most talked about for the number 1 overall pick. And those are college guys, and they just, for whatever reason, have, plateaued or floundered or whatever word you want to put on it. So I don't know. I just think at the end, you have to believe in your convictions about players. And if a guy is a high school player, but you have a very strong conviction that he has a future because of whatever skills you see or whatever measurements you have, I just think you got to go with it.
That's fair. I've been looking at the chat here, and I would like this pick as well. Mitch says Rainier is my hope for the Tigers pick.
Yes.
Bryce Rainier, shortstop. That's a high school prep bat. How do you feel about Rainier? You
100% in. If he falls, that's the guy for me. I've said that for a long time. I just assume he's going to be gone. But if he is there, forget about Caminiti. They need a short. This is a guy who hits for power. They really believe he can stick at shortstop. At one of the national showcases for top high school players, it was said that the 5 highest exit velocities measured that weekend were all from Bryce Rainier. Okay, so the guy has some bat speed. He hits for power. They are not too worried about his swing and miss, and he might just stick at shortstop. If he's there, that would be great.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, if he's there, party, Taco Bell, let's go. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much every mock, I mean, obviously it's their mocks, but pretty much every mock I've seen, he never gets past the Nationals at 10. Though I will also say about every mock I've seen, I think every mock on the internet has a different player going to the Nationals. So I don't think anyone knows what they're doing.
Of course not. It's just a classic guess. It's knowledgeable, experiential knowledge applied to a dream. But anything could change, and all the other things too. Again, money, 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 money. Who's got how much? Bonus pool money. All this stuff matters so much, and we always have to factor that in. It's not even about talent, right? It really isn't. It's about, okay, does this guy fit? What's our timeline, etc. There's so many variables with the MLB draft that mocks, I admit freely, are superfluous. They just are. It's just nothing that really matters other than passing a few hours having fun talking baseball.
Exactly. They're for fun. 100%. Yep.
Oh, I love doing mocks in every sport. I'll do them. I'm not much of a hockey guy, but I'll even do mock drafts for hockey. Like, it's just a fun. It's a fun activity. Yeah, I thought I was a hockey fan. I was a Blues fan, and then the Blues won the cup, and I felt nothing. And I realized, I guess I'm not a hockey fan. Huh.
Wait a minute. Were you how old were you when Steve Yzerman scored the double overtime Game 7 winner against the Blues? 1995?
I was 3.
96?
I'd have been 3 years old, man.
Wow. Okay, so I can't rub that in your face. You weren't even around.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're younger than I thought.
Thank you.
The greatest moments in Detroit sports history. That was an awesome night.
I just realized you've had nothing to base my age on except what I look like, really.
A beard?
Yeah, the beard, I could be 40, I could be 20, who knows, really.
That's awesome.
But, I mean, otherwise, I'm trying to see in the chat who else people are feeling. But who you guys feeling number one? Because it doesn't really look like there's really a consensus over number one overall right now. Who do you guys think is going to go number one this year?
Chase Burns?
I was going to go with Weatherholt.
Really?
Yeah, I really do. I think the guy can really hit. But here's the thing with Cleveland. No one is cheap in the draft, right? Because almost everybody spends their entire bonus pool. But if there's a team that might look to cut a deal with someone off the radar and then spread that money around all over, I could see Cleveland putting that in play. That could be the first curveball of the night might come right off the stinking bat.
You're right. That is possible. I mean, Cleveland is known for their development of pitchers. Obviously, they get so much. Obviously, Logan Allen was an exception recently. He got sent down to the minors. But generally, they've really been able to take players who were even average pitchers become above average starting pitchers. And even Ben Lively, for example, this year wasn't all that with the Reds last year, but now he's pitching better with Cleveland. So does Cleveland really think that they're on the precipice of a World Series opportunity? Does that mean they want somebody who could maybe contribute sooner than later, right? I mean, we're living in the world, too. This is the other caveat I didn't mention. MLB Draft bonus picks. If you call up a guy right away, he starts the season on your roster at the MLB level, and he ends up being the rookie of the year. You can get bonuses and bonus picks from that. So we're living in a world now where the arrival of a prospect in MLB has never been quicker, I would say.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah, the YOLO for Cleveland would be
Oh,
Jack, yeah.
Jock. I love Jock, man. I wish the Tigers could have him. There's no way in hell that's happening, but I love him. That guy, he could be a legitimate two-way player for real.
That'd be amazing.
Yep.
It would be cool. I think it's Charlie Condon tonight. He's just a massive power guy. I think he's gonna be the stud at the top of this draft. And I don't know. I hate it, but Cleveland just knows how to develop guys. So just anybody they do pick has a good chance. I've got a buddy in Cleveland. Outside of this last series that we played against him, he's been rubbing their success in my face all year. Just every guy they bring up, it seems like, turns to gold for at least a little bit. So
I'll be curious if Cleveland takes Caglianone. I really would. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll jump right up and say, this guy could do a lot for us, and he's close. He's close enough to help us.
And again, if let's say Jack Caglianone takes $800,000 less than Charlie Condon, so they have the $800,000 to spread around. That could be what decides it in the end.
I mean, you're right. I do think that something significant to point out is all the players we're really looking at the top of this draft are college guys. This has been, and I know we only got a couple more minutes for the draft here, but this really has been a really college hitter heavy draft. And I think that that's been a lot of fun to look at because I have been trying to get more into college baseball, and I watched a lot of college baseball this season.
Nice.
It's a lot of fun. It's way different of a game. You don't realize how big the jump even it is from college to low A or even rookie league ball. There is a significant jump, definitely from those levels, but I think it's really cool to see the college game kind of showing out a little bit and kind of being in the limelight this year over just really solid prep guys like the last couple of years.
Yep. The more you get into the MLB draft as well, the more you get into college baseball. It just goes hand in hand.
No question. And it was a good year of college baseball. It was a lot of fun this year. No question. You're watching Charlie Condon and all those bombs and Caglianone going both ways. That's pretty good stuff. We got 5 minutes left, guys. Tell me this. Let's do this. Let's go around. Give me one guy who gets moved by the Tigers, if any, and they have 65 games after the All-Star break. How many are they going to win?
All right. I got them everything. I'll go right now. They're going to be 3 games over 500. I can't do the math right now on the spot, but they're going to go a record that ends them 81-81. And I'm going to stick with my entire season-long prediction. They're going to be an 81-81 0-run differential team. I think at the end of the day, this is the perfectly average baseball team, which is something you can build off of being exceptionally average. I think that this is a season to build on, and it's not what we wanted, but I would say that. And I think if you don't, even though I really like what he's done, if you don't trade Jack Flaherty when his value is this high as it is, especially after trading Michael Lorenzen last year and getting what looks like a great piece in Hao-Yu Lee.
Yes.
I don't know. You cannot trade Flaherty right now. Everything says trade Flaherty high right now. And it doesn't even matter if – I'm not even necessarily saying they're selling by doing that. Just you got to trade Flaherty no matter what, in my opinion.
So getting to 81 wins, that means 34-31 in the second half.
Yeah, I can live with that.
All right.
Yeah, 34-31.
So 34 wins, and you got him trading Flaherty. Mike Govier, where do you stay?
That is me. Thank you, Yoop. It's been great being here, by the way. Make sure you check out Palazzo Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. We'd love to have a good time over there. Even if you just like baseball.
Utah.
That's what we do.
Give me 2.
And I love this show, and I love everybody here. It's great to get to know Mike today as well, and I know Yoop and Rogelio and Chris and everybody who's been here. I love Michigan, and I love Metro Detroit. But I have to say the Tigers will be under 500 rest of the way. You look at their schedule, coming out the All-Star break, they got a tough 7-game road trip right away, which is not easy. And then all this leads to 2 series, I believe, against Cleveland. And then August 1st, they've got a big series at home against the Royals. We'd all love for that series to matter. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll matter as much as we would like it to. So I'm going to say that the Tigers will end up finishing, below 500, 5 to 7 games in the end.
And Do you see anyone being traded?
Yeah, I mean, Flaherty is an obvious choice there. I can't disagree with that. But just to mix it up, maybe Mark Kanya gets dealt. They move Kanya if he can get healthy and stay healthy here, which is always a challenge with Kanya. I'd like to see him maybe get moved for something middling. There's no, even Flaherty, they know he'll be a free agent, so they're not going to give you a big haul in return unless there's serious competition for multiple teams to want Mr. Flaherty.
Very good. For me, I'm going to go with 30 and 35 of these last 65. I agree. They're going to hit a point where they kind of lose a little juice and be under 500, and that's totally okay if the right young guys keep going forward. In terms of being traded, I think some team is going to want a lefty masher, and they're going to make a move for Andy Ibanez, and they could get a relatively decent bullpen prospect for someone like him.
All right. Well, thank you. Looks like that's going to be it for the pre-draft show. It's time for the draft show. So we are going to throw it to Rogelio and the guys. But it was great getting to know you, Mike. It was great talking to you.
You too.
Had a great time. Let's hope the second half's a little bit better. They carry this momentum. But thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to pass it over to Roger now.
The late, great Detroit Tigers Hall of Fame broadcaster Ernie Harwell once said, "Baseball is a lot like life. It's a day-to-day existence full of ups and downs. Make the most of your opportunities in baseball as you do in life. Opportunities that these young men will be receiving when their name gets called at the MLB Draft is one they have worked so hard for. Dreams will come true tonight in a Lone Star State. Who will the Tigers give an opportunity to head to the Motor City? Welcome to the Tigers Minor League Report MLB Draft Show."
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the official, this is the draft show, if you will. Thank you to the Mike's holding it down with Uper, and Uper will be on with us, by the way. So definitely, yeah, there you are, Uper. So we're going to be
Back.
we're going to be doing some tag team back and forth here. Alongside me is Matt Broder from Woodward Sports, and Chris Brown is on the other side of the basement. There's Chris. So he is. You can definitely speak in the comments freely, of course. And so I'll be. Hopefully, Scott, or rather, Bentley should be here momentarily. But Chris, do you do me a favor and turn down the mic a little bit down there, or the headphones? I can hear myself going a little bit. Let
me see.
All right. So, Broder, how you doing, man? Oh, you're muted.
Of course, I had to be muted to start. I'm very well. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I'm a huge fan of yours. I wish I could be in the chat more. I wish I could be there every day, but I'm so excited to be talking Tigers baseball and specifically this draft with you.
Yeah, Broder is good people, and I'm hopefully one day I get to go back on Woodward, and if they allow me to have it back again. Well,
you right there. I would allow you to have.
Yeah, I think I'm allowed back. I think I'm good. I mean, I'm still gonna allow everybody there.
You in the Woodward Studios,
my friend? Are you in the Woodward Sports Studios, sir?
I am.
Nice.
Am I copy? Can you hear and see me all right? By the way, I can. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm in the studio here. Figured we'd come hang out for a couple hours. See who they pick at number 11.
And Rod, you played the. Sorry, I was a minute late. I was in the bathroom. You played the intro.
Yep.
So yeah, huge thanks to Greg Gagne voice of the Erie Seawolves, voice of the Tigers, for leading us into that intro. Awesome of him to do that. Very appreciative. He's about the busiest man on the planet right now, and for him to take time to do that for us, we really appreciate it. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had dinner with Greg last night, and
After the game
yesterday.
When he comes to town, man, the Tigers go wild. I swear I don't know how many games he's called. It's probably 15, and there have been at least 3 walk-offs that I know of, and a no-hitter. And when he comes to town to call games, so good luck charm there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was one of those things where he was telling us the schedule, and just it's insane because after he is going to Toronto with the Tigers, then I think he's got another road trip coming up with Detroit. So I'm doing the Seawolves, and he is not only is he the broadcaster, he's also the assistant general manager, and there's a lot right there with that. So there's a lot that entails with that, but. Yeah, he does his day job while he's on the road. So, yeah, that is a hell of a background. I'm not going to lie, Broder. That is a pretty sweet background. There's one thing I do miss. That studio setup is fantastic. And so.
Yeah, we did was the 22 draft we did there, right? With when they took Jace Young. That was the Kumar Rocker chaos that you would have jumped in the pool had it been close.
Yeah.
No jumping in the last time he pitched in college baseball was against my Michigan Wolverines.
Well, yeah, it was unfortunate.
Yeah. Is he still pitching the minors, or what is he doing?
I think he's recovering from TJ.
He pitched on like July 6th.
Oh, nice.
And he was hitting 98, and they said his off-speed stuff looked really good. We had 3 innings in 115-degree heat. That's as much as I know. I just blurted out everything I possibly knew about that.
He's always had the stuff.
There he goes. Scott Bentley, how you doing?
Hey, everyone. Yeah, I just thought I'd be super dramatic and show up super late. Just kind of really announce my presence here. My internet went out at 6:50, so we're back. We're good. Everything's fine.
Always as they say shit happens there. But I wanted to also thank everybody who has donated the last couple of weeks or so, and you feel free to donate to our PayPal. Like, everything goes back to the website. It goes to pay everything from services. Like yesterday, I was able to get dinner. So was able to kind of do that, those kind of little things like that. I mean, obviously it was nice just to go out and all that, but it goes a long way. So you go to our PayPal link, there's everything in there you can go and do, and also sign up for our extra stuff as well. So, but without further ado, I mean, right now the draft is Cleveland has the first pick, followed by the Reds, Rockies, and A's. Our first 4 picks. There's so much speculation, and for the Tigers, it really, honestly, no one knows. I mean, it's one of those things where does anybody really have a guess? And just going down to Comerica yesterday and talking to some of the beat writers, the front office is just like poker face.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, we learned that last year, right? Like everybody, the whole draft process was like, we're hearing college hitters. College hitter is going to be Wyatt Langford for sure. And then whoop, I think Jason Beck had them bringing Max Clark in to for a tryout or whatever you call it, a workout at Comerica, and that was the closest. We just thought, okay, that's due diligence, but they loved him, and we've got no such scuttlebutt this year. I mean, all the rumors. You can attest to this for 5-6 weeks now, or Cam Caminiti, the left-handed pitcher out of Arizona. But here on the final few hours, we've seen Theo Gillen, we've seen James Tibb, we've seen Nick Kurtz, lots of different names tied to the Tigers, which basically means nobody knows. So that's kind of what we figured.
Baseball America brought up Caleb Lomavita today too for the Tigers.
Yeah.
We've heard that one too. Yeah,
the Gillen angle is fascinating to me. Just from again, like we've seen under slot like pretty frequently lately. I mean, even dating back to like Joe, right? Like they have not been afraid to go under high, but also like 11 is a lot different than like 3 and 4, right? Like it's a lot different when you're talking about an underslot player just outside of the top 10 versus an underslot player in borderline top 3 overall section. So it'll be interesting. I think I really like Gillen as a player. I'm sure we'll talk about him. I think that's a really fascinating angle because the Tigers, admittedly, the two of you can obviously attest to it more than anybody. have probably done better in like post first round in the last 2, 3, 4 years than they have in quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see kind of their approach. Their approach to the first round could set up their approach to the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I could definitely
I think
see
whatever.
That.
Oh, go ahead, Raj.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
Go
all
ahead.
you.
No, go ahead.
I say whatever direction they go, it will give us a little background into what timeline, Scott Harris and this new regime is truly under. How long are we predicting that these players, it's going to take them to get to the bigs? Do they go with a college bat that may have a shorter path to the big leagues, or do they go the high school route, whether it's pitcher or hitter? Even though we don't know who they're going to go with now, the first couple picks especially will at least peel the curtain back to what direction or the length at which we might have to wait for the Tigers to be truly competitive, or at least when they think they're truly going to go all in.
Yeah, and that's where, that's a really good point there, Matt. The biggest thing too is in terms of like just where the Tigers are developing as far as pitching goes. They can develop pretty much, I don't want to say anybody at this point, but they've been able to look at guys and see something and then be able to just weaponize them as much as possible. And so, I mean, there's certain areas, and I was kind of looking at this from doing the draft previews. There's certain areas they scout very well. The Arizona comes to mind. Bo Brisky, Eric Skubal originally was from he was in high school in Arizona, and so there's areas that they even like the Northeast, and so I think that's something to pay attention to as well, especially even with the Mark Connor now at the helm. There's still those kind of draft tropes are still true with the Tigers. Well,
and the to Scott's point about this, it's been kind of interesting to do the underslot thing at 11. I mean, one of the I guess quirks of this draft, if you will, is that there's kind of like a group of 10. There are groups within that group of 10, but there's like a group of 10 that everybody agrees on. It's kind of like, hey, these are the top 10 guys, and the Tigers, of course, pick 11th. And then it's like a group of 40 that are called like in the same jumble. And that's why we hear names like Tibbs and Gillen and Caminiti and Lomovita. These are all different profiles, vastly different players. But I have my usual nerdy spreadsheet out here that if we could pull it up at some point, I could show you like the benefits of cutting a deal there at I think the slot for the Tigers at 11 is $5.7 million. And the Kumar Rocker rule now says that you have to give 75% of slot to anybody you offer. It's not in that spreadsheet. I could share the other spreadsheet. Oh. Sorry. And basically the idea is that they could, if they like a guy at 11 who probably won't get drafted somewhere else until 19 or 20, they can offer him like $4.5 million, save $1.2 million, and spread it around and still get the guy they like. And there have been some rumors to that regard that they're going to try that, or the Red Sox are going to try it right behind them. So we'll see. It's smoke everywhere right now and no real fire yet.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's what makes the Gillen conversation again so interesting. I think, well, especially because of this front office's, I say, history, their one draft history of taking a lot of prep too, right? Like that'll, and that was to Matt's point earlier, like maybe that's an indication of this organization's timeline. Maybe they just, I don't know, like to me, and this is just through my eyes. I'm not saying that this is, I've heard anything, or this is just purely how I interpret the front office. Is I just don't think they care about the major league timeline when drafting players. Like, I think they just go, you know what, we're going to take the kid with the highest upside, no matter how quick or long it may take him to get through the minors. And, timeline be damned kind of thing. Like, we're just going to take the highest upside here and go with it. And I think, again, to then Chris's point, going that conversation of going under slot there at 11 makes the rest of the draft, like, I don't know, if you hear that, and if that is even remotely true, then you're probably going to see a lot of preps again.
That's so interesting you said that, Scott. No, because I think like would be my draft strategy in the MLB draft, where Wyatt Langford's and Paul Skeens aside, it's going to take a couple years till they get to the big leagues, and you don't truly know what these players are going to develop into. Like, what really is their ceiling, or what will they play like should they make it into the major league level? So I always kind of attributed the Max Clark pick over Wyatt Langford to I chalked it up to, this is the year that Scott Harrison team is going to evaluate players. They're not going all in right now, so they don't need a player who's closer to major league ready. They're going to draft a defensive minded outfielder and let him develop through the minors, so that when he's ready to go all in and make his moves, that Max Clark is there at 21 and 22 years old versus Wyatt Langford, who would be a couple years older.
Yeah, I admittedly was a gasp last year about what happened when the Tigers picked. Then after sitting down and talking to Bentley a little bit and everything, it kind of calmed down a little bit. So here we go with the first pick in the draft, and it looks like it's going to be. Let's see here. Probably who I mocked, Travis
Bazzana,
yeah.
the Australian with the interesting face.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a hitter.
So Bazzano at number 1.
Yep.
There we go.
Not a huge shock, right? Like, there had been a lot of talk about them, cutting a deal with JJ Weatherholt. So now the interesting thing is going to be, where does Weatherholt land? People seem to think he's going to land 4th, but yeah, Bazzana, awfully good performer. Like we said, just and you hear a lot of like the intangibles with him too. Like, he's just an absolute like classic team leader. Great guy, gets the most out of his ability and also has a lot of ability. So it's I think and he fits Cleveland, like, up the middle guy who can hit with power. Cleveland doesn't usually have power, but he fits them very well.
Did they draft Jason Kipnis? Is this Jason Kipnis?
That's what I've heard people comparing him to Kipnis before. I'm trying to think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't. He's got some speed. I think his defense is just kind of iffy at second base, and his arm. He's got a kind of a funny throwing motion, but it's he was the Cape Cod League MVP last year. The comps I put in our little spreadsheet were Kelly Johnson, Jason Kipnis, and Ozzie Albies. So Kipnis was one of them.
Not bad.
Nice.
I think what happens with JJ now, to Chris's point, is really interesting now, because legitimately, I don't know, an hour and a half ago, he had switched to the odds-on favorite in Vegas to go number 1 overall. So the fact that they stuck with their guns, they took Bazzana is really interesting to me, just because now I again, there's been a lot of smoke about him going to Oakland, so I think that maybe that's that just, I don't know if that's pat necessarily, but maybe they just stay the course with that, and that ends up being what's happening. But for a guy that, again, was the minus money favorite to go number 1 like 90 minutes ago, for them to go back to kind of what everybody thought was the original plan at number 1 here is really interesting to me.
Yeah, as far as this goes, in terms of he's a guy who could probably come up relatively quickly. It seems like his ceiling is really, really well in terms of barrel control, contact rate, and the upside of Oregon State's just a powerhouse at making infielders. This is no Nick Margel or
Madrigal.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, that there's legit juice in his bat, and he's a guy he's been like at drive line every offseason, just totally maximizing. He's like that Scooble mentality, right, where he's just going to maximize everything he can, and he's done that already. And so like, to your point, moving quickly, it wouldn't shock me if he's the first player to the big leagues too, out of this draft, other than maybe whoever the Angels take.
Especially, I thought maybe for a second Cleveland might go with a pitcher, because their minor leagues are not as producing pitchers. Like, for example, there's nothing in Akron or Lake County this year, but a guy like that you can't really pass up on either. So, they can still develop pitching. It's not, to them, it's not an issue for that, but it's weird not to see him have an arm that comes up out of nowhere and be effective. That's what I'm used to seeing for Cleveland.
They'll trade Bieber next year, or they'll trade one of their better pitchers and restock the farm system.
Yeah, and they Cleveland has, I think, 2 more picks in the top 40 or something like that. I got to look at their draft order, but so it wouldn't shock me that one of the strengths of this class, which is a relatively weak class overall, is that there's a good depth of like high school pitching. Although one of them, I'm sure they talked about that in the earlier show. William Schmidt has decided to pull his name out of the draft. He's going to LSU, assuming. Presumably because they were giving him a whole bunch of NIL. But it's still a pretty deep class in terms of high school arms, so it wouldn't shock me if Cleveland takes 1 or 2 of those later.
Yeah, they have you said the 36th pick, correct?
Something like that.
Yeah. So
the them and the Angels, I think, have 3 picks tonight alone or something crazy like that. They're all over the place.
I know the Diamond. Let's see. Well, let's look. The Diamondbacks pick 29th and 31st.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know. The Brewers, there are several teams. The Tigers don't pick again until 49. They pick 11 and 49, then 72.
Yeah,
But
72 is the comp pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, man. I don't know. I think, and I'm sure. I mean, we've all talked about over the last coming weeks just how wide the window is of players that are kind of on the table for Detroit at 11. Right? Like this is.
Yeah.
No one has any idea what direction they want to go. This is, as Chris has said a lot, and Raj too, like this is a very college hitter friendly draft. So like that's probably going to be on the table. If they really wanted to, there is going to be a decent college hitter on the board at 11. But then obviously you have the Yesavage or Yesavage and like Caminiti's the guy that everybody and their mother thinks is going to Detroit. So like that's a big one. He's 17 on today as he's going to get drafted. He's not even an adult yet, but can pump 98. Like anything they want to do, they will have the ability to do. It's just a matter of that. What direction do they want to head?
So speaking of direction, by the way, the Reds go with Chase Burns, the right-hander out of Wake Forest. And it kind of comes as a surprise. I thought people thought they were going bat here. So
for sure.
Cincinnati Reds with Chase Burns as their pick. And gentlemen, this guy has a really good electric slider. It was a fun, some of the comps here, as Chris was talking about here, going through our sheet. And also now I'm drawing a blank on where everything is.
But it's this was, Baseball America did an article comparing pitch types to other, current big leaguers. And with Burns, you got, Dylan Cease's fastball and Corbin Burns' slider. It's really electric. Like I remember him as a prep pitcher. He was a really highly rated prep pitcher. He's sits in the upper 90s, will touch triple digits. It's like a kind of a high arm slot, so it's just got tons of carry through the zone. And the slider, I want to say the slider had like a 63% whiff rate this year, something absolutely insane. I don't love him honestly because it's a really up tempo, like effortful delivery, and he's just always looked like a reliever to me. But you can't really argue with the arm and the stuff.
Yeah, he was electric in at Wake. Obviously, I don't know. He's a guy that I thought was going to be much closer to. I don't even know if he would have been the first college pitcher I would have taken. I think I like Hagen Smith more than him. But I kind of expected him to be maybe even outside of the top 5. So him going 2 is absolutely a little bit of a shock for sure, a little bit of a curveball there. And again, like we talk about that the slot value.
No, it's all good.
Doing like 600 things at once right now. So.
I apologize.
Although he is probably very disappointed that this game ended with 2 bunts. He's not a fan of the bunts, as most people who have heard me talk. It seems everyone's against the bunt these days. What do you guys think? And I know you're going to show a clip, so feel free to.
No. I have no clip for. I have no clip for this. I think that bunting, if absolutely 100% necessary, is fine. I sucked at the bunt drill when I played. I was never good at it. Can never lay down a bunt. But the art of a good bunt is something that is lost upon. So I'm cool with it, honestly.
Beautiful. I think I like kind of the way that bunts are used now, which is in very rare situations when it's a clear opportunity to win the game. And so you saw the Tigers do it today twice, obviously, just trying to get that winning run closer. And it's also kind of a function of what kind of players you have, right? Like I wouldn't, Witzel Perez is one of the few guys in the organization I would actually ask to bunt because I feel like he can handle it. I don't think I'd ask like Malloy or Colt Keith to bunt. I don't know. It's just fun. It's fun to win and like have the other team. It was like a total Dodgers Tigers body swap movie this weekend, where it was like the Dodgers scored all their runs in one inning today and then got shut down by the bullpen. It was like I've seen that happen 30 times this year to the Tigers. So, I'll rest in peace to Richard Simmons and Shannon Doherty and Dr. Ruth, right?
Yeah, Dr. Ruth died. So,
which I mean, again, like I think. Like 4 times over the last 20 years, I'm like, Dr. Ruth is still alive. Like every 5 years, I was like, oh my God, she was ancient in like 1990.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you got to think that Colorado's pretty excited about this.
I would say
they get Charlie Condon, the Golden Spikes winner this year, set the record for home runs in the BB Core era. The bats that have been tamped down a little bit. Although something was funny in college baseball this year to to send the offense skyrocketing.
Eh.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
always
don't think they want. I don't think they want to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I was to say, I always expect the Rockies to same thing. Rockies have just traditionally can never produce any pitching, so I thought the same thing. I thought like I just would go maybe they just go get a big arm and address that because they always seem to have the case. But good for them. They went for a bat, and also maybe because their farm system also is not really good. It's not really deep, and
Anything.
yeah, they're not good at. Yeah, you're right. They're
Nothing.
terrible at producing. I mean, it's just it's the way it is. They don't really have any type of development going right now. I think the owner's son is doing development now, or they use the head of the farm system or something like that.
I don't know, man. That's kind of a joke over there. It's really wild. Like every offseason they do a move or they announce something and you go, wow, okay, that's the Rockies for sure. Like there's always one every 12 months. But yeah, no, I obviously that's a really good get for them. And yeah, to Roger's point, like everybody always says like, oh, they should, try to, draft pitching. They need good pitching, whatever. It's like they have nothing, dude. Like their organization, like top to bottom, is depleted, dog. Like they don't have much at all. So they need to take best player available any way, shape, or form they can get it. And I think they did that. So good job for the Rockies. I think they just pulled that off.
Yeah, especially
and playing in Coors Field.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, playing at Coors Field, and also you're breaking. You broke the spirit of Chris Bryant. I mean, he looks like a Bronco.
They broke him physically too.
Yeah, that too.
Well, and Condon gets compared to Bryant a fair amount as this. He's 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", tall, athletic guy who's a third baseman kind of. Played some center field, probably settles in an outfield corner, but he might be able to fake it on the at third base for a while. And yeah, that's a huge offensive potential there for Colorado. It's got to be. It was tough for them to pass that up for sure.
Yeah, no doubt you can't really, especially the power tool right there. If this guy can start connecting, he could be a potential, like just based off the dynamics in Colorado, a guy could hit like Todd Helton like numbers. So yeah, that right there, good point there by Mitchell. There, he was a walk on.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Good call there.
Yeah, well, that's who wasn't Johnny Manziel a walk on back in the day in football, or Baker Mayfield, all that. Yeah, sometimes it happens. There are certain players. We don't really want to speak his name, but Spencer Torkelson wasn't a terribly well known high school prospect, and then immediately was a freshman All-American. Sometimes they just miss on him, but yeah.
Chris, do you think Scott Harris has taken Spencer Torkelson if he was in his position with the Tigers back then?
No,
because he was unanimously number one. But we hear Scott Harris talk about playing at Comerica Park, which is why he wants speedy, athletic, defensive-minded outfielders and good pitching as his top two priorities. Does he make that pick a couple years ago when he was more projected to be that 1-1 that we wish we had?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, that there were, Austin Martin was the guy who was kind of like he was the top hitter with the positional versatility and stuff, and he hasn't worked out. That draft was just cursed. I think was it Kerstad went second, I think, to the Orioles.
Yes.
And that was a big underslot deal. I could have seen something maybe kind of like that with Scott Harris, but I think they probably would have taken Torkelson. He wasn't like a generational Bryce Harper type, but it was pretty clear that he was like, the best college hitter in the draft, and there wasn't any high school hitter that screamed draft me either.
The reason why I don't think they would is because based off, if you look at some of what the Tigers, you're mentioning these Twitch athletes kind of thing, athletic guys. I don't know. I just think they would have found a way to pick apart Torkelson's swing to the point where it's just like they would have I think they would have beaten the idea down a little bit. And you look at even the way, like somebody, for example, like Dane Myers, who had a 2020 season in Erie. And the only reason why I bring this up is because Myers is a major league player who could have helped the Tigers now. And guys like that just seem like the bulky power guys like that, just to a certain extent, they've kind of, you look at the way the system has been since, I don't know. I just like Myers is somebody they could have signed and brought back, and they didn't. So I don't know. Again, I know that's a really extreme example, but
still. No, I think it's fair though. And I don't know, the 2020 draft is like Chris said, man, it's just kind of cursed. Like because of like the COVID season, and you didn't have, you didn't see as big of sample size from a lot of guys that you thought you were going to. It was only 5 rounds because of it. Like obviously you get Colt Keith there, that's going to work out great. But like, and we hope Dingler was that year too, right? So like we hope that works out. But like, I don't know, like, is Gage Workman, is he like tearing the cover off the ball? Gage Workman has like a 50% whiff rate last time I checked. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like it's I think when you look at the first round of 2020, the first half of the first round of 2020, even like it's not awesome. It's not, like incredible across the board. I think a guy like Harris, to Matt's point, like maybe takes Martin just because he's like, he played 6 different positions his junior year or senior year or whatever. So maybe he takes that because it's more of like his philosophy. But I don't know, like with the small sample size people had that year and how much of a just shot in the dark it kind of was. I feel like you probably just take the dude that broke the Barry Bonds home run record and are like, all right, well, at a minimum, if all else fails in this draft, we're going to get somebody that can hit bombs. And I don't know, maybe that's what Avila said too, but clearly not working out regardless.
By the way, the biggest, I was just going to say, we're trying to get spoiler before the spoilers came out there, because I wanted Scott to finish this point. Nick Hurts to Oakland number 4, and it makes sense. Oakland has no left-handed hitters in their lineup at all. They have no power hitters, and even in their minor league system right now, I was looking at a trade option for Brent Rooker, and I was looking, they have no left bats at all. So this makes a lot of sense. I guess there was smoke. There was all smoke about him dropping to there. And so then again, once again, this is how the pundits we're all like, no one's gonna get this right. And so
Oakland has Tyler Soderstrom, first base catcher, left-handed hitter, but he's injured right now, I think. But and he was a pretty top-ranked prospect. But you don't worry about that when you're drafting, right? You take the guy you like the most. And I honestly, this shocks me because I thought Kurtz was going to fall maybe out of the top 10. He just seemed like the one college hitter who would fall because he's a first base only, and there were some injury questions. But if you believe in him, it's big time power, it's hitting ability, it's patience, bordering on passivity, I've heard at times. But somebody, I don't know if it was in the MLB pipeline, scouting report said, scouts are comparing him to Jim Thome with defensive value. It's like, all right, well, settle down. But he is obviously a big dude with big power. I had him I gave him like a Logan Morrison comp, trying to be realistic, or like a Justin Morneau, but who knows?
And to your point, a good defender over there at first too, right? Like, and that's one of the reasons why you see a lot of first round first basemen slide usually, is because it's first base. You can find a 20 home run hitting first baseman, anywhere kind of. So, or any winter you want to. So, but yeah, obviously the upside is there. I'm with you, Chris. I thought if anybody was going to fall from that kind of core group at the top, it was going to be him. So I'm pretty darn surprised, especially with the who was once called the next Ohtani, now still on the board.
Yeah, that's it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next, like that 6 to 10 range. That's going to be, I mean, obviously it's going to be interesting no matter what, because we're waiting to see who the Tigers get. But it's this has gone not, it's close to shock, I guess. But Weatherholt's still out there. Cagliano's is still out there. Hagen Smith is still out there. Although he may be going off the board soon.
Yeah.
And then you got the 2 high school guys, and then who knows? But I know it's interesting.
If Weatherholt's there at 11, I mean,
brother.
Yeah, there's no way. And then Braden Montgomery, maybe Braden Montgomery is the college hitter who falls. Is, switch hitting outfielder, huge arm, former 2-way player. Yeah, he injured his ankle in the college World Series, I think, or regionals. And he apparently wasn't hitting terribly well before that, but he has huge tools, big, well-known guy on the when he was a prep player too. So I don't know. Seems like somebody's going to fall.
Yeah, there's going to be, there's the injury thing is also too just the worst timing for that, and hopefully they can kind of look at that and go, okay, well, perhaps it's just it's a thing that can work over, and so, but as far as like right now, I mean, it is so far so all college, and the prep questions too, and Kansas City comes up right after the White Sox, and they got they traded their compensation, their comp pick recently in that deal with the Nationals, and so maybe they believe. And I think, should correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, they traded bonus money too as well.
What, it's the Royals?
Yeah.
For
Well,
Hunter Harvey.
Well, you trade the pick, so the bonus pool money goes with it.
Pardon me. So,
Yeah,
so they lose the money. Yeah, pardon me.
That was, I mean, I understand. I don't know. I give them a lot of credit for going for it, right? And I'm sure they talked about it in the pre-show here. But Kansas City doesn't have a particularly strong farm system, and they have a top 10 pick here, and they had another pick with some money. It felt like they could have helped their future too, but I guess they're thinking the time is now, so go for it. It was an interesting move.
John Cena style there. The time is now.
Fair enough.
But yeah, Hayden Smith here. That's a good pick for the White Sox. Who same thing. Their farm system. They could have gone either way. They could have gone a ham sandwich. They could have gone a ham sandwich, and they would have been fine because they just needed a little bit of everything. It is a farm system right now that has been just, even on the international side, where they've been able to, at least as a fallback, has been able to just been total crap, really. I mean, but Hayden Smith there is a guy who could definitely come up right away. I could definitely see them. Maybe even, I don't want to say this year, because what sucks about the draft being so late in the year now is that, and Chris was talking about this the other day, is that you don't see the ability for these guys to come up at the end of the season. There's a little bit of it takes away from that. I mean, even I think at some point too, when the complex leagues go away, because I think it's just gonna. We've talked about this before. I think the way the minor league structure is going to change, it's gonna even be worth to see players out of college right away or after the draft right away. So,
yeah, I think it's also an interesting situation specifically for the White Sox in the sense that they have zero reason to rush him to the majors, right? Like they are not going to be even remotely competitive going forward. So like they can let him develop. If he earns it and deserves it, then obviously more power to him. But with Crochet, it was like, hey, we need bullpen help now, right? Like we need to get this guy through because we're trying to make a playoff push type of thing. And now the White Sox are obviously terrible. So they can just kind of they can really take their time with him if they want to. And yeah, like you said, Raj, they need everything. So like this is no matter what direction they went, it was going to be a good pick, quote unquote, on draft night because their organizational needs is 9 positions.
I love Hayden Smith. My only concern with him is how soon until his elbow explodes. Like he has a funky delivery, and I'm not saying his career would be over, but he might run into some issues if not with the right pitching coach or pitching staff. It's funky.
Yeah,
I will say this though, Matt. I mean, do you think though the White Sox and their cats, or Gats rather, have in terms of just no, I'm sorry, it is Cats, has been able to change their fortunes a little bit with that?
With their pitching staff, their developmental pitching coach, maybe a little bit. When you have really any of these guys, when they're so young and they're throwing so hard, and he relies so heavily not just on his fastball but on a hard slider. When you're coming from that low 3/4 slot, it's like it's like you're leading with the elbow. It just worries me. Not that you can't have success or you can't maybe avoid something catastrophic, but it's tricky. As long as he's with the right coach, and I don't know as much about their pitching development team, maybe he'll be all right. But these days, you just got to think they're just throwing so hard. The elbow can only withstand so much. And I'd say the same thing about Skeens.
By the way, I did get a note that Rob Manfred was booed. So that's
good.
Yeah, some things never changed.
So, I mean, with Hagen Smith, he already has blown his arm out. So that's one thing.
Yeah,
and sophomore in high school. So that's, it's
was that 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, it would have been, I think, 5 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, it's a big question. The White Sox, it's easy enough to make the comps, right? The White Sox with Sale and Garrett Crochet. But
that's true.
But yeah, it's a good arm. I actually liked Smith more than Burns. I said earlier I didn't really care for Burns's. Neither of them are traditional. There's not really a traditional look top of the rotation starting pitcher in this draft. and with Smith, it's low arm slot, but his fastball apparently I think was much more effective than Burns, even though Burns is upper 90s, touching triple digits, and it's not like Smith is soft tossing it up there. He's like 96, but what was it? The game early in the college year. Who was it against? I forget, but some people were saying it was the most dominant college pitching outing they've ever seen. It was Hagen Smith against.
Wasn't Raj? Didn't you throw that up there? Wasn't the 6 innings and 13 or 15 Ks or whatever it was? Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
it was against Oregon State.
Oregon
Bazana,
State,
I think.
right?
Yeah, and he was just absolutely electric. So I mean, yeah, you hate to see that landing in the division, but he's a really talented guy, and you wish him success against everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, Raj.
No, go ahead.
He's my favorite college pitcher in the draft. I don't know, like we're just at a point now as well with prospect pitching where it's just like I don't know, like you kind of just expect all of them to have a serious arm injury at some point. Like and obviously like to your point, Matt, if you have poor mechanics, then like you're going to be behind the 8 ball and you could have it happen again and again and again, right? But I think it's just like so common in today's sport it's almost like a rite of passage to an extent. It's like, oh yeah, like, he'll be good throughout the minors and then he'll blow his arm out and then he'll come back and like maybe he'll have a career then. Like it's almost just like what's semi-expected. So like, I don't know if that even deters people anymore. Like it's just like, oh yeah, he'll probably blow his arm out again, probably. Like it's kind of what most of them do, and we'll like hope that and post recovery he's what we expect him to be, I guess. But I don't know. I love Hagen Smith, as it sounds like everybody here does, the pitcher, and it kind of sucks to see that stay in division.
So let's talk about some of the guys we do like. So Chris Brown has his 5 here, and so there's Bryce Rainer, James Tibbs, Cam Smith, Slade Caldwell, and Dax Whitney. And what was some of the, in terms of the upside for you? This is for just overall for the Tigers at 11, or just overall period, but this is just guys that you and I have talked about before.
These are quickly. Jack was announced as a 2-way player. I just think that's fascinating.
Oh, really?
We didn't talk to the Royals took
podium like for the draft. They announced him.
Thank you, Scott. That's
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, TWP there in the tracker. These were just the players I like for the Tigers in general. Bryce and the ones that I thought were vaguely realistic to get there. Rainer, I just like big bodied shortstop with some power potential. It should stick into position, huge arm. Just somebody that they haven't had, and it would be nice to get him. Tibbs, I think, was the best of the college hitters available. I figured would still be available at 11. It's power, it's hit, it's patience. Probably not much of a defender, no speed really, but beggars can't be choosers there. Cam Smith is another really. Now he's one that there is defensive value potential there. He could be just a beast at third base, like 6'3", built like a linebacker, but a huge arm and power and hitting ability. So I would not be mad at all with him. And Caldwell was a guy I love just because he's Kevin McGonigal in the outfield. He's like 5'9", awesome swing, awesome performance with wood bats and perfect game events, plus runner, all that good stuff. And Dax Whitney is just kind of this wild card, projectable 6'5" right-hander out of Idaho that didn't go on the showcase circuit because he wanted to play with like his summer league team, and he's got mid-90s and 3 secondaries.
So one of the things that I saw, I was updating my top 5, and I did the Caleb Hamada because it's rumored the Tigers might pick him at 11, but I ended up looking him up, and I spent time yesterday after discussing or just looking up some mock drafts. I mean, if he's somewhere in the pick in the second pick in the second round, good. That would be something like that. But I am still on the Smith train all day. Braden Montgomery is there. Can't really pass that up either. As Chris mentioned, they haven't had back-to-back outfield picks since Kirk Gibson, Michigan State, and Rick Leach, U of M, 1977, I believe 1978. So it's been a while. James Tibbs, or Mr. Tibbs, if you call him that. Anybody get the reference? Good for you. And Joey Oki, and this is more of like a later round guy. I really like this guy's stuff a lot. Really nasty slider, fastball, changeup, and if this is a guy if the Tigers could get in the later rounds, I think that would be ideal. So, and then let's see here, Broder, go through your top 5 real quick.
Yeah. So the theme of my top 5 was athletic shortstops that can play a couple infield positions or move to the outfield and still have a bat, or 4 or 5 tool outfielders. Like I think it was Scott who was talking earlier about, or maybe it was Uper in the pre-show talking about not drafting a specific position need for the major league team. We all know that shortstop is a need. Maybe any of the infield positions at this moment. I just want an athlete. I want I want versatile athletes. Connor Griffin's my favorite. I'm also a fan of Cam Smith and of Bryce Rainer, but I wanted to mix it up a little bit. I love Connor Griffin's ability. I don't know where he's going to end up in the major league because he's such a good athlete. He has an absolute laser. Some people even think he could pitch. So he reminds me of a Jazz Chisholm type where with maybe even more upside, where he can play the infield nicely, but he might end up in the outfield with Max Clark in the future. So I'm a big fan of his. I like Vance Honeycutt. I know it would be a little too early to take him at 11, but that 5-tool outfield, that college bat, I wouldn't mind having him in the mix that well. Theo Gillen's one of my favorite prep prospects. He's similar to Connor Griffin, where he's that prep athlete that we don't know where he's going to end up. Is it going to be short? Is it going to be third? Is he an outfield type guy at 6'3", 200 pounds? We don't know. And then other outfield infield bats, Braden Montgomery and Seaver King. Those are two of my favorites too, both college bats. Obviously, you guys know of Seaver King. With all these Wake Forest guys going in this top group, I wonder if he sneaks up there. But Connor Griffin right now is my guy.
Yeah, Connor Griffin. Seaver King had a 43 game hitting streak in Division II, and Griffin, I think, is more to me. I think looks more like an outfielder too, at least in my opinion. Bentley,
he might be.
Going to go. There's one of the guys actually may come up here shortly here in one. Mr. Christian Moore.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, no, and that's a surprise to me even, and I love the kid.
Yeah.
If that is to be true, and he's going to go here in the next couple of picks, that's even a surprise to me. But yeah, I really liked Moore a lot at Tennessee. Just a big bat first, second baseman. You kind of not sure he projects as like a plus defender at second long term, as he gets higher and higher up. But a guy with a huge power bat out of second would obviously be crazy valuable. Savage is somebody that I really like, and that is on the Tigers' radar, obviously, as well. Lindsey really excites me. Again, kind of similar to Matt's breakdown, just looking for athletic guys. And then Connor Griffin is also my probably, I don't know if I even want to use the word favorite, but I've talked about this a lot. I think if you have the ability to get someone with his ceiling outside of the top 10, you take it. And I understand the inherent risk that comes with that. He has, I think I called it Stephen Moya floor. He has a low floor. I openly admit that, and a slightly different player. Griffin's a much better, athlete than Moya ever was. But it's I understand the floor. I understand there's huge question marks about whether he's going to be able to hit, at the next level and continue showing off and showcasing that power as he goes higher and higher up through the system. But I the ceiling is legitimately like a 7-win player, for real. And I just feel like at 11, outside the top 10, if you have a chance to get that ceiling, you kind of have to take it and take the risk of the floor along with it.
Yeah. And just saying, if Christian Moore goes 8, as we think, the ramifications of that are the Tigers will have their choice, if they want, of one of Connor Griffin, Bryce Rainer, or Braden Montgomery at pick 11. They'll be able to get one of those 3 if they want them, which is, interesting. I don't know. I'd be curious to see if they will go that route if they're there.
Yeah, I mean, now that Moore is going to be up by next week. I mean, it's crazy. It's going to be up next week. It's going to be.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. The Angels, I don't know. They don't have that oh my goodness, we need to win right now because we have Trout and Ohtani thing going on anymore. Yeah. So maybe they actually do take their time with them, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, and look, ultimately, I like Cam Smith at 11, but I'm even with some of the prep guys you were mentioning too. What I like about Connor Griffin too is just you hear getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning before school, and these guys, Griffin lives, breathes baseball. And that kind of size too for his age too is pretty extraordinary. And so even with Cam Caminiti, I mean, we all joke. Youper jokes with me about this all the time about giving me.
Yeah,
crap.
there's you.
Yeah, there's you. Speaking of you, but look at the Cam Caminiti doing what he's doing at 17. Then yeah, we're going to. It's gonna be crazy. And so, his stuff is crazy. I mean, just for his age, and I can't sit there and fault him for that. And Corey, no, we're not gonna spoil the Tigers pick ahead of time. Once we get once it goes on TV, Chris, are you 2 minutes ahead of me?
Am I? I don't know.
Right now they're watching there's a commercial of the Yankees I'm not sure where we're at, but no spoilers. If we as soon as the pick is in, it goes up, we'll announce it accordingly. So yeah, no spoilers. If you are,
we'll spoil it for each other, but not for. No, I mean, I guess we should. While we're still here, we should probably talk about Weatherholt to St. Louis. It's a shame that Mike's not here because he's also a very Cardinals type of player. It's annoying.
Yes, very the Cardinal way. And also that cowboy hat was also very annoying too. But go ahead.
Just an excellent hitter. A lot of people thought he was the best player in the draft heading into this season, but he's had kind of consistent soft tissue hamstring injuries that kept him from playing and kept him from performing as well. But he got back at the end of the year and hit just fine and was showing power, and he was playing shortstop a little bit. And if there's a team that will play a shortstop who probably isn't a shortstop, but then ends up being a good shortstop, it's the Cardinals. Say hello to Paul DeJong and every other weird, chunky white guy that has played shortstop for him over the last couple of years. Well, so that's a good pick for them.
Yeah, there's so right now, I mean, yeah, you're looking at in terms of like pitchers too. I'm interested to see what's going to happen after. I think what's going to happen after the Tigers. My prediction is we're just going to see a plethora of pitchers go right after that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's, I don't know. We could see college bats too. The remainder, like it could be Tibbs, it could be Smith, it could be any of those guys that go there. I don't. I'd be curious to see. I just want to see who the Tigers take. So there's Christian Moore. Christian Moore is officially to the Angels. So, as we said, Griffin, Rainer, Montgomery, one of those three is going to be there for the Tigers if they want them.
Sean, thank you so much, man, for this
exquisite.
For the $50 donation. Wow. Thank you. Seriously.
Wow. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah.
That ball is gone.
You know what? I forgot. This is his favorite.
1 cent above Dante.
Off the Frickers building.
And it says his comment is 1 cent above Dante. Give what you can to support. No questions. Just love this community. Thanks for all you do. Chris Raj, Youper, and all the computers. Let's go, Rainer. Thank you, Sean. You're fantastic. Fantastic. So also I wanted to add, speaking of experts, though, a guy who was on the show now, this is I believe his 3rd year with us, Ray's away from Prospects Live. Ray, man, now he's how big, he's such a big time guy. He's now the director of Pro Scouting Live, and this is a guy who I did scouting reports for. We were working together 4 years ago. And here we are now. He's the director. Look at this guy. Congratulations, sir. By the way, I mean, if I definitely well deserved, my friend.
Thank you. I miss working with you. We used to do the daily sheet together. Yeah. Your voice is still the one that we use for the podcast intro. So every time I listen to one of our podcasts, I get excited. I'm like, oh, Rogelio's going to be on. And then I get a little disappointed when you're not on.
I love to work for you guys again. That was such a great time over there. But so what are your thoughts on the draft? I mean, we expected some chaos, but a lot. I mean, it seems like Christian Moore at 8.
I didn't think Christian Moore would be. I thought he'd be kind of like in the 11 to 15 range. I thought that's where like his like natural like spot was going to be because he's kind of risen up with a fantastic College World Series. So there must be some pretty significant savings going on here. And I mean, the Angels, they're probably going to rush him up to the majors. So maybe he was someone that was pretty receptive to that idea. So it's kind of crazy, but it might just work. I think he's really interesting. He's got the power. He's got some speed. He's like a limited defensive profile at second base. Like he can technically play there because I guess in the non-shift era, you have to kind of stick where you're at. So maybe they position him in interesting ways, but it's definitely one of the more off the board picks at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I mean his swagger. I mean he demonstrated some big time power, and Tennessee. That was Tennessee's, I believe, first national championship too. I believe as well. So there was a team that was just had a bunch of guys on there that could just rake the ball all over the place between Moore, and then you have Billy Amick, who I believe is going to be playing 3rd or 1st, and then they have an outfielder too, and I can't think of Blake. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of is it Tears?
They have the Kavaris tiers and multiple or what's it? Dylan Dreiling. Sorry.
That's all right. And so, as far as who you like the Tigers to go at 11, who do you feel ideally would fit that Scott Harris profile?
So I was really hoping Christian Moore would be there. Actually, he was kind of the guy that I've been hyping up a little bit internally in Prospects Live. I feel like they're going to go prep, but I've heard some things about some of the prep prospects that they're going to be a very difficult sign, mostly LSU guys, because as we saw today, I forget the guy's name. There's so many names running through my mind. The right-hander, he just pulled out after of the draft and everything like that.
William Schmidt.
Schmidt, yeah. Thank you.
So apparently LSU might have the best draft class of anybody so far if they get some of the other rumored guys that they're going to get to forgo going to campus. But right now, I kind of am really in on. Let me look. I like Trey Savage a lot. I think he's just kind of a ready-made like 3-4 type, and I think in this draft, getting that of 11 is a fantastic grab for the Tigers. But I also am kind of interested in the idea of maybe going a little off the board and going Ryan Waldschmidt. I think he's got the pull side power. I think he's got the contact skills, and he's definitely got like an approach. And it seems like from the Scott Harris archetype, there is an approach. It's, drive the ball hard to all fields sort of offensive profile. And I think he kind of fits that. Plus you might get a chance at some savings that might allow you to float somebody down later in the draft.
Yeah, I have this feeling that there's going to be some sort of savings because they may identify already a couple of pitchers where they, especially some of the prep arms in the later rounds, you could take a flyer on. As far as the middle teams go, in terms of after the Tigers pick, pitching wise, who do you see that ends up going to, like the Cubs? I mean, the Cubs could go wherever. Mariners could, same thing. I think Mariners and Giants, but the Giants to me are intriguing too. I think the Giants could go prep pitcher there.
I think the Giants are one of the first teams that it actually sort of like that's sort of where I think that the prep pitching should go because there's kind of a tier drop off at that point in the draft. I mean, who knows? Things could fall and the Giants could fall with end up having a good player. I mean, one of the interesting things right now is that we have the Cubs who are going to probably take a college position player, and then you have the Mariners who either like to take high school position player or college pitcher. That seems to be their archetype and their MO. So I think the Giants are really in a good spot. Maybe Caminetti falls there. I know he's like everybody just continually puts him to Detroit, and I kind of understand it. Like it's a fastball, or it's a mid 90s fastball from the left side with good touch and feel. But it's the same thing that do you really want to draft prep pitching that high? I mean, he might be worth it because as we've seen, college pitching does develop pretty well, but if you really want to take that shot at like one of the top pitchers in the game, I feel like you have to take it from the prep ranks. That seems to be where that sort of demographic goes because it's 3 years of development that you get to control, optimizing them for the pro game as opposed to the college game.
Makes a lot of sense, especially organizations that are getting better and better at developing pitching too. Connor Griffin, by the way, the dream is not reality. He's going to the Pirates at number 9. The Pirates continue to draft well. I mean, we saw now that Paul Skeens is going to the All-Star break, All-Star game rather, and whether you should debate whether he's a starter or not. It's entirely up to you. But one guy they took out of last year, the infielder out of Michigan State, who's off to a pretty good start.
Radenberg or wait, no, who? What? Oh no, you're talking about the Pirates.
Yeah, the Pirates. Yeah.
Oh, who did they take?
It was
Jeb.
Yeah,
Jeb. Yeah, Radenberg is the first baseman. Sorry, he was with the Marlins, I believe.
That was such a great pick, Rays. That was a guy who, when they drafted him, like son of a bitch.
They also took Henry Davis 1-1. So
true, just as true. But this is also an organization that at one point had, one of the greatest GMs of all time, David Littlefield, at the helm. So I mean,
yeah. Look at that.
There you go. Our private chat right now is hopping with something that caught my attention. So,
oh boy,
oh my gosh,
oh boy,
yeah, here we go. So, that sets up what the Tigers are going to do at 11. Let's just say that. So, we don't know. We don't have that pick yet, but yeah. Anyways, Henry Davis, barehanded hitter. I remember seeing him in Erie, just mash, and then he hasn't done much since. I mean,
Dude, I still love him. He was one of my favorite players going into that draft. I still love him. He's not going to stick behind the plate, and he hasn't hit particularly well, which is not a good combo.
No. Generally not, no. But yeah, I don't know. The Pirates, it's tough. They've had Skeens obviously was a massive hit, but they kind of had some sort of this is the Tigers' top pick luck, honestly, over the last few years. With Davis didn't work out. A lot of the money games they played with that draft haven't done a ton. Bubba Chandler was in the futures game yesterday, and he looks good. But Anthony Solometo was another guy they got. He's just kind of average, and I don't know there was that outfielder they took, I don't know, 5-6 years ago out of South Alabama, I want to say, that just never worked out.
Travis Swaggerty. He's in the Dodgers organization.
Oh
now.
my gosh. Yeah. Forgot about him.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out for you, but I don't know. But yeah, we have we're not spoiling the Tigers pick, but we did have the 10th pick spoiled for us, and it was kind of off the board. Not off the board, but a guy that we thought might go, I don't know, 7-8 picks high later than this, 5 to 10 picks later than this. So
opens the door for Detroit for there at 11 for sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go here.
Yeah,
but we'll wait to start discussing that until they actually announce the 10th pick.
Right.
Yeah, the 10th pick I'm actually really surprised about. I mean, I again, it's just going to be. I expected him at 14 or 15, and just to see him there. Yeah, but again, still the preps, the bat. I mean, outside the Connor Griffin's the first prep bat, correct? So,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't get the exact numbers, but there was some talk earlier that we might see the fewest high school players ever taken in the first round this year.
Yeah,
that'd be amazing.
That also stems from it being a really down year in that demographic. Plus, do you really want to draft a high school pitching in the first round? The upside is obviously fantastic, but the downside is obviously they flame out in A-ball. So I can understand that thing. And I know, like I said, we have to really worry about these LSU commits, because all of a sudden LSU is just like they're paying more than pro teams are for guys to come there. So we really have to start obviously Connor Griffin's going to sign. I don't think that the Pirates are dumb enough to take a risk on a guy that they don't think is 100% locked in to sign. Plus, Connor Griffin's an interesting profile, being a guy that reclassified to this draft. It doesn't make sense. You don't see it very often where a guy reclassifies, then goes to school.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
The Nationals are picking Seaver King, the shortstop. We were just talking about him out of Wake Forest, who transferred from, like I said, he was a transfer from a D2 school in North Carolina. Try to get some more attention. I compared it to a little bit of the shortstop Zach Nito, who went to Campbell and got some grief because he went to a smaller school. So, by the way, the picks that we've been hearing about, like how we've been hearing about them, now it's like dead quiet all of a sudden. So it's really weird. And so anyway, yeah.
Even Longenhagen can't get stuff on the Tigers.
Yeah. Yeah, the Tigers are literally have the biggest poker face. Nobody's getting past their khaki pants army.
Yeah, but Seaver King kind of, in a way, he does kind of fit the Nats to me, because he's kind of an electric athlete, and there's a lot of potential there, but there's just some risk as well. He swings at everything, and but the Nats have never been scared about that before. They took Elijah Green, who was Connor Griffin a couple of years ago, if you will, and hasn't worked out great, but it doesn't seem to have scared him.
He runs a tight ship, and he runs Skyhurst does run a tight ship. There's nothing that gets past that. So, but yeah, there's.
I mean, we can come out and say it, right? Like the players that are available there, Bryce Rainer is available for them at 11 if they want, which is the guy that I want. And Braden Montgomery's still there, and then there's all the other names we heard: Cam Caminiti, Caleb Lomavita, Theo Gillen. All those guys are still there. So,
well, you're really gonna put to the test those Caminiti rumors, baby. Like, you got to your point, you have two really big players that you kind of anticipated weren't going to be on the board at 11 in Rainer and Montgomery. And if you want to go bat, you have two pretty highly regarded bats right there. So this is really going to put the theory that the Tigers were in love with Caminiti to the test, because if they take him still, despite those two being on the board, not that it would be like the most shocking thing in the world necessarily, but it would be a statement for sure.
Yeah, we'll see here shortly what's going to happen. But this is. I mean, if you've noticed, by the way, of all the picks that have come in, this has been the quietest of all of them. Like, there's been zero, nothing. Like the Tigers are Fort Knox over there with that essentially. And so that's maybe right now they're just trying to they're doing paper, scissors, rock. I don't know. But it's just debating on whether to pick them or not. So we'll see. Let's see.
You got to go Bryce Rainer, right? Like, come on, Bryce Rainer.
Yeah.
Come on.
You would think so. I don't know if teams are getting scared off. I know there's some mild hit tool questions there, but he was a guy who hit a lot more this spring, right? I thought he kind of put those to rest, and it seemed like he was a legit shortstop. I don't know. Reese might have more to say on all that, but
I mean, he's a legit shortstop who has some legit swing and miss tendencies in his game, which is not very normal out here. Out here, they grow like these prep shortstops who are like 5'11", 160 pounds, and all they do is hit and steal bases, but are slower than you would actually think. But they just have like good baseball IQ and everything like that. He's definitely doesn't fit the archetype, and I wonder if he wants a two-way because he did two-way in college.
yeah.
So that's like something that I've heard bandied about, but I'm not. I don't know what his ultimate motivations are.
Well, Pipeline says, or the network says the pick is in. So, yeah, I've only heard one alleged rumor. So,
Yeah,
I've heard 3 different players.
Oh God!
Really
Nice.
having a great time over here.
let's see here. Are they still? Is it? Okay.
They've really done well here to keep us all off guard.
Okay.
Pick is in. Are they going to show it here on TV? And this,
Okay, let's see here. I gotta. You guys keep talking. I'm going to do a couple things in the background, so that way I have my stuff ready to go.
But we got to get you to react accordingly to anything that might happen.
Yeah,
You know what?
are you still near a pool by chance?
Oh, there you
Yes,
go.
What?
Boom.
Is it who we think it is, or
Bryce
yeah.
Rainer. Bryce Rainer.
Rainer.
all right, Bryce Rainer? Okay,
Hey,
all right.
made-
All right.
Who knows if it'll work out? But they made the pick that I wanted them to. I didn't think he'd get there. I like it.
All
I
right,
think that's
ladies
a top
and
100
gentlemen,
prospect in baseball at the 11th pick, probably.
Let's see if I can find it. What did I do with it?
This is one we can be really excited about. At least even casual Tigers fans not following the MLB draft. Like, this is one where they can be like, okay, cool. Like, we're doing some things for the future. Like, they're picking some excitement.
Yeah, there you go.
As someone who led the charge on Caminiti, I mostly did that for fun, but also that I thought Rainer would be gone. I really did.
Yeah.
When he had the 5 highest exit velos at that prep showcase, and the way he's performed, I did not think he would be here for that pick. So I think it's very exciting.
Yeah, I think all this is a crapshoot all the time, right? But this is a decision that made sense. You had a player that fills a need, it's talented, it's a high upside, and landed to you. He wasn't supposed to go here, and he did, and they took him. I don't know if it was part of the plan or what, but
Maybe
I
that's why
assume
the hesitation was from.
yeah, I assume he's going to get full slot, but and that's just fine because you're getting a prep shortstop,
Right.
who gets compared to the lazy comparisons are what Corey Seager because he's tall and left-handed. You get Colson Montgomery too. I don't know what.
Let's hope he doesn't become like Colson Montgomery is this year. Colson Montgomery decided to spend this whole entire offseason only working on his glove and decided not to hit it all, it seems like. So,
well, that's not great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's if he goes Corey Seager, that's just fine. But you gotta think something a little bit in between. And Bryce Rainer is you don't want to think about this, but he was a legit pitcher too. As Reese was saying, he might want to do two-way. He's got a mid-90s fastball and some feel for a breaking ball. It seemed a little scattered to me, but like I don't know, top 5 round pick as a pitcher if everything fails as a hitter.
And even if he doesn't pitch in the bigs, being a pitcher like this in high school, a talented one, learning how to pitch, learning how to predict what the hitters are looking for, it can translate to the other side too.
Yeah. And that's a fun little young group they have coming up through the minors now.
There's our timeline. If people are curious about what the timeline is, it's when the Clark and McGonagall's era are ready to compete in the bigs. I think that's when we see them start spending money. Not that they can't, compete before then, but I think this is we're now learning what Scott Harris like what he's building for. It's 2 to 3 years down the line to have a consistent contender.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy. They really. I mean, this is. There's some people already on Twitter. Oh, they love their left-handed hitters. Man, look at this kid. I mean, this kid is bigger than some of the shortstops they have now. So it's just he's built. I have no problem with the pick at all. I mean, there's no reaction to it. I mean, you know what? If I had one reaction to it, it's simply this. That boy is good.
Yeah, like again,
no, we definitely not hear about Marcelo Meyer anymore. They brought him 3 years later.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's the one comp you don't hear as a big, tall, left-handed shortstop. They are, I believe, different kinds of players, right? I think Meyer is more of a hit tool guy with kind of a smooth defense, and Montgomery's more of like a physical guy. I don't know, not Montgomery, Rainer. I'm sorry, Montgomery on the brain because I think he's going 12.
Well, I mean, look at the swing. I mean, right there, and that's some video from, of course, was that did you shoot that, Reese?
No, I didn't. I wish.
Well, and the big story with Rainer, right? He was on the showcase circuit last year along with Griffin and all those guys, and they didn't have particularly strong performances. But this spring was when he kind of proved himself again, and it was the NHSI, right? The National High School Invitational, where he was out there and he was the best hitter there according to everybody, and had 4 of the 5 or 5 of the 5 top exit velocities. So, that was a pretty loud performance there, and got him back into the top half of the first round. And I don't know. Like I said, I think this is he's likely going to slot in somewhere in the back of the top 100 prospects in most lists, maybe just outside, but that's a pretty good get at the 11th pick in the draft.
Mike Pavchek, are you excited about this pick? I just threw it to you, Mike. Yes? No?
He's speechless.
Gobsmacked.
Yeah.
Nothing, Mike?
Do you guys think he stays at shortstop? Is he a true shortstop, or will there be talks about playing third or playing first with the jumble of infielders that they have coming up through the ranks?
Well, I haven't seen him play in person. Everything I've read about this year is it sounds like he's a legit shortstop athlete. He's gonna, he's got the actions, got the arm strength. If he has to move to third, it's plenty of arm for there. So that's nothing. That's not a huge concern. I don't worry about him growing out of the position and going to first base. But he is a big kid, and it's possible. Kids grow no matter what between the age of 19 and 23, 24. So it's possible. But I think that I think it's a left side infielder. At least I hope so.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think even if, I don't know, 4 or 5 years down the road, we maybe, if we end up having a conversation like that, I guess it wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world. But the kid, as we talked about earlier, has a rifle, and I think at a minimum, early in his professional career, they're gonna have to be wildly convinced he's not a shortstop. I think is kind of my point. Like he's gonna get every possible opportunity and chance to be a shortstop, and I think that is going to be the plan day one. It seems like all of us kind of here. I really like the pick.
I think they would have sent Griffin out as a shortstop too, probably.
I agree with you.
Why not at this point? The one thing that Raj touched on earlier, and we talked about it on our podcast last week. The one downside of this is we're not going to get to see Bryce Rainer play this year. He's not the Florida Complex League season ends in like 14 days, was it? July 30th, 25th, or something like that. So I don't think they're going to send him to Lakeland.
Boo.
They may, send him in the backfields and let him play, and then bring him up to Lakeland at the end of the year, like they did with Clark and McGonigal. But they did that after they had, I think, 15, 20 games in the rookie level. So we may see something like that. But there's a good chance we don't see him this year, which is kind of a bummer. But that's the way it goes.
And we have a report on, right, Chris? Or we?
What, scouting report?
Yeah.
I did not write a scouting report on him because I didn't think he would get here. I have a scouting report on Cam Caminiti if you want, or James Tibbs.
I could whip up something a little later, but
well, I did throw him in the infield piece that you wrote the other day. I did put him in there. And then, I think Evan Petzold has some nice coverage of Rainer there. I think he did an article, talked to his high school coach and stuff like that. So the Tigers Twitter has you covered. We'll get a scouting report up on the minor league site soon. It'd be interesting to kind of look at our top 30 and figure out where he slots in, though.
Oh yeah, true.
Top 15.
Well, I would think he'd be top 10 easily. Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, is he? Who do we have right now? I think we have Malloy 6.
Let's look at the let's look at the top 30.
Yeah, pull that list up. Let's break that down.
It's been a while since I've done that. So let me get this.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. So let me pull up the top 30 here. But as you're doing that, continue.
See. Yeah. So, let's see. The Giants are taking Tibbs.
Yeah, and then Montgomery went to Boston. By the way,
Montgomery went to Boston. The Giants are taking Tibbs. I don't know why. Tibbs doesn't even sound like Riggs, but it just makes me think of an injured Danny Glover yelling Riggs in one of the Lethal Weapons, possibly all of them.
So right now, Justin Henry Malloy is probably going to graduate here shortly, more likely. You have
Montero's going to graduate, probably.
Yeah, Montero's going to graduate. You have
McGonigal would move ahead of Young now.
Yeah.
I would think.
Do you like Rainer more or less than Ty Madden, baby?
I do.
Yeah,
right. What I'm saying, I agree with you.
To me, I mean, yeah, he's probably close to Young. So he would be like 4th or 5th in the system to me.
Yeah,
just
I think
right on
that
my
5 range is probably makes sense.
Now, obviously we haven't seen him play. If he goes out there and doesn't get a hit, that might cause some issues. But just based on his prospect profile, I mean, if he's going to be a shortstop and he can hit at all, then he's probably ahead of Young, just because Young's not going to give you much defensive value.
I mean, I'm going to be conservative. I'm probably put him at just number 9, like in between Ham or like just kind of move maybe Madden towards like 11, move long down a little bit. I don't know.
I know you like to see it first, which is fine. That's probably a good policy.
Yeah.
I just
agreed.
I think the ceiling is pretty substantial.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that's weird, and I want to see the guy first. But again, if just looking at everything, the guy looks like a short. I mean, this guy looks like a beast. I'm sorry, I don't have any other adjectives for it. Jeez, just like he looks like a dude.
And one of the things that when we did that little preview, I kind of call him the opposite of Jackson Jobe, and just in one particular way, where they're both two-way players, and Jobe was kind of a shortstop who also would pitch occasionally. And people just thought he was going to be shortstop, and then he was ripping off 30 or 3,000 RPM sliders. Like, no, you're a pitcher now. Mm-hmm. And Rainer, I think, was a guy that some people thought was going to be a pitcher, and then the bat woke up, and they're like, no, you're a hitter now. You're a shortstop. And so it's just there's also you hear about this more with like maybe with college guys who are two-way players, but there's always that feeling that if you focus on one side of the ball in pro ball, that you could accelerate quicker too. So maybe there's some more upside there too. I don't know.
By the way, I want to take a victory lap that we actually got the picture out faster than the Tigers did.
Hey, nice work.
Get a Raj.
Whatever. Cool. Anyway, there's a whole brag there, but
guys, it's really not a big deal. It's really not. It's fine. It's totally fine.
That's fine.
So yeah, I think I would say, you know what, so far been a pretty good day for Tigers fans.
No question.
I'm sure there are a lot of people who wanted somebody else in the draft, but
I mean, it's a cool compromise. I didn't think he would be there. That's why James Tibbs goes to San Francisco. By the way,
yep.
That's the thing. It's a cool compromise. Like even the ones who didn't want another player, the fact that he was there, you can't be angry about it. I mean, maybe he's not your guy, but it's a pretty exciting pick.
And I like the upside. I like it. I also like the process. Like I said before, the pick was there. You made the right pick. Doesn't mean it's going to work out. Torkelson was probably the right pick. Casey Mize was probably the right pick. It doesn't always work out, but at least you've got the process working. At least in my mind, it's not. They didn't go crazy and try for Caleb Lomami at like an underslot deal to float somebody down to pick 49. Like just take the best player that is available for you, and they did. So that's good.
Everybody's messaging me asking about what I think of the pick, and I'm like, guys, do it in the middle of doing something.
Why don't you? Yeah, tell them to tune in.
Just send them the link.
Tune in. Yeah. So if you have not tuned in, we're at the just over the 2-hour mark here for the draft special. And Chris, I don't know if let's see what anybody got for the Cubs here yet, but
I've got it. It's you want me to say it or just tell you?
I see it now. Okay, all right, I see it. Never mind. All right. I won't play spoiler unless it's coming up right now, or it's already been announced. But anyway, no, the draft is again. I would say by all means, it's humming along very nicely. The Tigers got who they wanted, and look. And another thing too is Mark Connor at the helm. Look at his track record in San Diego.
High school.
And look look at the guys who. I mean, James Wood, who was the #1 prospect, who was with the Nationals. Guess who drafted him? Mark Connor did in San Diego. They used them as trade fodder. I'm not concerned. That's why I'm like, why would I get mad about something like this when, especially the players they picked from California, Lance Parrish, Alan Trammell, go on. I mean, I'm not going to try to do that yet.
Derek Hill, Matt Manning.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was going to say, there's the other. I was going to wait.
Those are Northern California. That's okay.
Yeah. Eric De La Rosa.
Did Connor draft Jake Cronenworth?
I don't know. That's a good question. What year did he get drafted? What was that?
Was it 2019? Maybe. Yeah. What was that?
That was the Derek Hill reference. There.
Oh, sorry. He's still kicking around the.
That is a cool story that he is still doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cronenworth was drafted 7th round 2015. So let me see.
I'm old.
Did you play with him?
No, he was a freshman the year after I graduated, so I just missed him. But he was a closer for the team too, and a utility. Yeah. He played shortstop. Now is he at first base now for them?
Yeah, he's been playing first base because they have 75 shortstops. Yeah, so
yeah.
But I want to say I think he was drafted as a pitcher, wasn't he? Or no, you know what? He was drafted by the Rays. That's right.
By the Rays, you're right. It was by the Rays.
And then he was traded to San Diego. So no Mark Connor there, but yeah, I mean, we've done research in the past. At least I did years ago, maybe back when I was with Tigstown, even to look at the number of. Like most teams average like 2.5 position players making the big leagues in a draft. And that was back when there were 40, 50 rounds. And so to get Jackson Merrill and James Wood with your first 2 picks and get Robert Gasser with, I think, their 3rd pick that year. And he's hurt now, but they used him, they used some of those guys in trades. That was a monster draft. And you just hope that Mark Connor can keep doing that. Although I do remember, who was it the Tigers had? Was it Eddie Bain back in the day? They brought in or maybe it was David Chad. No, it's David Chad. David Chad had that epic draft with the Red Sox where they took Pedroia and Lester and somebody else. I don't know if it was Buchholz or Ellsbury or something like that. And then all right, we're getting him. And then, things happen. But anyway, I'm excited about the pick.
Yeah, as we should be. So Brady Montgomery, again, if you missed it, to Boston, and number 13, James Tibbs to Florida State. The Cubs pick is in. We might as well tell you it is going to be Cam Smith. He's going to the Cubs. So there you go. Nobody. I'm not jumping the pool. I'm getting too old for it. I also want to lose a little weight. My incentive next year is that I'm like 50 pounds, 70 pounds lighter.
Jump in the pool and do like 5 laps.
That's what I want to do next year. I want to just go in and just relax.
I think Rainer landing getting to the Tigers is a pool jumping worthy event, but maybe I should just do it.
But it is. You know what? I didn't even bring my trunks either, though. Damn it.
Yeah, it's all good. It is heated to a nice 87 degrees, though. I'll tell you that. Nice and
nice.
Balmy when it's like 100 out right now. I don't know how it felt really hot earlier today. I don't know what the temp is, but yeah, I like Cam Smith to the Cubs. Cubs have a really good farm system. They have a couple, at least one kind of solid third baseman. And I think Triantos is going to be a third baseman. I'm not sure. But yeah, another good hitter to their system.
They've been able to, raise in terms of the Cubs. What's the Cubs' strength right now in terms of prospects at the moment, you think?
It's definitely position players. It's very position player heavy. They drafted who was the pitcher of Oklahoma they drafted a couple of years ago? Cade Horton. There we go. Yeah, once I start thinking about the guy in the jersey, it all starts coming to me. So Cade Horton, he's like their only notable pitching prospect right now. They have Matt Shaw, who's like a third base, second base. So that's like the Cubs like MO. They love those third base, second base types. Triantos. Let's see. They've got Jefferson Rojas in high A. He's been doing really well. They have Owen Casey, who's in AAA, who probably should be up with the majors, but the Cubs' whole roster is like jankily built, and it doesn't make any sense to me. But so that's their like position core, and then Cam Smith sort of just fits in right there. Cam Smith is like third base only, though. It's like he could go play first base, but that's kind of limiting what I think one of his strengths of his game is. So it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to develop him.
We went to a South Bend game last year with our buddy Pick, and saw blanking on his name now, but the 19-year-old catcher who's like Alejandro Kirk. He's like 5'8".
The international,
Oh, Ballesteros. He's awesome. He's so much fun to watch.
Really good bat skill contact.
He crushed a homer off Troy Melton and was just smacking the ball over the place. I'm like, God, this kid's 19. But he is.
That's his only problem.
And he's built like a fire hydrant and he can't catch. So those things aren't great, but he can hit.
Minor detail. It's all right.
Yeah.
Tomato.
But and speaking of fun, I don't know how much more we're going to talk about. Like, I don't know. We all, I think anybody who dug into this draft really kind of dug Cam Smith. I think we're like, I wouldn't have been mad if the Tigers took him. I know there's some concern a little bit about like his swing. Like he swung and missed too much as I guess he was a freshman. This year is a draft eligible sophomore. So in his first year, and then like he changed his approach a little bit to the point where he like barely moves at all before he swings. It's almost like a Giancarlo Stanton where he just sits there like a statue and then unleashes. I know there's some concern there, but tons of like the batted ball data is right up there with Charlie Condon at top of the class, and like people think he can stick at third base. So I like that pick a lot. I don't know, I'm not smart enough to know if he's actually going to hit, but if he does, I think that's a real nice player.
Yeah, I'm really, again, if the Tigers weren't going to get him and they're going for the upside for Rainer, then that's fine. I mean, again, I think he's going to be a guy that's going to help out the Cubs pretty quickly. I really think so. I think wherever he's going to, I mean, it will be next year or so. I'm not sure, but if you're putting those kind of contact exit velocity numbers out like that, that's a good sign.
Yeah. And then, I don't want to keep, I'm trying to keep track of like looking at the tracker to see what gets announced. Because we're getting, the pick spoiled for us beforehand, but the next pick is awfully fun too.
Yeah.
But I don't want to.
That's, I think he was on my list. No, I don't want to like jump the gun either if that's not what happened, but I think I put him on my top 5 over there. That is fun.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah. Not for any reason of like, I think he's going to be a superstar, just because it's really fun. Yeah. Like objectively, like that's cool to see what happens with him. So
yeah, it'll be an interesting case because as like we talked about with I don't know if we really got into with Caglianone that much with the Royals. They announced him as a two-way player, but I think almost everybody expects him to just hit.
Yeah.
I think, we went and saw another game we saw years and years ago, not years and years ago, but like 3 years ago, we saw Mason Wynn's only professional pitching appearance. We just happened to be in West Michigan against Peoria, and I think it was Peoria, and like, hey, it's Mason Wynn pitching, and then that was it. But he was drafted as a two-way player, and I think with guys with that much arm strength, you want to give them a chance to pitch. And usually, in the past, it's like it's much harder to develop as a hitter than it is as a pitcher, just because it's kind of. I mean, I shouldn't say that much harder, but if you could throw strikes, then it's much harder. But with Caglianone, it's big velocity from the left side, but I think everybody kept talking about he's probably just a reliever. And maybe that actually works out in his favor. Maybe he's a power hitting first baseman who also comes in and shuts you down in the ninth, which would be super fun. But I don't see it happening.
Sorry, I was updating our board. I might as well show it right now because screw it. You'll see it in a second.
I don't see the Royals also being one of those teams that's that creative with their player development and anything like that. Not that, I mean, they have taken a step forward in that aspect, but I don't think they're going to be the team that's like, okay, so we're going to allow him to hit for the first 7 innings, and then he's going to come in the 8th inning and who was the guy in college? Jameis Winston used to do that in college, which was exciting. I'm surprised no one's tried it in pro ball. Yeah. Maybe he's the first. What do you guys think of Savage's fall?
Oh, I didn't realize that, but he has fallen, isn't he? I don't know. It's interesting because a lot of people had him as the clear 3rd overall college arm, right? And when I watch him, it's pretty fun stuff. It's like a high slot. It reminds me a little bit of Jaden Ham. I've said this before. If the Tigers, I don't know if Tigers fans are all paying a ton of attention to Jaden Ham, but really over the slot, lots of ride on the fastball, and then with Ham, it's a curveball down, and I think with Savage, it's a kind of a split change.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't love the operation in general. I don't know. He seems a little stiff to me. Like Ham is kind of weirdly, freakishly athletic to be able to repeat that delivery all the time. And I don't know. I mean, Savage obviously did it really well in college, but if I were a scout, I would say I'd kind of flag his athleticism. I don't know.
I see what you
And
mean.
his
And he had control issues before he really figured it out, Chris. Like when he was in the bullpen, he was all over the place.
Was he? Okay.
I love those jerseys, by the way.
Yeah.
All purples.
Yeah.
I do like that.
That's great.
You're talking about like Ham with the kind of over deception, but what's nice about, I think what would play out for the Tigers too is that I think he might. I don't know if he's going to have the stamina necessarily to be a mid. I think maybe towards maybe bullpen or back end of a starting rotation. I don't know if he's going to have the stamina. That's what I'm concerned with a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of ride on that fastball.
Yeah,
Though.
that fastball is nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love the split change thing he's got going on too, man. It's nasty.
But I think to Reese's question, I mean, it's a good question to ask because they have officially announced now that Durangelo Sinche to Seattle, which is super. He's one of the most exciting, fun players in the draft because of he's listed as a switch pitcher, and he legitimately is a switch pitcher. And so it'll be fun. I don't know if they drafted him as a switch pitcher. Let me see. They just drafted him as pitcher.
Yeah, just pitcher. And then the other site I'm looking at has him as RHP/LHP. So I guess there you go.
But yeah, I mean he's super exciting, and the thing is like, what you read on the scouting reports is like right-handed, it's like legit starter stuff with a fastball that can get in the upper 90s, and left-handed it's more like a reliever look.
Yeah.
And again, like we mentioned earlier, like this is a guy where if you just let him focus on maybe throwing right-handed, he could really, take off. And it's like, I don't know, he's undersized, if you will, like not undersized, he's shorter, but obviously sturdy build. And I don't know, you get like a Freddie Peralta look there with fastball ride and good breaking ball. So I don't know, he's fun. His
father played in the Netherlands too, I believe played professional baseball in the Netherlands, and that's where thus the funky name there. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Everybody's trying to get me to pronounce it, but Durangelo.
Yeah.
There you go.
Durangelo Sinche, I believe.
Sinche, okay.
There's just so much more velo from the right side. I would be pretty surprised if he made it all the way through the system from both sides, as it sounds like all of us are. But still a really fun story, and still a heck of a pitcher from the right side. So still worthy of a first round pick, even if he is only a righty.
So that's something
he was on
I've
your
been
top
asking
5 list,
people.
right, Scott? Oh, sorry, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
So I've been asking around if like one of the arms blows, like you get TJ in one of the arms, can he in theory pitch with the other arm? Like does he technically have to go down? Like no, I've been asking this around and no one's given me giving me an answer.
Really interesting.
I don't see why not. I think I mean, like you'd obviously be down for a little bit for the surgery and stuff. Like you're not going to be playing with open wounds, but I want to say that I don't know if it's in this class or the next class, but there is another switch thrower. He's a switch hitter and switch thrower, and he got surgery, and so he's just been throwing. He's been in the outfield throwing with his arm. Like, yeah, I'll just throw with that one now while this one heals. So, that'd be that's a fun all right. I guess I'll just come out of the bullpen.
It is wild,
right? Could you start back-to-back days? like I'm gonna.
That's,
you know what I mean?
That's another great question. That's amazing.
One of them's hurt and you throw. Why don't you just go? Oh, I'm gonna take up the 1 and 2 spot in the roto. I'm gonna be the ace and the number 2 and just pitch on back-to-back days. Like I don't know. That's really wild though.
And then like he basically destroys any lineup that platoons if he does do both.
Correct.
Like he can just destroy. I mean, what the Pat Venditti rule is, you have to establish before the plate appearance starts, right? That you have to. Correct. That's the hand you're throwing with. But he could just switch back and forth. I mean, in theory, and basically just like destroy the Rays essentially.
Yeah. Well, he's still even if it is a switch hitter, he's still. Okay, I'm just gonna go to your worst hand. You know what I mean? Like your worst.
Yeah, he's gonna you're gonna force them.
Use numbers and whatnot and get the advantage, even if.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun things to go with there, and just a cool story in general, right? Like, I don't know. That's definitely one of the funner players in the draft. And I hadn't even considered all these different potentials, like two-handed pickoff moves and like just fielding, dropping your glove and fielding with the other hand. I don't know.
You walk up.
That injury question, though. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Let's say that injury question Reese brought up. That's so intriguing to me, and I want to dig into that off air after this is done because you think,
Whoa.
the return would be
Yep.
cut short at least a little bit. I mean, maybe it depends on is it your elbow or is it your shoulder? Because as a pitcher, you do need to use your entire body, including your non-throwing hand. But man, if it's a Tommy John's only a 3-month recovery and you can throw from the other side, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of interesting, by the way, PJ Morlando who was ranked 43rd according to MLB Prospects Top 250.
43rd.
Coming in at number 16 by the Marlins.
Wow, yeah.
Really, really interesting roller coaster kind of ride for Orlando, because at this time last year he was probably projected to go in the top 10. I think. I mean, Reese might be able to back me up on there or tell me I'm wrong. Big name on the prep circuit, like tons of power and thought that he could hit, but not really sure about the defensive home. And then I don't know what happened this year. People thought that he couldn't actually hit in games, or I don't know what it was.
So there was rumblings that there was some like off the field like coddling stuff. So the story I heard is that his parents gave him the master bedroom, which is kind of a weird, and he might be a little. There might be some things there, but he couldn't hit. He was kind of like Max Clark on social media almost, which I think is pretty cool. It allows you to see a different side of the player. And he's, all of a sudden, and I think there are questions, is this guy a first baseman? He probably is. Like, he's very, like, not fluid of an athlete. He's good in the box, but in the field, he's a little stiff. So there's some stuff there. It's definitely a confounding pick by a team that's known to make some confounding picks.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I mean, last year they went back-to-back prep high school pitchers, right? With Thomas White,
and the one they picked second is better than the one they picked first.
Yeah, and it's I mean, given where Morlando was being, slotted, it wouldn't shock me if this is a money-saving deal right here, and they're going to double up on another interesting prep player later. But yeah, it kind of shocking to me because, like you said, that there's not a ton of defensive upside. It's the way you described him kind of reminded me of Nick Castellanos, who always seemed to have agility and flexibility in the batter's box, but just like running around like a drunken fool on defense. And so I don't know. I haven't seen Orlando play defense that much, but that's I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens with him.
Well, this is another shocking pick there. And by the way, I did get a question.
Wow.
$9.99. Thank you, by the way, for that.
Wow.
Off the Frickers building.
Wow, what? Oh, is it
the picks? The next pick is shocking too.
Wow.
This is the range of the draft where it's going to get weird because there's just a clear drop in talent, and teams are going to try and maximize whatever. And like you can argue the Marlins not, but the Brewers are very smart. So obviously there's something there that they like and are interested in doing.
So before we get to the Brewers pick, so Dante said he wanted the $9.99. Vikings receiver Jordan Addison has been arrested for suspicion of DUI via the Los Angeles Daily News. He was found asleep at the wheel near LAX and was arrested. Nobody wants to Uber apparently, but
Wait, he was. I don't know. I paid attention to the draft a little bit because he was that 2 drafts ago? Addison?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think so.
Well, tough break.
He's got a pretty bad driving history.
Yeah, he's got, and the thing is the NFL, they provide a service for players that they can always have they don't even need to pay for it. It's part of like their union dues. So it's just things that go on.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting news tidbit here in the middle of our. It's a nice to break up the monotony of talking about the baseball draft. But the Reese's point, like this is. I didn't expect it to go like this, kind of funky. I don't know if we've announced it yet. Yeah, there it is. Braylon Payne, the
King of Payne.
high school outfielder from Texas, who I think his top tool right now is speed, right? But there's some thought that he might grow into some power, and he's got some hitting ability too.
Yeah, that Marlins or that Rays pick too. I'm actually surprised. Yeah. I thought we'd go with arm. That so apparently, okay. Somebody has to. All right, we gotta kick somebody in the chat. Sorry, we have somebody in the chat.
Was it the Jizzercist?
Yeah, the Jizzercist.
Yeah, who would have guessed?
Seems like a reoccurring,
put that guy in timeout.
chatter there.
Uh-oh. Wait.
That's Charlie. Charlie being Charlie.
Somebody let my dog down here, and he's got a rubber chicken. So this is the real rubber chicken portion of the draft, I guess.
Yeah.
Payne was projected in like the 50s.
Yeah, but I do think the Brewers have a pick in the early 30s as well. So this could be another case where they're going to double up on you're floating somebody down a little bit, doubling up on two solid prep picks.
And Payne's only 17 years old too, so that's
what I would do to be that first pick of the two. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a cool video going around. I don't know if everybody else saw it, but it was what the Mariners did last year with their draft. There was like a 20-minute slickly produced video of inside their war room and them calling. They ended up taking Colt Emerson, who is like a top 25 prospect in baseball now.
And I saw him last night. He's awesome, dude.
You were tweeting that out. That's okay. I remember looking at that. I'm like, oh, nice.
Yeah, I didn't get it. So I hate it when you guys go to games, so you guys will understand this. It's hard getting open face video of those lineups that go left, right, because you can only run across so quickly. And I didn't get a chance to see Aiden Smith. Yeah, exactly. I need to stop talk to my employers about that one. So, or just hire an intern to follow me around. That could be another option too. But I didn't get Aiden Smith, who's like also a super underrated prospect from that draft.
And what was Pete there playing too?
Yeah, Pete. Oh, dude, I love Pete, but he's not. I don't know. He's playing the outfield, and I haven't seen a player who I think is a really good athlete make such a bad dive. Like it was bad. Obviously, he's a second base or shortstop, third baseman, but his either trying him out in left field because they have so many prospects at that level, and that it was rough. It was not fun for the Thai Pete fans.
Yeah. That would be a fun team to go watch for sure.
Yeah.
So we're just going over the Rays also apparently have made a pick as well, and that is Theo. It was rumored that he was moving up the draft board as early as the Tigers at 11. A really good hit tool. A kid out of Westlake, Texas. So he either plays second base or short. So anywhere in the infield than that. But he did have a torn labium in his sophomore year, so it's kind of like a thing where apparently the Rays are not concerned with that. Well,
it's interesting. He had torn labrum in his shoulder. Also, I think messed up his knee a little bit. So that was, but by all accounts, the hit tool is there, and the Rays really trust their amateur scouting on hit tools and stuff like that. If you go back to the couple drafts ago, I remember one of the shocking picks was their first baseman. I'm blanking on his name.
Xavier Isaac.
Xavier Isaac. That was one of the two big shocks. Like, whoa, because he was kind of completely off the board, and he's. I know there's some concern now at higher levels, but he's still I think generally considered a top 100 prospect now. So if the Rays believe in the hit tool, I think that's probably all they care about, and they've got a billion middle infielders at all times.
So Sean wants to know about the thoughts on Cam, the fall of Cam Caminiti, and it's
a question I want to throw out there is, at what point? Not that he would just not be drafted, period. But at what point do people go like, okay, well he's committed to LSU, we'll just take somebody else who are a little bit more confident. Like at what point does he become wildly over slot? I guess for a team.
Good question.
Because I feel like we're already kind of close, right? Like we're not that he's going to be the most expensive player in the draft or anything right now, but I feel like we're already dangerously approaching, okay, well, if you want to take him, he can just go to LSU and be a top 5 pick 3 years from now and get a lot of money. I think there's a legitimate question mark already approaching, if not already here, of how much over slot do you have to go at this point to get him?
So the question might be did the Nationals go under slot with King?
Sure.
Save some money, and that's the plan that they're going to pull at 39. Obviously, it's risky to do it and wait that long, but that might be a situation that might unfold. Plus, in today's NIL game, these players are making so much money. Like
Right.
we're going to see less fifth-year senior signs than in ever because these schools, the SEC and ACC schools, are offering these guys like $100,000 to go play for one season and go try and win a College World Series. So all these guys that normally would sign for $10,000 are going to be staying in school for 10 times the money, which I don't blame them. But it's the draft is already, the NIL has already made this draft really interesting. And I think Caminetti, if he doesn't get picked, I mean, he probably will get picked, but there's a chance if he doesn't get picked by Washington, it's just no longer on the board. He's just
Right.
off to LSU.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, there was tons and tons of smoke at him with the Tigers and with the Giants, right? Picks 11 and 13, and some rumors about him otherwise. But on all the like ranking sites, he's somewhere in that 15 to 25 range. So it's you are what you'll accept in terms of money and what multiple people are willing to pay you. And if he gets picked in the 20s, he's still going to get $3 to $4 million probably, and maybe even more if they want to overslot him. It wouldn't be, depending on which team is picking there, it wouldn't necessarily break the bank for him. I could see Arizona even without taking a cut. If he falls down to 29, I could see Arizona taking him there, and they've got that pick 2 picks later, so they got a decent amount of money. But also, one of the reasons people were kind of lamenting the Tigers being linked to him was that college or high school pitching, a lot of teams are just scared to take those guys with the first round pick.
Right.
And they'll give them money that's close to, first round money at times, but usually later. I don't know, just because it mitigates some risk for him. I don't think he's going to be there for the Tigers at 49. That would be kind of crazy, but we talk about Mark Connor that 1 year, I want to say 2020, the Padres ended up getting Cole Wilcox, I think, in the third round, and they gave him a top 20 bonus overall. It was $3.5 million or something like that. So, of course, they went under slot earlier, and I don't think Rainer is going to be under slot, but I don't know. I think Caminetti will go here in the next 10 picks or so.
The Mets Mets, by the way, their pick is it's projecting one name, so it's not the name that everybody thought it was going to be, but either or. I think I got him on my mock draft right too, actually. I think
Nice.
got the one right. That was at least one of them right. But no, everybody wanted just to kind of reset the conversation a little bit. The Tigers we got a couple people in the chat asking us what we thought about the pick, about Bryce, and we're all for it. Bryce Rainer is a very good shortstop with a high upside. He could probably end up playing there long term, so we're all excited about the pick. So, Stan, by the way, thank you for the $20.
Oh wow, thank you, Stan.
Off the Frickers building.
That's also his favorite drop. That's his favorite drop.
His comment. I don't know how to use super chat. I just got on. What's the read on the Tigers draft pick? I think he's great. That's about it. Yeah.
I think we're all fans, right? I don't think anyone opposed it. Yeah, exciting. And I know some people just kind of moan and groan at the high school draft at all, which is right. That's just not how the draft works. I think Rainer, based on who was available, you could argue maybe Montgomery or something, but I feel like he probably has some of, if not the highest upside that was on the board, and he's a bat and he could stick at shortstop. Those are all really, really exciting things.
By the way, somebody, I was looking through our reviews and on the Motor City Metrics podcast, and everybody hates when I do this voice, the common voice fan, and I'm not doing it. I think people are upset when I don't mean anything by it. It's just it's a voice. It doesn't mean anything. The average fan does not sound like that. No, I don't know how else to do that voice, but either or. But some of the comments on Twitter were not favorable. The thing is, the Tigers already have so many shortstops in their system. But they don't. Shortstops.
Wait, who said that? Who said the Tigers have shortstops in their system?
There's too many shortstops in the system already. It's just random comments that I'm looking through on Twitter, just kind of laughing it off a little bit. Not laughing it off, but just kind of
yeah.
Is it such a thing as having too much shortstops in your minor league system?
Well,
no.
How many major league shortstops?
Yeah, no, none.
I think that's an important caveat on that question.
I love McGonigal. I think he could play shortstop. I don't think he'll ever be the best shortstop on a major league team. But other than that, I don't know anybody. Like, you have to go down into like the Dominican League or the Florida Complex League to find a legit shortstop, I think.
By the way, I am coming around to Slade Caldwell. Kyle mentioned.
Oh man,
Kyle, yeah, I cannot talk. I think it's because I've been talking so long. Caldwell at the next pick. I really like that guy a lot too. I mean, I'm starting to a little bit because it was Papchak who sold me, and I think I forgot who else in our group that liked him. I think Matt. Did you pick him, or is it
I
your
didn't.
favorite?
Someone had him on their top 5.
Yeah,
No, I think it was
Was it,
Chris. Was it not?
Chris.
yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris. I know you're a fan of him.
Yeah, I think you. I talked about him on my show yesterday. He's like one of my favorite prep players too. That is one of the sweetest swings I've seen from a prep. Well, since McGonigal, maybe, I guess, but like that's a comp that a lot of people are throwing out there. I know, but I absolutely love it, man. He's got a lot of tools. He's fast as all hell too.
yeah, I have a hard time seeing him get to 49, but then
Completely agree.
I mean, McGonigal shouldn't have lasted to where the Tigers picked last year. So who knows? Who knows what these teams are thinking? They don't like short guys for some reason.
Yeah, discriminatory towards short. Originally, admittedly, when I looked at his size, I was like, "Oh, Jet Williams 2.0," and
Yeah, I mean, that's another good comp. I don't, the problem is, he's left-handed throwing, so he can't play infield. But if he were right-handed, he'd probably be playing infield.
By the way, everybody, Darth wants to know, it says 990 watch and only 61 likes. Actually, because of YouTube, or actually because of Twitter and Facebook, we're over at 6,000 people watching right now. So over 6,000 people are watching us live right now. So don't let that.
If you all just donated $1,
yeah,
we'll do a draft show every day.
Yeah, we would do a show every day. Yeah, donate it. Yeah,
draft show on Thanksgiving, folks.
Yeah.
You asked for it and you got it.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I want you
turkey number 1.
Yeah,
we thank you to Frank, old Frank, friend of the show, Frank. Chris, do you remember Frank from Lakeland?
Frank M.
Yeah, Frank M.
Frank M. Roosevelt.
Yeah, dude, Frank's pretty awesome. So he sent over a big donation. Thank you.
Oh wow,
thank you to Kevin.
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to everybody who's donated in the super chat as well. Stan, Sean. It's just everybody's just been.
And
Dante 151.
Yeah, Dante's the man. Where Kyle? There we go.
Hey, there's the dollar. Where Kyle? That's the spirit. No, and thank you to all our fine guests tonight for joining us too. Of course, Scott and Matt and Reese. I feel
seriously, you guys have been fantastic. And if you guys don't feel free,
like they do the best job of any Tigers minor league reporting out there. It's not even close, in my opinion. Just hit the like button. Thank you, PSA.
Yeah.
And please get us to 2,000 subscribers. That'd be fantastic. Also, we're now just 200 followers away. Reese, I don't know if you've seen our humble brag or not, but we're only 200 followers away from the Tigers' actual minor league account, the player development account.
I'm an avid listener, so I want to make sure that I'm caught up. I'm caught up on all my Tiger stuff, because I have to pay attention to every single prospect system these days. So you guys do about as good a job as any. Let's try and get those up. Let's try and get you guys past the Tigers account and everything like that. Because I listened to a podcast where you guys were ahead of them, and then I think they got scared. Is the theory that I'm running with, and they started paying for followers.
Yeah, it's not bad of a theory. Yeah. Be awesome. So the pick, by the way, Sam wants to know when that pick would come in. I probably would think within the next hour. I don't know. Like, these picks are flying by.
So yeah, I mean, there's 5 minutes, I think, between each pick here, right? In this round. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We still got 11 picks, 10 picks plus, and then I think it's less 3 minutes, maybe still 5 minutes. I would think probably 9:45, maybe 10.
No word on the Jays yet, right?
No, and that was
they just picked the Jays.
There is now.
Baseball America just announced it. So do you want me to say it?
Oh, sure.
Trey Savage, his fall ended.
There you go. That's good. Good for them and good for him that he didn't fall that far. But
so, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I might have to jump out.
They got the. Are they talking about Rainer?
Yeah, they're gonna be talking about Rainer here. I haven't got the we got the email that we're gonna be talking to him at some point. So
nice,
sweet.
I'm reminded of my friend Heather.
Oh, here's Trey. Savage goes to Toronto at Boy, I thought they really would go for a bat. I really am surprised with that.
Well, I think this is another case where they probably did not expect him to be here.
For sure.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, they probably, everybody has their draft boards. It's always been my dream one day to just get into a draft room and look at the draft board. That's all I want to do, and talk to people about the draft board. It's a nerdy thing of mine, but yeah, it's one of those cases where they'll probably come out and say, yeah, we had him much higher on our board, and so they'll be happy to get him. But
by the way, Tony wants to know Blake Burke at pick 47. That's not a bad way to go either, but I think they're gonna. I think his run, or I don't know. I think they're gonna. If there's another prep batter or prep,
it's
upside.
What do we think the like Rainer for his? Geez, if I could speak, what do we think we're signing Rainer for? Like slot wise, I mean, is that
I would guess
an interesting spot for him. It's obviously a little bit less than what he was expected to go, but I have a hard time believing it's going to be too far off from slot value there.
Yeah, I would expect full slot for him, which is
same.
5'7", or the weird thing that they do. There's like a weird $2,500 signing bonus or whatever that doesn't get added to the slot, so it'll be whatever 5,712,100 is, right? So it's going to be 5.689 million or whatever. But I don't think they're saving any money there. But I also don't think they particularly care.
That sounds like when I got a job at a grocery store and they said we paid above minimum wage and it was 25 cents above minimum wage.
Yeah.
He's not going. Yeah, he's not going to college. By the way, my favorite comment I saw on X or Twitter was hearing from the Turn the Corner podcast with Cody Saberhagen. Great job not overthinking, Scott. And that's the best way to put it.
That's exactly my thinking there.
Oh, by the way, Rainer came from the same high school as Lynn Henny wants us to know that Bryce Rainer came from the same high school as Brandon Bosch. Yes.
It's Harvard Westlake, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, Flaherty too.
Flaherty, Giolito, Max Fried.
Yeah.
Decent baseball program.
Yeah, and a crazy good football program too.
I was gonna say, a couple of NFL quarterbacks went there, right, Reese?
Yeah, Sam Darnold went there. I mean, when you're paying $100,000 a year to go to high school, you hope that it gets good talent, right?
Well, it's a private. Oh well, sorry, I should know better.
Yeah, it's one of the top private schools in that area. It's them. The school that what's his name? Can't stay healthy twins, so that's most of them. Royce Lewis, Jay Sarah, that's another big one. Told you, once I start thinking about the jerseys and everything, it all just starts to come to me. It's probably not a great podcast.
Twin is half the roster.
That's exactly that. So that area just produces so much talent, and it's just crazy. I'm trying to think. Harvard Westlake I wonder if Stanton went there, because Stanton, I think he's from that region. No, he's from Lutheran, Orange Lutheran.
There's a Wikipedia page dedicated to Harvard Westlake
baseball
alumni, and including Candace Bergen. You got Mindy Cohn, Natalie from TV's Facts of Life, Jamie Lee Curtis, Emily Deschanel. Lots and lots
it's
of
where
lots
all
of
the movie
people.
It's where all
Mark
the movie
Harmon.
stars send their kids.
Yeah, Mark Harmon went there, son of Tom Harmon, a Michigan Heisman winner.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, Mark Harmon's best role is Summer School. That's a great 80s movie. Christy Alley's in it.
Tori Spelling.
The South Harmon Institute of Technology.
Shannon Drury passed away today. Speaking of Tori Spelling.
John Lovitz. Jason and Jaron Collins. I'm just going through
Stanford. They went to Stanford, then they played for the Nets, right? I think.
Yeah. And Bridget Fonda. All right.
There we go. So the Twins pick is in, by the way. So the Twins, let's see here. Who are the Twins picking here? Wow. That's a name. Wow. Culpepper. Galen Culpepper.
Galen Culpepper.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Yeah. So the things are going interesting here. I got to tell you that, we did a mock draft in the Discord, and a couple people are having great drafts so far. Eric M has already had 5 players drafted. And Josh from Torquemoyle has just got his 4th player drafted. Not that anybody cares, but that's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean,
I did get Rainer at 11 in that draft, and Cam Smith I had him at 18, got him 14, but whatever.
Did any of them pick Moore or Durangelo?
Yeah. So Mitch had Durangelo at pick 27. So he got him at pick 15. The way we're doing it is like if you get them ahead of where they actually get, or behind where they actually get drafted, you get those points. So he got him at 27. Went 15th. He gets 12 points for that. So he's a good drafter there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. BUC 3214 for the super sticker. Much appreciated. I think you're from Erie, Pennsylvania. I'm not 100%, but thank you. I appreciate that. Seabuck. Yeah, I don't know why I'm Seabuck. I'm trying to spell it out. Like I said, sometimes when it's without a break here. Okay, yeah, Culpepper. I really like this bet, man. That was a guy who I hope the Tigers would get somehow in the second round. But yeah, that's a good pick by the Twins there, and he brought his whole family. He's up on stage, and he got invited. I'm like, oh yeah, he's gonna. I didn't realize I thought maybe towards the latter part of the first round, but good for him. It's awesome.
Another Culpepper in Minnesota.
Except he's got bigger hands. I'm sure he's got bigger hands than him, right?
Oh, don't take it. Was Dante Culpepper on the infamous like party boat? Vikings thing? Or are you guys all too young for that?
No, I know the story. I don't know. I don't know if he was or wasn't. Like the new generation of that is then the Giants boat is like the
Odell. What's his
right
name? Cruz partying right after. Was it before a playoff game or after a playoff game? I forget.
It was right. Oh, that's a good question. I actually don't remember which one, but yeah, that was.
I feel like it had to have been before a playoff game.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have made such a big deal if it was after a playoff game.
Because the meme is like that they're like 5 and 40 cents. Obviously isn't true, but
yes, and yes, there's the Minnesota Vikings boat party scandal also has its own Wikipedia entry, and it was in 2005, and Dante Culpepper was there.
There you go.
But this Culpepper, hopefully not any weird party boats. I know he's listed at shortstop. I know there's some questions. That's a pretty good arm right there. I think he's
golly.
Yeah, I mean, if he sticks at shortstop, that's a terrific pick. I think I was kind of projecting him as a third baseman, maybe in like the Cabrian Hayes mold. But I don't know. I mean, he's going higher than I expected, so maybe they think he's going to stay at shortstop or hit for more power, which would. I know he had a pretty monster regionals. I think, right? I want to say he hit for the cycle, and then also he hit the home run off Hagen Smith that basically ended Arkansas's season. I know it didn't officially end it, but it was kind of all over there.
And by the way, the Baltimore's pick is always it's about to be they're in. Well, the pick is in too. I might as well. Should we play spoilers for that or not?
Go ahead. I haven't seen it.
Honeycutt. It's gonna be Vance Honeycutt.
Oh wow, I saw long ago they say that.
Yeah, supposedly, yeah.
They're not. I mean, that's kind of. He's a little Jed Fabian-esque, isn't he? Didn't they take Fabian a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing pretty well. I think if Fabian's in Bowie, I think he's in Bowie right now. I think
he's been in Bowie for a while though. It feels like he's kind of.
Does he still have a 40% K rate? Or
I was just gonna say, didn't he have a big? That was his big thing, where he was like he struck out too much.
Well, after his the season before his draft year, people were like he might go 1-1.
Yeah,
like, that was like the Judd Fabian hype, and then he had a ridiculous K and whiff rate and plummeted. And then, in his first season in pro ball, I think he, same thing. I think he had a crazy
so
K rate. So
he was able to conquer high A, but in double A this year, he's hitting 234 with a 29% strikeout rate and 13 home runs. So it's
29 lower than I would have expected, honestly. So good on him.
Yeah, I would have taken the under on that one.
Yeah. But that's, I mean, that's like, I don't know, 20 grade hit tool. That's like, I don't know. We'll see. But obviously he could go out and get it. And that's, I mean, Honeycutt, he's kind of like the college version of Griffin, right? Like just
sure. Yeah.
Huge speed, huge power, potential Gold Glove defender in center field, good arm. Just who knows if he can hit. It's like a 29% strikeout rate in college, which is insane.
Yeah, he set the bonus pool record for the highest strikeout rate of any college guy drafted, which is kind of insane. But I think the tools are there that you should gamble on at this point in the draft. If I were a GM, I'd get fired just because I'd just draft Vance Honeycutt every single year. Whatever rendition that keeps coming through, I'm like, I'm going to hit on it at some point, right? You're probably not, but I'm always going to delude myself into thinking that you can.
He goes that you shouldn't do that, by the way, but I will.
I would do it every single time. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, at a certain point, you trust your dev staff, and we've seen the Orioles, right? Like they've done a lot of good stuff with hitters they like, and so yeah, like I think I agree with you, Reese. The tools are so loud that just take a shot. It kind of reminds me, this draft I think overall is the worst that I can recall since like 2017, and I think right around this range in 2017, the Dodgers went with Jaron Kendall. I think that was the draft.
Yeah.
And he was kind of a similar player, right? Just like tooled up like crazy, but couldn't hit, and it didn't work out. But the Dodgers took a chance because of the tools.
Yeah, I saw Jaron Kendall, and it was the quickest plate appearance you'll ever see. He goes up there, he swings 3 times, and he's walking back to the dugout. I mean, it made things pretty like efficient and everything like that. I was like, okay, I don't have to film this guy. I'm good. I can move on. But I love Honeycutt. Like, I feel like, I don't know. The Orioles, they've been getting really weird in the beginning of the drafts. Last year, they drafted Enrique Bradfield Jr., which was not like their archetype at all.
Right.
So that maybe they think that they can coax him to, instead of being a 30 hitter, maybe he could be a 40 hitter. And if he's a 40 hitter, he could be like an above average regular.
I can see why you guys like Honeycutt swing, though. I mean, that's a really nice compact stroke. Rolls it up pretty well. The speed, though, I mean, it's just, that's where.
Yeah, athlete, man.
Yeah. He's got that dude mentality to him. In North Carolina, I mean, the ACC is one of the toughest conferences, so you always have to put that into consideration. But yeah, I can see he was projected to go to the Mets, and so I think Mets were like, no, you know what, you're not going to tell us who we're going to pick. So
big walk off there, I think, in the regionals. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's he kind of blew up on the scene as a freshman, right? Because it was like 25 as a freshman, something crazy like that. And it was like, oh God, can you imagine how good he's going to be when he's a junior? And then like the hit tool never really came around, but all the power and speed and defense was still there. So
it's such a Dodgers pick, by the way. Kellen Lindsey is the next guy up, and that was a guy who put in our infield piece too. That was a guy that I thought that maybe the Tigers could target later on. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go to the Dodgers at pick number 23, which leaves then the Braves, and then the Padres are up right after that. And the Braves are going to be one of those teams too, where I mean, they'll get probably the best player available there.
I could see Brody Brick going there, maybe.
Yeah.
Given that they've taken a lot of college pitchers in the last couple of years, I think, and it's tough though. Like he's I don't know, he's similar and different than Honeycutt, right? I mean, obviously we're talking about a center fielder and a pitcher, but Brody Brecht has like this ridiculous arm talent and not enough strikes. And you would think that pro pitching dev staffs would love to take a chance on a guy like that, but I don't know. I think this is generally the range where they think he's going to go.
So Kevin wants to know, can you guys toss out an MLB stat line projection for Rainer? Is he a 315 home run, 20 steal base guy?
I'm not comfortable projecting anybody to hit 300 anymore.
I'm just going to say, I don't think anybody you could period are going to project to hit 300.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't dug in and watched a ton of them. Maybe Reese, why don't you go first? I think you had the best kind of take on him.
Yeah, Reese, you go
right
first.
Now, I take all the pressure. He is someone who I think the hit tool is probably going to max out at like 50, maybe 55. So in today, I mean, it depends. Is the ball going to be de-juiced as it is now? Because that really determines the batting average. So basically, I think he's going to be a guy who could contend for 2020 seasons. I think he's got the power. He's got the pull side juice. I mean, it might be 15 to 18 home runs in Comerica. Who knows? But it's he's definitely got like that high upside. Like, I don't think he ever hits 300. I don't think he's a 5-tool player. But I think everything else is he's a good defensive shortstop. He's going to stick there. He's better than McGonigal. I mean, if you put them on the same field right now, he'd be the better defender. And he's going to have, I'm going to project like 25 home runs, 20 steals. Like, that's sort of like what you want out of these like pretty tooled up prep guys.
Yeah, well, that's one of the biggest things that people have been talking about him going into it was the potential for a guy who, like you just said, Reese, like is going to stick at shortstop and has a little bit of pop. That's becoming a more and more common, especially at the prep ranks. But like in general, that's still somewhat of a hot commodity and something you want to see at the major league level if you can develop it properly. So yeah, I think for me, like I don't worry too much about him being a 20 to 25 home run hitter. It's more of Is he going to be able to get on base, and is the hit tool going to be big enough to translate from level to level? I think that's probably the biggest question mark on him, because again, like, tools galore, right? A whole tool belt that he has to work with. So yeah, really exciting upside, and this is one of the players that you're gonna put your hitting player development to the test for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and Matt asked earlier, I think, right, about, is he going to stick at shortstop and about his size? And I think it could be one of those situations where if he has to move off shortstop, it's because he bulked up a little bit more, and in that case, he probably could project more power. I don't know. Maybe it's a 240, 25 to 30 home run third baseman. I don't know. Like I love the idea of taking a legit shortstop, for once, right? Like, if he moves down the spectrum, he's got about 6 spots where you can go before you give up on him defensively, at least. So yeah, I don't know, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't 250. If you hit 250 with power and play solid defense at shortstop, I'm happy.
I'm happy with if he 275, 20 home runs, 20 steals. That's
I mean, that's your it's like a poor man's Gunnar Henderson there.
Yeah. I'm fine with that, because I mean the Tigers having that kind of production from short. I'm trying to think since the Travis Fryman days, in terms of player development of guys that have actually developed homegrown shortstop like production. Omar Infante had some pretty, but he technically he wasn't a draft. It was a international signing. So as far as players drafted go, Travis Fryman would come to mind. That is it. That list is very small.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. Go ahead.
He's the most exciting shortstop prospect they've had since Willie Adames, right? Like, there's no. I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, I consider McGonigal a second baseman. I mean, he probably can play shortstop at like a 45 rate, so you play there every once in a while. But it's not something that I think McGonigal should be doing like on an everyday basis, because there will be a better shortstop, aka now hopefully Bryce Rainer, in the organization.
Honestly, Reese, if we have to think about this from a standpoint of not like, okay, Adonis aside, you just take away the international side of things.
Yeah,
the Tigers, as far as drafting shortstops, it's all been like the Danny Wirth type. It's like just those 4-year athletes or 4-year guys that do one, as Chris has mentioned before, 1 or 2 things very well, and that's it. I mean, you were never going to expect. I mean, Trey Cruz comes to mind too. Trey Cruz is right now in AA, but he also could play out the outfield. But in terms of pure shortstops, guys you can literally see come up. I mean, as far as like first round talent goes, I mean, it's.
I'm gonna
have to go back on the time history for this one.
Avila never drafted a shortstop, right? Like in the first round, if I remember correctly.
No.
It was always what overrated SEC arm that threw hard can I draft right now?
Any LSC guy, so
I think the last shortstop the Tigers took in the first round was Scott Moore. I think in 2002.
I'm gonna.
And he was a shortstop in name only. I think he instantly moved to third base. So I don't know why. But yeah, all the shortstops. Whenever they took a shortstop in the draft, it was somebody like Brandon Loy or AJ Simcox or Danny Wirth. These kind of glove first, no arm upside. Except for the one time they swung with Cale Org, who had power and speed and was a great glove and couldn't hit. So they've never really kind of threaded the needle properly with the shortstops. It's all glove, no bat, or no tools.
By the way, the Braves are licking their chops right now. The Braves are like, really?
Well, yeah. I mean, we heard who they're taking, right? But so.
They right now ESPN or Harold Reynolds gets to interview Bryce Rainer.
They're talking to Rainer right now?
Yeah, they're talking to him right now.
Anyway, you can. We probably
I'll pipe that in. See if I can pipe it in. That's pretty.
Reynolds is in his bag today. Like this is just his Super Bowl, getting to throw comps on these players.
God,
yeah. One of my favorites was he compared someone to who did he compare? He compared someone's hit tool to Miguel Cabrera and someone's like short like to one of the best athletes we've ever seen. I forgot who it was. The guy didn't end up turning into anything. Or Brett Beatty was Freddie Freeman with power, and I thought to myself, Freddie Freeman's always hit for power, so this is a weird one.
I love Chris's comment. Chris, you probably said this like a year ago, and it always stuck with me. Oh, we can go to
let's go to Bryce Rainer first, and then we'll get back to Chris's joke. Statement.
No, I don't know if they're over per se. I want to do both as long as I can, but
I can barely hear him anyway.
Hey, Bryce, Harold here. Hey, man, what was it like going to Harvard or Westlake with that type of history? Was that one of the reasons you went to that school?
Definitely a big reason. There's plenty of guys there. All great baseball players. Flaherty, Reed, Giolito, Armstrong, Victor, and on. All great guys. All great people to talk to.
Bryce, Jim Callis here. Congratulations. When did you first realize that your future was going to be likely as a shortstop rather than pitcher? Because it seemed like going into last summer, scouts were pretty split. When did you figure that out, that you were going to be more of a hitter?
Honestly, that's all I've done kind of since I started playing baseball. Pitching was kind of secondary. It's kind of always been there. So I don't think there was a certain period of time that I realized I was a hitter. I think it's always kind of just been there, and pitching's been secondary.
I love the comps to Corey Seager. Big, tall shortstop, a lot of power. Bryce Rainer, congratulations. The 11th overall pick for the Detroit Tigers. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, sorry about the audio quality, guys. That was not us. That was all him.
I'd like to just give credit to Raj for having better audio than MLB Network. But
Day 2 is.
We didn't.
Jay Markle out of nowhere. Second round today. Thank you, Jay. I was for talking about tomorrow. Being Day 2 is tomorrow.
Go through, I think, comp round B today, and then it starts at round 3 tomorrow.
Everything up to 3, and then 3 is tomorrow. Yeah.
Cam Caminiti, by the way, to the Braves.
Yeah. So Caminiti finally goes off to the Braves. It's not a huge shock there. They've taken plenty of high school pitching in the last decade or so. We didn't talk about Kellen Lindsay at all with the Dodgers, other than saying he was a Dodgers pick. But he was a really interesting guy. He was a spring pop-up, I think. Basically, wasn't really on the showcase circuit that much, and then I don't know what happened, but he was like a quarterback, super athlete, like 80 grade runner. And they think he could stick at shortstop, right? He keeps getting Trey Turner comps, which is fun, but I don't know. That's another guy where like I'd be a little bit scared of the hit tool.
That's the second straight guy that they drafted that's like an elite top of skill runner. Last year they drafted Kendall George, who can really run, but he also doesn't know when to steal bases or not. Like it's a rough, like he doesn't have the art of stealing bases down yet. Hopefully he'll get there at some point. But it's an interesting track record that they're following.
Yeah, that is interesting to go back to back with the speed. They're going
speed only guys.
Yeah, going back to the Royals, the 70s. But,
Sorry,
and then Caminiti. So
yeah, there you go. Like
take him?
Said, the Braves have no issue doing that, and will probably develop him into a pretty fine, good pitcher. The biggest thing with him, as we've talked about before, is like the kid's obviously got a cannon. It's just a matter of developing all of the secondary stuff, and but like kind of what Reese alluded to earlier with some of the other prep players, like the Braves will gladly take a lefty that can touch 98, and they're going to get their hands on their development team on him at 17. Like, yeah, I think they'll pretty happily take that.
They're hitting the strip clubs tonight down in Atlanta. They are definitely going to. They're celebrating. I mean,
and if you're Caminiti, that's where you want to land.
Well, Caminiti better not be. Yeah, maybe the Braves.
He's still 17.
Yeah.
He's 17. He's not old enough. He is someone. He's going to be my bet to be the first high schooler to make it because the Braves have just been hyper aggressive with these guys. They are rushing guys up to the majors, almost in a like Angels sort of way. But the Braves at least get like the smart, like we know what we're doing sort of thing instead of the Angels. But he's definitely going to be like fast track. If he shows like that one of his pitches is average or above, it's just moving up. Like he's going to probably play like 1 or 2 starts at a level. Seems like that's their like MO these days.
And all their top pitching prospects, aren't they all right-handed? They needed some lefty juice down there.
Yeah, they don't have any lefties. I think the only like lefty that's even like, I mean, they might lose Max Fried this offseason too.
Right.
They don't have a lot of left-handed pitching to play around with.
So we're getting some Tiger history here on shortstop and first base, and there's some of the names that have come up. So Colangelo, there was Tom Vestinger reference too. That was a nice one. 1971. Ooh, by the way, you know what's ironic about that pick? By the way, it's let me see if I got this right. So when the Tigers picked him, he was picked 11th overall. There you go. Mr. Tom Berenger was picked 11th overall. It was there you go. That's a fun fact for you. Apparently the wings at Magic City strip club are really good. Apparently, so that's what I guess there was a former player, a couple NBA players have talked about that. That's why they go check out the wings at Magic City. So, that's who I was thinking of. But
he had his jersey retired there. Yeah, he has his jersey retired in a strip club, which is a baller move if I'm a professional athlete.
That is just absolutely incredible.
And Fedorov still can't get his number up in the rafters.
Yeah, but
that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
That's fantastic. That's a fantastic. Yeah, Sergey, come on. I mean, he needs to go in there already. But anywho, yeah, that's
tie back to the draft here. It isn't confirmed by the team or by a beat yet, but there's a rumor out there that Christian Moore could be up to $1 million under slot for LA, which, considering I think they have 3 picks tonight, or maybe even 3 or 4 picks. They have a lot of comp picks. That could be a really, really huge deal for them if that ends up being true.
Oh, Cash Mayfield. Did we talk about that? Sorry, I just popped back in.
No.
We were waiting for you.
Yes. Back-to-back prep lefties.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now the draft's getting a little more spicy here. So the Tigers might really get some good value at pick number 49 here. But Mayfield, man, that's another guy who I was looking at.
That's an interesting look.
Got some nasty stuff. I'm gonna find his video here shortly because his delivery is he reminds me of a little bit of a Sterling Hitchcock, a little bit in a sense.
Oh wow.
I don't know. Maybe that's a little much. Matt, you being the king of lefties here. I know Sterling Hitchcock was it wasn't necessarily a soft. I mean, he was kind of more of a soft tossing lefty. But I don't know, the way he comes over the top, his delivery. I like his delivery. That's what stood out to me about Mayfield. I just didn't think he would be, if he was there for the Tigers. Maybe like later on, I didn't know he would go in the middle round, but apparently he's been going up there quite a bit. Boards. I'm trying to find his video now. I don't know. Have you seen him pitch at all, Matt?
I haven't seen too much of Cash Mayfield. And you're talking Sterling Hitchcock from the Padres back in the day?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I'll go find a video right now to watch real quick, and I'll see if I agree.
I've seen a lot of people talk that Mayfield has just a really smooth delivery. Like I know there's some people who liked him more than Caminiti. He's just like a year and a half older than Caminiti.
Just really, just makes it effortlessly smooth delivery. See if I can get some. Let me see, make it full screen.
I think he has some big, strong legs. Like you can tell his trunk already.
Yeah.
Good people at Padres.
Yeah, Padres certainly aren't afraid to take prep pitchers or prep players at all, right? And he's got good stuff. It's like I said before, like the one weird strength of this class is kind of prep pitching, which is arguably the scariest area to have depth. But some of these guys are going to turn out really good. You just don't know which one.
Yeah. I saw it was a couple of years ago. So obviously the data needs to be what is it called, refresh and everything like that. But I saw that like first round picks, like as far as prep pitching goes, it's actually those that go in the comp to the early second round for like a couple of years, with just like hitting at like an absurd rate. Like considered how risky the demographic is and everything like that. So I wonder if teams are just like, we'll just take them here and be a little bit more aggressive. Plus, like we said, it's a weaker draft, so maybe the Padres are just like, I don't really like any of the bats here, so we'll go Cash Mayfield, who it looks like to be one of the. I haven't actually watched too much of him. I didn't know if he would be like a first or second round sort of guy, but the the athleticism he has on the mound is definitely exceptional. That's something that the Padres have really been keying in on. One of their best pitching prospects, Robbie Snelling, he's really athletic. I mean, he could have gone and played linebacker at I think Alabama or Michigan. He was like a 4-star linebacker recruit. So there's like a level of functional athleticism that they're looking on the mound, and he definitely seems to fit that checkpoint and everything for them.
Ron, thank you for the $5 for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Justin Thompson. That's what he reminds me of.
Yeah, I could. Okay, you know what? I could see that. Former Tiger draft 1997 All-Star Justin Thompson. I could see that a little bit, except he's not putting all his motion on his arm though, right? He's not doing like all his weight Thompson had that weird delivery where it's like basically, I don't like he didn't have enough athleticism to
a little cross over your body, like a little across the front side.
Yeah,
it's not the perfect comp. It was just
no, I like that. Yeah. So the Yankees, by the way, look like they have picked Ben Hess, and that just seems like it just sounds like a Yankee pick all day. I honestly thought maybe they'd go with that catcher Malcolm Moore out of Stanford there, but but
I mean, Hess is an interesting pick because I was listening to a podcast the other day. It was kind of one of those public draft analyst guru meetups. It was with Keith Law and Carlos Collazo from Baseball America and a couple other people. And Keith Law was saying, I don't understand why Ben Hess isn't getting more love in the first round. He's a college pitcher who's performed well in the SEC, and he's got good stuff. And sure enough, there you go. And I think that's a good point. I'm kind of shocked that he ends up going before Brody Brecht, although maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe pro teams really are scared by that command profile with Brecht. But there's
a lot of question marks. There's been, I mean, that conversation's only gotten louder and louder with Brecht too. I think I don't know. I think of all the pitchers that are kind of in this range, he probably has the highest reliever potential there, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but also not something you want to, spend a first round pick on if you really are confident that he's going to become that. So yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of, he was a guy that had a lot of variance, right? There was conversations about him going pretty darn high at one point, probably a month or so ago. And then that cooled off a lot, to your point here, in the last week or so. So yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting to see how far he continues to fall. I guess kind of similar conversation to some of the other prep arms that we saw fall a little bit.
And I saw somebody in the chat, here it is, and Dennis said, are the 2025 and 2026 drafts supposed to be better? I'll be honest, I haven't dug much into the 2026 draft, but I do know that I think 2025 is supposed to be better. I think it's Ethan Holiday, Jackson Holliday's little brother, Matt Holliday's son. I think he's 2025.
I believe so.
And he's supposed to be more like his dad, big and physical and can hit like crazy. So I mean, I think it's a pretty strong college offensive class, at least. And then you got the kid from Florida State, Arnold, I think it is, Matt Arnold. I think that looks like a potential, legit top of the rotation starter. So yeah, I think next year is supposed to be better. Couldn't tell you about 2026. Sorry. But
I have a hard time thinking Brecht falls to 49, but you got to imagine Robin Lund wouldn't pass up on Brecht, right?
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Would that be a dream scenario if he falls that far?
Yeah, it would be for me.
You don't know.
Like I said, I think that's kind of the pitching equivalent of what Reese was saying earlier, is just to give it a shot. A guy with this much arm talent at this point, you take him. Very interesting. What pick are they at? Are they at the name going to Philly is very interesting, and a local connection.
Oh, really?
Yeah, possibly not the one you think of. I don't know. There are two high school hitters in Michigan that are considered, kind of top 100 prospects this year.
Did he play in the state title game?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't pay attention this year.
No.
Wow, that guy's actually, that's the guy. He, by the way, his dad, I think, is a assistant coach of the Timberwolves, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny, his mother went to high school with my sister.
Wow.
Fun fact.
That's a
small world.
Very small world.
That's a 28-pointer on our mock draft. Not that anybody cares. But yeah, that's interesting. I did not see him. We'll just say it. Yeah, it's Dante Nori was the kid from Northville. He is kind of
Nori, yeah. Northville won. Yeah, they've that both runs that they won the state title, and both runs were unearned.
Oh, yeah, high school baseball.
Especially in that region too. That Northville region where they were playing is like Catholic Central.
Well,
that's like a tough
Brother
ass.
Rice. So, yeah, the
Brother Rice,
title
yeah.
game was Brother Rice. 2-1 final, and both runs were unearned. Crazy.
Wow.
Kevin says you better let Bentley go pretty soon. I'm expecting a very high energy show out of him tomorrow morning. This, I mean, it's an interesting pick. Like I said, it's kind of Slade Caldwell-esque in terms of the profile. He's like a hit tool guy with a ton of speed, but he's like physically maxed out at like, I don't know what, 5'11", and extremely old for the draft class. He is like 2 months older than Max Clark. He's going to turn 20 before Max Clark does. But some teams care about that a lot. Other teams don't care. If you're going to play, like, whatever. If you think the bat is advanced, then he'll get to the big leagues at 23 instead of 22. Big deal. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speechless about Nante Nori. I mean, I thought Nori was projected second round, third round, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Kylie McDaniel kind of threw, or somebody, maybe it was Baseball America. They had like dart throw picks for the Tigers, and he was one to the Tigers. So obviously didn't make it to 49.
The Tigers don't do local anymore. They used to. That was their big thing in the 70s and the 80s. They would go local all the time, at least one or two picks. I think they had like a second round pick in the late 70s and out of Wyandotte. Like Wyandotte High School had a thing. That used to be a thing. But
well, and when the draft was 40 rounds, you could usually count on 2 or 3 local guys who were going to school for sure. Just they take them anyway, just for fun. But that's interesting. I can't think of who was the last in-state player the Tigers drafted. Is it Cam Gibson?
I don't even think Cam Gibson was Cam Gibson.
Might be.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
I have to.
Was Cam Gibson the big like first baseman type? Like, who was the big first baseman type a couple years ago that I thought they drafted?
No,
he was big.
I know. I think I know who you're talking about. And he was like the grandson of Bill Freehan.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Oh shoot, I forget his name too. But no, Cam Gibson was Kirk Gibson's son. He's an outfielder.
I remember Cam Gibson.
Yeah, like he had some tools, but couldn't really hit, and was also always very angry on the field. I saw him throw more helmets than anybody.
Harrison Salter, Blaze Salter. St. Mary's, or then Michigan State.
That's the guy I was thinking of. I'm not sure if that's the guy Reese was thinking of, but
I don't even remember that. I don't even know what to even type into Google to find the guy that I was thinking of. What am I going to type in? Big first base type who plays in Michigan.
You might get a different result on the front.
Yeah. I'm into big first base types.
Really, really big first base type.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's went to Mario Impemba's son too. Ken Fillmore.
They took Impemba's son. They took Rod Allen's son. They took
yeah.
They took all the Avilas. They took a bunch of Castellanoses. They took Ben Verlander.
Verlander, obviously, yeah.
Patrick Leland in like the 8th round.
By the way, Charlie sent in with the $5. Thank you for the super chat.
People get mad at the Lakers for drafting nepotism, but the Tigers have been doing it for years.
Absolutely.
Man, well, when the draft was like 8,000 rounds, pretty much everybody did. I mean, I remember the Yankees taking a Rivera at some point, like a Mariano Rivera lineage at some point. Like, I mean, man, like I have this isn't nepotism, but like I have a Johnny Manziel Padres jersey. Like people got crazy with it back in the day, dude. Like people, when the draft was 200 rounds, like people just said after round 100, it was just like, we'll do whatever we want.
That's a good pull there.
Tigers took Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, the Mahomes. What could have been? Shut up. So Charlie wants to know, Charles, thank you for the $5. Should Matt Manning be transitioned to the bullpen like Faedo and Brisky? At this point, if you look at the batted ball data after second time and third time through the order, yes, definitely. I mean, just have him air it out and see and become a weapon like that. But I haven't looked at numbers in Toledo.
Him consistently, like actually throwing the high end velo that he's capable of with his fastball, like actually every time he throws it. If that means moving him to the pen, then like maybe. But his fastball is also like good, even though it only averages 92 sometimes. I don't know. He's like, every time I think about him, I get confused and like sad. Like I'm done trying to project and think about like what the future of Matt Manning even looks like.
Yeah. Houston, by the way, has their pick in too. So their pick. Oh, you have questions about that?
No, I was just gonna say, like, yeah,
Makes sense, actually.
Who knows what moving a guy to the bullpen does, because Kenta Maeda,
yeah,
it's like, you know what? I'll just be a completely different pitcher today.
Looks
Because,
great.
Yeah.
Just 94.
Right? Yeah,
Looks great, man.
I mean, he's a player of the game today. So, yeah, I think they probably want Manning to continue starting just in case, because they don't really have the depth that they need. But yeah, I think for his future, I think a bullpen move is probably imminent. And he's never had trouble throwing strikes, which is always like, that's good. But it's just always been the secondary stuff and the quality of the fastball. And so maybe if he just airs it out, that'll tick up. I don't know. It's kind of the last. Matt Broder may have been mentioning Colin Kaline, according to Mark.
There we go. And maybe Matt Manning likes pitching in Toronto too, and in a little swap for Bo Bichette. Maybe it will be better in the Canadian currency.
So
that's
Matt,
interesting.
Matt Broder, did you play against Colin Kaline?
I did. He went to Groves High School back in the day. I can't remember. I don't think he went to college. I think he was drafted out of high school. He's a pretty good infielder.
Did you strike him out?
If it was me pitching in high school, probably not. Probably got him to ground out to second or shortstop, but close. If it was Margwarsh's son, it was probably a strikeout on 3 pitches. Dude threw heat.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah,
I always heard he had a big arm. Unfortunately, shoulders break.
Mark will tell you.
Yeah. I got the answer. The last Tigers player drafted from the state of Michigan, Jimmy Kerr. Jimmy Kerr, part of that awesome College World Series final team. We saw him play, and he could put a charge into the ball. He just I don't know if I don't think he made it out of high A, honestly, but he was fun. We talked to him, Raj, a couple years ago.
Yeah, who?
Jimmy Kerr.
Jimmy Kerr, that's right. Yeah, Jimmy Kerr was like, a few months later, he retired right after that, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he went on to he's got like a hitting school or something. But that's the last player they've taken from the state of Michigan.
By the way, the comment in here, my guy Todd Howard says, he's still laughing at the venue. He said MLB spent $500 to rent it out, and he's not too far off. I mean, there's some really weird looking. It looked like they looked at people at Walmart.com or something. They just put them all in one like room or something. It's really weird. And looking over, I'm like, oh, man, some bad looking teeth out there.
So
that's true. Grant Royce, Jonathan Frankel in the chat. Grant Royce.
Oh
yeah, I remember him.
Ball wearing number 21.
He could not throw strikes in pro ball for some reason. I felt bad for him.
Walter Jenick to Houston from the University of Sam Houston. And that's a good move there for the guy who's got pretty much known for more so for raw power, more hit tool than catching abilities. Unless I'm mistaken, if you know anything about it defensive, but like in terms of framing, he's got a good arm, but how does he behind his footwork behind the plate?
I think he's probably going to max out as like an average catcher, which there's just so much value in that. He's definitely someone who the Astros are one of the more progressive teams as far as like catching development and their ability to get guys a little bit more out of them by coaxing them. They were like one of the quickest adjusters to the catcher on one knee. So they've been ahead of the game on that aspect. So I think that it's just a good organizational bet and everything like that. Although it didn't really work out for Corey Lee, who's a White Sox now, I think. And he's not good.
Yes.
Who would have guessed? When you go to the White Sox, that happens. So yeah, I like Janik a lot. I think he's definitely. I thought he was like one of the better values, like 15 to 20. Brody Brex keeps sliding, and I thought that he was in like that little bucket of the draft is like pitching development, like it's where you want to go if you're a pitcher. So I was like, why? Like that's where I would have gone if I was Brody Brex's agent. But who knows? Maybe there's something going on here. I as much as I would take chances on Vance Honeycutt in the first round, and I would take Brody Brex in the second round. I would just keep taking these guys. I would just like at some point it's going to click.
By the way, there's been go ahead, Chris.
I will say, yeah, the Orioles have another pick here in a couple seconds. Like after I think pick 30 seconds, so I could see that for sure. They could be in Honeycutt and Brex.
Yeah,
super high ceiling, super low floor draft.
Caldwell to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
who?
Slade Caldwell.
Oh, disappointing that he's not going to keep falling, but it's also hilarious. Like the Diamondbacks outfield is all just short, athletic white dudes. Like that's just they're just running out there with a bunch of 5'8" to 5'10" guys that are going to run around you. That's it's a pretty fun organization for him to go to, man.
It's probably Bill Belichick's new favorite baseball team, right?
Yes. real grinder
A lot of
types.
first in, last out type of guys.
Yeah,
out there in
like
Arizona, yeah.
like
Sneaky
wide
athletic.
receivers. Yeah, athletic receivers.
Energizers, yeah.
Spark plugs.
Yeah, there we go. That's
There
a
you go.
good one in there. So, all right. So as we're heading down to the first round, I know Matt, Ray, thank you guys for joining us so long. I really appreciate it. Matt, why don't you start plugging what you got going on, Woodward? Again, please give me an olive branch, whatever you got. I'd like to come back and say hi to Matt. So he's Lynn Henning on Friday. Come on.
Anytime you want to come on with me, you are so welcome. In fact,
Dude,
we should
just send me
probably
an
do it this
invitation.
week.
Yeah,
Okay,
we should.
we'll figure it out. But
Okay.
I'd rather plug you guys. I will plug myself for a hot second here. Again, Matt Broder. I host Wake Up Woodward. You can see right there on Woodward Sports every morning from 8 to 10, and I cover the Tines and the Ligers.
That's good.
It's Sunday. Did I just actually say Ligers?
I'm
good. Giants and Ligers. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all right.
That's
I haven't even
everybody.
seen Napoleon Dynamite in years. I cover the Lions and the Tigers for the network. But no, I'm so excited to have been here with you guys. Again, big fan of Tigers ML Report, everything you do in the Motor City metrics. Reese, it was great meeting you tonight. I'm just thankful to be here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for thinking of me. Titans and Ligers.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
right.
He's a former U of M soft toss left. We had to have you on. And then Reese, plug away what you guys have going on over there at Prospects Live. By the way, the draft simulator tool, if you have not checked that out, is fantastic. You can go, if you do the let's get nuts wild feature, it does get pretty nutty pretty quick.
So yeah, that's one of the coolest features that we have. You can go follow along. I'll plug what other people are doing first before I plug myself. So you can follow along with what Tyler Jennings and Jared Perkins are doing. They're going through right now. They're doing their own show. So after you're done here, go over there. Or you can do both if you have two screens. That's how the internet works and everything like that these days. You can catch out, we have live looks and everything. I don't know if I'm going to write an article because I don't, there wasn't enough to write an article, but I saw Colt Emerson and I saw a whole bunch of those Mariners prospects. So, and then you've got the fantasy guys. They're really killing it on that front. Fantasy 500. You're going to want to see for your first year player drafts for all your dynasty leagues and everything like that. There's so much going on at Prospects Live. And thank you again for having me. I love doing this. I hope this is a yearly thing because I enjoy it. I'm an avid listener. So it's just awesome to be on here.
Well, I appreciate it. Anytime you guys want to come on, it's happening. And again, it's just this is the fact that we keep doing this every year, we'll keep doing this until we stop, and so or until sick or whatever.
Until they stop us.
I
want to give you guys, not put you on the spot, but if you want to take a stab at who you want the Tigers to take with their next pick, go ahead. I don't know if you've even thought about it or you even care, but if not, don't worry about it. Or you could just say position and whatever.
I would go a position player, a non-pitcher again, unless there's a Brody Breck who falls. I just love the idea of early in the draft, pick athletes who can, make the position, are athletic enough to make the adjustments to play another position if they got the bat.
Yeah, right on.
My call would be maybe they figure out some sort of bonus pool. Maybe they punt 3 through 5, do something like that. Walsh-Schmidt, I really want him. I think he's one of the more underrated prospects in the draft too, because he was one of the best players for one of the best offenses in college baseball, and he's got the tools and everything like that. So he's definitely someone that I would like. I'd like them to maybe diversify it up and go to high school and college.
And he's honestly, he and Brecht are the two guys that I'm kind of shocked haven't gone yet. I thought they both had a chance to go 10 picks higher than this, so that's a good call. And I'm pulling. I would like him a lot. He's kind of. I don't want to get into it too much, but there's like some poor man's Wyatt Langford there with this athletic outfielder who, for whatever reason, isn't a good center fielder. But we'll see.
They could take Wyatt Sanford too. The people are still bummed about Wyatt Langford going. Just kind of push similar name back here to confuse everybody.
Yeah, go shortstop. I like it.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, you have a great
night.
night, and like I said, we'll talk soon. We'll catch up again soon.
Yeah. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks so much.
Later.
Thank you.
Later.
Bye.
All right. Later. So Joe with the $9.99, by the way, thank you so much.
Such a all-time.
He said, "Happy day, draft day, late to the party here. Going to watch the playback as I trade Manning and Young for a holiday in the show. GM is an easy job. thank you for all the content. Thank you for tuning in, Joe. Much appreciated. And so now it is. They were just showing Brady Montgomery's, I think, mom.
So that it's still working on the TV over there.
Yeah,
nice. It's streaming from my phone over to the TV because we didn't pay for cable anymore, and these things happen.
Who does, man?
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah, especially because it's inflation. Inflation is a motherfucker. Malcolm Moore is projected to be the last pick. Texas at 30 in the first. Well, no, sorry. There's the technical end of the first round, right? And then it goes into.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a break between now and then or how it works. But yeah, that's,
I don't think there is much of one.
Because so the Diamondbacks and the Orioles both have comp picks, or they are the prospect promotion incentive picks, the PPI picks for, I believe, for Corbin Carroll and Gunnar Henderson, right?
Yep, correcto.
Yeah. And I was all excited because I thought the Tigers were going to have a chance to get one of those next year because they brought Colt Keith up. But apparently, and something I didn't know until it happened, was that once you sign somebody to an extension, you can no longer get one of those picks.
Oh, brutal!
So the Tigers. I guess it's because the incentive. The idea is that
sure.
But I don't know. I don't know what the rules are.
So we're going to disincentivize paying players before their debut. It sounds mighty lame to me.
Yeah, it's really odd, and I don't know the specific details of it. I don't know if you could bring somebody up and have them play.
Gentlemen, I have to jump off here.
You heading on to the press conference, or
I got
all right, sweet. Come back with good details.
Yeah, please.
So it's just me and Scotty B.
Then there was two.
I think Mike is coming back soon, but yeah. So it's we're here at the end of the first round. I think it had the typical kind of, I guess, a number of surprises and some shocking picks, but nothing super crazy out of left field, I guess.
I think, honestly, one of the bigger storylines of the first round is the fact that after the Tigers passed on Caminiti, he kept falling. I'm even the fact that he got taken. What did he end up going? 24 is where Atlanta picked. So even the fact that he still was in the first round kind of surprised me. I kind of expected him to be similar to what was his name, man? The Michigan kid last year, big pitcher, went to Texas.
From Orchard Lake, right?
Porter.
Brock Porter.
Brock Porter, yeah. Mm-hmm. I kind of expected a situation like that where he's going to go in the top 15 and then no one takes him. And then everyone's like, okay, he's going to go to school, so he's going to fall to the third or whatever. I kind of thought that might have been what happened with Caminiti after the Tigers passed on him. But the Braves is obviously a great fit for him. He should be thrilled about that. And I'm sure the Braves are thrilled about that too. So that was honestly one of the bigger, I don't know, storylines there. And then obviously just, Weatherholt falling all the way to 7, I think was probably a slight surprise because with Burns going 2 as well.
Yeah. And I think Rainer getting to the Tigers 11 was mildly surprising
right,
too.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
We got some questions here in the chat here. My guy, Todd Howard, of course, Chris, your thoughts on the Indiana athletes. That's another inside. For whatever reason in our mock, he took all players from Indiana, and none of them have been taken yet, but there are a handful who may get taken. Connor Foley, I think, is the big one, the pitcher. And then here's a good question for both of us. Chris and Scott, do you guys think the Marlins closer Tanner Scott is worth a competitive balanced draft pick from a team who's a playoff team this year, like the Royals?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. The Marlins in general are. I mean, when did they start selling? Like April? Yeah. When did they trade Arias?
Yeah, I mean, Jazz will be going soon.
Right. Yeah. So that I don't know. That's an interesting philosophy. I think there's also a lot of just question marks surrounding the acquisition and trading of comp picks, right? Like the value of them is legitimately in question. Not in question, it's debated, right? Like there's some trades we've seen them hold a lot of weight and players have moved or teams have moved like kind of decent, legitimate players for them. And then there's also like, oh, it's just kind of a throw in, and this trade was kind of even before, I feel like, the comp pick. So I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if what Tanner Scott's like contract situation looked like, or if he has control or anything like that. I wouldn't do it if he's a rental, but
I just looked.
If it's more of a longer term thing, then I guess maybe.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this year, so that
probably pass on that for me. But
I mean,
again, the philosophy though of moving, those are the only picks you can trade, right? So like that's it's always a fascinating conversation of what organizations value comp picks. We see a lot of the quote unquote cheaper teams really value them a lot. We see the Rays try to. We did that with Paredes and Meadows, right? Wasn't there a comp pick involved?
Yeah,
in that deal.
They got the comp pick, and they used him on I want to say an outfielder from like Western Kentucky or Northern Illinois or something like that. But
so you see a lot of organizations like that do that kind of prioritize bringing those in, or bringing in international signing money is something like the joke with the Rays, right? Like every trade they make, they get like $500K international signing money. Like those are I don't know, those are always interesting conversations, but that's a tough sell on a rental.
Yeah, and we bring back Mike Pepchak, who's been, I believe, lurking in the background for much of the show. Was here earlier. I know, it's tough to get a word in edgewise with like 5-6 people on here. But Mike, I don't know. I mean, what are your general thoughts of this first round, or anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, I love that the Tigers got a high value guy that kind of fell to them. I mentioned in the pre-draft show, I thought that if Scott Harris took a prep guy, regardless if it was a bat or an arm, it just kind of tells you where the Tigers are looking at things, that they're not worried about when the major league club is going to be good. They're going to stock the farm system with talent no matter where it is. And whether that's good or bad, whether that's what we wanted, that's a whole nother debate. But I think that just kind of points to you where the direction the Tigers are headed. But I love God, I can't even say his name. Sinte, what's his name? The switch pitcher,
Durangelo Cinche.
Yeah, I loved seeing him go 15 to the Mariners. I think that in Seattle they just let him do whatever. I think they'll let him go both sides in Seattle, so that'll be a good place. And I'm kind of sad that I was kind of we were getting to the mid-20s, and I was like, Slade Caldwell's really fallen. He might make it all the way to the Tigers again. And I know that was a pipe dream, but him going at 29, I was a little bit disappointed when I saw that name pop up. I'm not gonna lie.
I think your comment there about the not caring about the timeline is I think I'm kind of in lockstep with you there. It's not necessarily that the timeline is down the road guaranteed. It's that they just they're not drafting for a specific timeline. Right. They're just drafting for best player available. I think those are two very different philosophies, and I think a lot of people see a lot of high schoolers getting taken in the Harris era, and only time will tell if it works out or doesn't. But I think there's a big difference between we're drafting these players because this is the core that we expect to be good, versus we just don't care about the perceived timeline, and we're just going for highest ceiling. I think those are two very different things, and I really agree with what you said there.
Yeah, and I think there are different ways to go about it. Like, you think way back in the day, the Tigers were a competitive team in 2007, 2008, 2009, and they took high school pitchers. They took Porcello in 2007. They took Jacob Turner in 2009, and Dabrowski's solution to, making the timeline was to rush them to the big leagues. And then with Turner, it was to rush them to the big leagues and then trade them. And I don't picture Scott Harris operating that way. I don't think they're going to, rush Bryce Rainer and then trade him. But there's also that aspect of the good ones move quickly. Riley Green was drafted in 2019, is in the big leagues a couple years later at 21. And that's with a COVID year in there in between. Gunnar Henderson didn't take a whole lot of time to get to the big leagues. If you get it right, they're going to move quickly. Even with what seems to be a pretty conservative promotion approach in the system right now. But I think people talk about that, but I think a lot of that also is, and we touched on this in our show the other day, is with the constricted minor league system now with fewer teams, I think they're less inclined to basically cut players. Before, you used to be able to put them, you could stash them there or move them around to another team or whatever, and now it's like you have, there's the 165 player limit on the domestic reserve list or whatever, and you just have to cut guys if you want to make room. And that's one of the unfortunate things we're going to see in the next 2-3 weeks is a whole bunch of players are going to get cut. It's just the nature of the business. But and so I don't know if they want to do that. It's a little bit like putting a guy on the 40-man before you have to. Like, they don't often do that unless they have to. And I feel like they don't want to cut guys unless they have to. So I don't know.
For sure. No, absolutely. I've also seen some people start talking about 49 and that Brody Brecht,
it's
not rumor, but I don't know, philosophy or mindset about him maybe falling. I still would be surprised if he was there, but he's another guy that, again, so like the slot value for him is going to be a big talking point if that's where they go.
Yeah, I think Waldschmidt and Brecht are both good candidates to go here in these next 2 picks.
Yeah.
Just because they're
got,
teams
what is it? Arizona and Baltimore are the
Arizona and Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? We don't want a couple things we don't have access to as fans. Obviously, is medical records.
Arizona.
Waldschmidt by Arizona. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me, and I like that pick a lot. I like their 2 picks there. And actually 1 spot ahead where I took him in the mock. Outstanding. Again, nobody cares. I keep remembering it, but yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all if Brecht goes here to Baltimore, because I thought he might go with them in the original pick, and it was again, it's because that's an organization that feels like they can develop guys, get them better, and they went with a really high upside, super low floor outfielder in Honeycutt, and Brecht is the pitching equivalent. So it'll be fascinating to see where they go there. Yeah, it's hard to, it's still, we're still 20 plus picks away. It's kind of hard to, I guess we're not quite 20 plus picks away, but about 20 picks away. Hard to really figure who the Tigers might even have available to them. So,
yeah,
go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say Waldschmidt. I kind of had a feeling he wasn't gonna make it past. If it was past the first round, it was gonna be right in these picks. That was another guy I really liked. I saw him mocked anywhere from 15th to 40th, really. So his range was all over the place too. But
oh wow,
the Orioles go with Griff O'Farrell, contact specialist from Virginia.
Yeah, he was fun to watch this year, man.
Yeah, I wonder, you get a little like I don't know, like Bryson Stadish infield profile there, but
he was really fun to watch just because of that. Put the ball in play, baby.
Yeah, and he is the first player drafted. No, is he the first player? I think he's the first player drafted who didn't make it to our 56 player mock draft.
Oh, there you go.
So he's the first miss, but that's, hey, we made it through the first round. That's solid.
Yeah, that's all that matters, really. Yeah, and then I think in round C it's just the Twins. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's compensation for, who did they lose? Sonny Gray? No, who did they?
Sonny Gray. Yep.
Sonny Gray. Yeah, and so the the compensation stuff is stuff we've talked about with Jack Flaherty. This would be where the Tigers would pick next year.
Yeah, that's such a fascinating conversation with now the back injury thrown into it.
Yeah, if you part of me earlier today, I'm like, I'd feel a lot better about this core if it also included like Jack Flaherty signed for a couple years and Carson Kelly signed for a couple more years. Be like, well, you know what? Like, that's 2 more legit pieces of your core, because Carson Kelly's having a really solid season. Flaherty's been awesome. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Tigers are, I don't know, it's tough. They're playing arguably their best baseball of the year, even though it's still sloppy at times. And it's been a lot of fun, but
they're doing the opposite of what the Wings did. The Wings were for 2 years in a row now have been great and then collapsed at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And so like you are put in this really tough situation. You're like, all right, like, what do you do? And yeah, the Tigers, obviously there's still 2.5 weeks, but it's one of those things where they're playing fantastic ball right now. And they, in June, it was so clear, right? It was so clear. There was no debate. It was like, yeah, obviously you trade off all the rentals and that's all there is to it. No big deal. And I still think that's what they do. I still think for the most part, that's what they should do. But, it does make it a little, if they get back to 500, then you're really going to hear the fan base being an uproar if they end up still selling anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned with Flaherty, with the deals that Flaherty and Kelly are on. Imagine how much different a place they'd be in if Ken Maeda and Flaherty's deals were flipped. They'd be in such a better place. I don't see a world where you keep Flaherty, in my opinion. Whether you sell or not, if they don't want to sell, but that's their only move, I think that's okay. I think it'd be way worse to stand pat. It's just because I don't think you're ever going to get more value for a guy like that than what he's looking at right now. So regardless of what happens, I think because of his contract, I think you have to trade him.
DeBarge
got picked by Minnesota.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there he is.
Son of a bitch. Damn it.
DeBarge. And the Flaherty thing. The one thing I've been coming back to in my head is like, do they plan on doing this again next year? Do they plan on doing this every year where they're going to take a fix him up free agent pitcher and try to make him better and trade him? And if that's the case, then why not just keep Flaherty? because you're probably not going to do it better than this, right? Like this is for $14 million, you got like a number 2 starter. But at the same time, I agree. Like this is your best trade chip in a while. You're going to get something solid for him if you can, and you could do that and then re-sign him if you want, if it works. So, like, I agree that they should trade him. I just am like, if they were to come to an extension, I wouldn't hate it. But they could.
Oh, absolutely not.
You could trade him now. Get the extension in 6 months.
I think the injury is what throws a huge wrench into that whole thing, right? Like the back. I mean. There is a reality and not a very, you don't have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to get there. Like there is a reality in which the trade market softens on him if the back continues to be a problem or even, hopefully it doesn't get worse by the end of the first round. And then you have, okay, well, if the market slows down because of the back and you can then extend him because the back, for cheaper, right, because of the back, then that's a whole different conversation, right? But I still think I would be stunned if he was here on August 1st at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I got the chance to sit in with the reason why I was in the interview. I got the chance and talked to Bryce Rainer. I asked him about the international competition and basically how that helped them face, or how that again helped them overall against the competition here, and the amount of pitches they could throw for strikes, comparatively speaking, that and internationally speaking is where there was a big difference. But Lynn Henning asked him a lot. I'll have to tell you guys off air about the line of question. It was a little weird there, but overall, no, he's a kid. He's a raw kid. Like you could tell he does in terms of like polish and everything. But the Tigers never worked him out, so he never came to Detroit. Wow. It kind of it sounded like he was shocked a little bit. Honestly, the impression I got was
I'm sure the Tigers were.
Yeah, right. Tigers. He knew that they scouted him, but they had literally I think it was just basically essentially shocking with that. So that's where they're at right now with that. And by the way, I think we have better production than MLB Draft Show. I'm just saying. I really think our production skills are fantastic.
Well, there goes Blake Burke to Milwaukee.
And they're saying that they're not even announcing the names they're live in Texas anymore. Like that's
I think
weird.
They're just throwing
maybe the crowd got a little weird. I mean, they're in a rodeo, but anyway, but Blake, I was talking about changing his hitting a little bit, and then he got asked twice if he was going to pitch, and of course, if you knew anything about Detroit. Typical questions like that, but nevertheless, you could tell he didn't have that PR polish. He hasn't, as far as just that goes, and So,
wait,
he's a little bit coach, but
his brother Lee is that Marquise?
Yeah, I wonder if that where's his brother Lee?
Sorry, So the draft keeps moving on. We're into the competitive balance round now. It's nice, I remember last year. Did they have Clark and McGonigal talk last year, or was it one and then they did it at the end of the night. I don't
They
remember.
did. They did one, and then they did the other
Yeah.
one at the end. Like, yeah, I think. Wait, I can't remember. Yeah, I think that's how they did it. I believe so.
But yeah, that's interesting. Didn't work them out. Again, not a huge shock. I'm sure they got to view them plenty. I'm sure they were at the NHSI. I'm sure they saw them out in California. I'm sure saw them on the showcase circuit. So I don't know. That's fun, but yeah, we'll see. I am generally curious to see where they'll go with the next pick. I don't think they're saving any money on Rainer. So
I agree.
They may play around a little bit. Like, you can still save some money for later if you take senior signs or whatever. So I would expect another couple prep players, but like maybe this, there was all that smoke about Loma Vida. Maybe they take him with their second pick, which I wouldn't like. The first, him going 11 sounded like a disaster to me. I was like, what? This doesn't make any sense. Not that I, hate the kid, but he's a really athletic catcher, but he swings at everything. He didn't make any sense for like the Scott Harris profile. But
so the next pick is in, by the way, JD Dix, the shortstop out of White Fish Bay High School in Wisconsin. And that's huge because we talk about, there's a lot of by the way, there haven't been the case yet where there's been a lot of Big Ten arms. Indiana, Iowa still we haven't seen one of those arms go off the board yet, but it's rare to see prep high school. There's a lot of prep players in the Midwest, and they're going pretty early now. I mean, this is another one here with JD Dix going to Arizona.
Yeah, he was. I actually had him going 85th to the Tigers in my my sort of bonus pool math, test run. So I'm not a huge shock here. I think we're going to see a bunch of these prep shortstops go off the board soon. It wouldn't, Dickerson, and there's Tyler Bell, and there's Tyson Lewis and Carter Johnson, I think.
Especially considering the fact that the top end of the draft was so college heavy too, right? Like, you presume that there's probably a decent amount of underslot there. We already talked about Christian Moore maybe being an underslot. I don't know. Maybe they got Chase Burns for a few hundred, a few $1,000 under at 2 overall. Nick Kurtz even is like, there's a chance, I guess, that he went a little bit under. I think because this was such a college bat heavy draft at the top, that it kind of makes sense that it'll even out, and you'll see a lot more prep players go here to even out that value.
And I'm looking at it. Cleveland is picking next, and Cleveland had the first overall pick, but he wasn't going to get full slot. So if you're going to pay somebody Brody Brecht to Cleveland,
that's a great call.
They would have the money for it, and they're certainly not afraid of fixing pitchers. They're generally more give velo to somebody who throws strikes. But
speaking of pitchers, by the way, Cleveland did go Braylon Doherty.
Braylon Doherty.
Yeah,
he was a guy. Saw him linked to the Tigers. He's like the spin monster in the class now that Schmidt is gone. Cleveland, and he's probably young, right?
36.
They like young. They like their young. Is he young? I don't know.
18. Yeah. He's a high school senior.
He's prep.
He's a prep. I think he turns 18 in December.
He turns 19 in
December.
He
is 18. Yeah.
So not super young like they normally like, but interesting. Yeah, these are fun picks here. So somebody mentioned, I don't know if it was Reese who mentioned the Nats, maybe. Somebody mentioned the Nats maybe for Brecht. I don't know, because if they went under slot at 10 with Seaver King.
How about Colorado?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and hey, we're going to take some pitcher with some upside here, whether it's risky or not.
They have to. I mean, no one wants to go there. Come on.
Here's an interesting question.
So
I'll throw up here from Daniel Amadio.
Where
do you guys think there's the weakest area of the system besides shortstop?
You know what? I will say this. I'm going to say with confidence, I think it's the outfield. I really think that the outfield is the weakest part outside of shortstop. I'll tell you why. If you look at right now, if you look at the possibility of an injury pending right now, you have Ryan Valadez, who's basically playing the outfield right now. Akil Baddoo, you call him up one more time, but he's I think he's not going to be long for this organization. Parker Meadows, but then there's a drop off after that. You go down, Roberto Campos, he's still not at AA. Don't get me wrong, Max Clark, a tremendous upside. Even, but Max Clark aside, look at the rest of the outfield. It's like kind of like I mean, Steph Stevenson might be something. I don't know. I mean, you still has to conquer AA still, but I really think the outfield is kind of a point of weakness here with this ball club. I really believe that.
I think I could be really mean and say first base.
No,
that's just too easy though.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think you're right, Raj. I think I would argue the outfield. You've got Clark, right? Who you hope, and Parker Meadows just graduated in the big league club.
By the way, Pirates drafted Levi Sterling out of Notre Dame High School, and
another prep pitcher.
Yeah, 6'5", big boy too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the outfield is the strength, the big league club. You get Green, and when they're healthy, you got Carpenter, you got Meadows, you got Cano when he was healthy, and Veerling I think should be playing outfield instead of third base. But yeah, in the minors, it's pretty thin. But it is. I mean, they're kind of thin everywhere except for second base. They've got more second basemen than they know what to do with.
I was going to say third base because, I mean, we keep talking about how Jace Young has not looked good at third base. So do they even really have a third baseman in their top 30?
No, that's good. That's a good point too.
I think they should be playing how you Lee there every day, but I don't know. I guess they don't view him as viable there. Yeah, that's a good call too. Yeah, they're not overflowing with talent. I will say that it's a kind of an average-ish system now. I think now that Keith and Meadows have graduated, you still got the Job and McGonigal and Clark, pretty nice upper tier talent, but it thins out pretty quickly after that. You got Bigby in the outfield, but I don't know. It's just a really tough profile there. Somebody mentioned Justin Henry Malloy, and he is playing more outfield now, and he's hitting better, which is good to see. He's made some adjustments. I don't know if you ever really want him playing outfield a ton. I'd go ahead and
he hasn't dropped one yet, but every fly ball is an adventure, man. My goodness, it's every single ball hit his way is there it is. Oh, but he caught it. Okay, like that's great.
Damn it, the Rockies.
Breck to the Rockies.
Right.
Oh, look at that.
There you go.
You know what? Your pitching development is just died, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't see the Rockies fixing that guy. Yeah,
well,
you don't see the Rockies fixing that, do you? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, they've gone after pitching recently. They took Chase Dollander, and he looks pretty good so far. But yeah, it's I don't know. That's a good pick by them. Good chance, but it's a tough. Boy, if there's a place I don't want to be walking, a lot of people, it's Coors Field, because that's you're turning a game into like 15-4 real quick. So
yeah, I don't know. I was just gonna say, if out of all the organizations that struggle with developing pitching, you're gonna go somewhere where they're not gonna help you with your command. Good luck.
It's tough for anybody that gets drafted there, but somebody has to play there.
Yeah, somebody has. No, it's also probably an organization you can probably move up in pretty quickly too, as well. And Iowa's got a couple of arms in this draft that's continue. They have a lefty too, as well. Cade, I forgot the guy's name now. They have another lefty arm, Cade. I'm trying to think of his name right now.
Oberbuehler?
Yep, Oberbuehler. Yeah,
great name. Yeah, that's the house that Lund built, baby. We respect Iowa here.
Yeah,
and they have another starter from this year who's going to go probably in the first 5 rounds. I forget his name, but they built a solid program there in Iowa.
Get back to the outfield question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, did you guys see them show? They showed Brody Breck's home watch party. He did not look happy at all. He looked relieved. He was like, "Oh, thank God I got picked."
Yeah,
he didn't look happy at all. Ooh. Anyway, the outfield question.
Walter says Winslow's exceeded my expectations as a corner outfielder. Honestly, he made that adjustment so quickly last year in AA when he was in Erie that it was just good. I mean, honestly, he's batting over the last month 286. He's getting on base still. He's just a guy who makes things happen with his quickness, the ability to AJ Hinch say, "Hey, bunt your way on. We know you can trust you with this." Perez, you can always know he could hit. Ever since he figured out how to put the ball more in the air, I've always been a big fan of Perez. I think the biggest thing about him was whether or not he could play the infield or not. And they're like, "Hey, you know what? You go play center field, and you'll be fine." And Nationals just killed it for me.
Yeah, what they got Lomavita?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lomavita.
That's interesting. They go Seaver King and Lomavita, the two of the free swingingest, contact makingest guys in the draft. That's a really fun.
As Ted Nugent once said, it's a free for all.
I mean, so the Tigers pick in 9 picks, and the prep arm that I want is still out there in Dax Whitney. I don't know if they're going to be able to pay him, but I would not hate that at all. I don't know if we talked about him before, but he was one of the guys I put on my 5 players that I wanted. Just what they should look like, right? 6'5", low 90s, mid 90s fastball, good breaking ball, 2 other pitches, super lots of room to grow. I would love it if they could get him, but I'm expecting him to require a fair amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, the A's are on the clock next, so pick number 40 is going to be right underway. So, the A's, Royals, Rockies. Again, Rockies just going to get a chance to add. The Nationals will get Nationals right after the White Sox. So the Nationals are just
go.
Yeah, go.
I'm gonna pop outside real quick.
All right. So Chris is going to do that. But yeah, that's currently right now they're taking a commercial break. But anyway, again, I think the outfield. Getting back to the outfield thing, depth wise, I think that's where it concerns me, because if they have an injury to Perez, if they have an injury at all, or it really hurts them, because they really don't have anybody outside of that. So
no, it's well, the outfield is also weird because there's just been a slew of guys over the last 3 years that were not originally outfielders, but were just so bad defensively that they moved them to the corner outfield, right? Like that has been a very popular thing. We, to an extent with Bigby, but he did have experience there before. But then obviously Perez, Malloy, right? Like that just seems to be like a theme. And for a GM or a president of baseball ops, I should say, that has talked so much about his focus on defense, having so many players in the organization and the outfield specifically from top to bottom that are not very good defenders is going to be really interesting to see where, if he wants to go a different direction, if those guys are longed for the roster, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's kind of like one of my dark horse takes, is that a lot of those type of guys that are, in our outfield that were moved there because they're not good defenders are maybe going to find themselves in a different organization over the next year or so.
Yeah, no, that's a great point too. And I think the biggest thing too for the Tigers right now, whoever they draft here I think they're going to get an outfielder in the 3rd round. I mean, I think if there's somebody there too, I think maybe go prep arm. 2nd round, and then maybe get an outfielder in the 3rd round, maybe a college outfielder, perhaps. I'm not sure who's going to be there yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Some of the best college bats available. I was just thinking that. Let me.
My boy, I like Mike Sirota. He's
Tommy White to the A's.
Tommy White
Kicks off round number 2.
I'm surprised he dropped that
far for that 2.33. That'll be interesting.
So Billy Amick from Tennessee, I think, is still out there.
I mean, he's from Northeastern. I mean, anything with the Boston or that kind of connection, Tigers, yeah.
Dakota Jordan, if you want to.
I wouldn't mind Dakota Jordan.
Super risky upside. Who else is out there? I'm not seeing a whole lot of college bats that I want to go for right now. College pitching. Luke Holman, LSU, I think is interesting.
The pitcher from Indiana, the righty.
Yeah, that's Foley, right? Connor Foley.
Connor Foley's still there.
Well, but we're gonna find out relatively soon, right? I think we got about 8 picks.
Yeah, Royals are up next.
The slot value for the Tigers, just in case you're wondering,
1.89. I think
there you go.
1.89 is what I got in front of me.
Yep. So you could probably go up to $2.5 million if you needed to, and find room elsewhere. Let me just plug that in my little
According to Richard, he was saying that Cody Saberhagen was saying that Rainer sounds like an overslot deal based off of a post he had. So,
overslot. Well,
Well,
I mean,
that would kind of make sense.
David
given
Shields to Kansas City.
who?
David
Who?
Shields. I think he's a lefty.
David Shields.
Oh, the kid out of Pennsylvania, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Rainer's overslot, you would assume. I don't know. They got him for 5.7 is slot. I can't imagine it would be much more than 6 million. I don't think they'd go up to 6.5, but who knows? Maybe that's how they got him.
It's well, I think the reason why that there might be an implication to that there is just because of like how not on the Tigers' radar. Like he clearly like seems to not. He was clearly on the Tigers' radar, vice versa. Clearly, the Tigers were not on his radar whatsoever, and I think that might be the inclination or the I don't know, like where those thoughts or rumors are coming from, because that kind of makes sense, right? If he wasn't expecting to go Jared Thomas to the Rockies, but
Interesting.
Yeah,
he's a fun player, first baseman,
like
outfielder.
Yeah, Texas.
Yeah, I was just doing the math for fun, and if anybody cares, if they were to just sign Rainer at slot, they could go up to $2.5 million with this next pick, and they would only have to find another 10,000 in the rest of the draft to be able to play that. So they can go over slot again here if they want. It'll be interesting to see if they do. Who knows? I think they're going to take another prep player in one of these next two picks.
I would agree.
Just based on what we saw last year. But don't know if it's here. Don't know if it's this could be a college player off the board a little bit to save money for the next pick. I don't know.
I like, you know what? The more I look at it, I think Mike Soroka at 49 would be a good pick. That would be if he's still there.
You know, and that kind of goes back. I remember we were talking just the other day on the phone. Like, I have this theory about players who perform well as sophomores. I kind of like them because you're still facing some guys who are older than you.
Sure.
Like, you're not just beating up on a bunch of freshmen who don't know how to pitch yet. And Soroka was a guy who came into this draft class as like a potential top 15, top 10 pick even, and then just didn't perform and apparently didn't look great. But if you believe in your scouts and you scouted him and you think the real player is the guy that you saw last year, he could be a steal. I can't say that I watched enough of him to know if it's real or not. But yeah, I wouldn't hate it. Oh, there's we got another Michigan pick. Caleb Bonnemer.
Oh, wow. Right?
Goes to the White Sox.
Of his games, man. Okamos, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So and we went to, I think Dante Nori was the first Michigan prep kid to go in the first round since the outfielder who went to the Mets or the Cardinals. I'm sorry. What's his name? He was from Brother Rice.
Oh,
who? Sorry.
The outfielder, it's bothering me. He was like the 2017 draft, 2018 draft outfielder.
Man, I'm drawing a complete blank.
Yeah, I'd have to. The last Michigan prep player to go in the first round.
Oh, geez.
Oh no, I have it on the.
I had his name earlier and I forgot, but he's a left-handed throwing outfielder, and I think he ended up getting signed by the Mets. But I don't know if he ever actually even made the big leagues.
No, he didn't. I mean, Nick Plummer. Are you thinking of
Nick Plummer?
Oh,
yep.
Plummer. Sure, yeah.
Forgot about that guy.
Oh, and Luke Dickerson. Luke Dickerson to the Nats here. Nice. So, yeah, I don't. We got a few more picks for the Tigers. Still some interesting names out there. Like I said, still some of those prep pitchers seem to be available.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Because remember, the only reason about Soroka too is like he got drafted by the Dodgers, and there's some sort of pedigree with that sometimes, like what they pre-drafted before ahead of time. So, but also his Cape Cod League numbers were pretty good. That's why I personally like him. But I mean, I would have to see more of it. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking at the best players available according to Pipeline, and William Schmidt, of course, but he's going to school. Ryan Sloan, another prep pitcher, but supposedly he was floating like a $4 million bonus. So seems unlikely. Billy Amick, the third baseman from Tennessee.
That's not bad.
Dakota Jordan. White Sanford.
That's the name I've seen thrown out.
Sanford is probably the best glove among the Pret shortstops. So if you want to go shortstop, and
So the Angels
Fill up
picked
that
Chris Cortez, pitcher out of Texas A&M.
Sure,
he's
yeah.
a reliever, isn't he?
Yes.
Pure reliever.
They
The
love
Angels.
doing that, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
What
I mean, it's
about,
nasty.
Jacob Cozart's still out there.
The catcher
The catcher.
from NC State.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I know. I think our buddy Brian Sikowski liked him a lot heading into the year. I don't know if he still feels that way, but I wouldn't hate a catcher, honestly.
I wouldn't at this point know either. It was funny. I talked to Sikowski yesterday. And I felt bad because he was on vacation. I didn't know. I was like, you know, he goes, nice not to care about the draft, brother. And that's it's just like first time he's able to take a vacation during the draft in a while. But then he said he's got recruiting season just coming back up. So, of course, Brian Sikowski, the Duke recruiting coordinator. So I was asking him about the pitcher, the lefty
Santucci, who
Santucci.
is one of the top college pitchers remaining according to the Pipeline's rankings. Carter Johnson was another shortstop who I thought he was getting a lot of smoke going in the first round, and he's still available. Like I said, I mentioned that Luke Holman, the pitcher from LSU, I think I would like. I wouldn't mind that. And then there was it was a Harlan kid that kept getting linked to the Tigers by Kylie McDaniel. I think he's a third baseman. But
Mitchell Chat said he likes Griffin Buckholder at 49.
Well, there goes Santucci right there to the Mets.
Speaking of the devil. Oh,
hey, Santucci to New York. What are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Hey,
hey.
I'm walking in.
Yeah. I'm throwing strikes over here.
Yeah, I'm throwing strikes over here. Come on.
What's it? Harlan.
That's a joke. That's just a very specific demographic of people on the planet laughing.
Hey, you know what though, Scott? They ran with it. Who's that quarterback for the Jets? It was the Giants, the Italian guy. They were
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy
DeVito. Yeah.
So we got the Pirates, the Guardians, and then the Tigers with their second pick.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
I'm still crossing my fingers for Dax Whitney. Chase Hartland is the guy that that I was talking about that has been linked by Kylie McDaniel a bunch. Third baseman, a lot of power. I think he's relatively young too, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
The William Schmidt's still on the board, yeah?
Yeah, but he's the guy that's he's going to LSU.
Right. Yeah. So that's just consensus then.
Yeah.
Apparently, he said he took his name out of the draft. Whole team's not.
Oh, that's right. That was this morning, wasn't it, or yesterday? Yeah, I forgot all about that.
So
some LSU booster came in with some hush money. He was like, "You ain't going nowhere."
Yeah, I mean that is one of the interesting things. What we heard earlier that people were like, saying like, "Hey, we'll match your bonus to certain players," and it wouldn't shock me if a team like LSU or some of those SEC teams like at Mississippi State or Tennessee, where they have legit NIL money to give to baseball players, whereas like Michigan could be like, "Well, I mean, we got like Nick's Pancake House." Some waffles.
Wyatt Sanford, shortstop for the Pirates.
Nice. There he is. That's the like I said, considered the best defensive shortstop I think in this year's class.
Yeah.
So 2 more picks for the Tigers. Who's it gonna be? And who's Cleveland gonna take ahead of them? Cleveland still has some money left over, probably. Bazana, and I've already forgotten who they took second. Who was it?
So I mean, like this is. I don't know that a kind of a string of prep pitchers went off the board there after the Tigers pick. I'm not sure if they're going to have too much of a player pool to do that with. I mean, there's obviously a decent amount there. I know we talked about Sloan too, but I don't know.
Sloan Peterson? Sorry.
That joke never gets old.
We're getting slap happy over here, yeah. On my French, Rooney. I was wondering. Yeah, it didn't happen. I was joking earlier about I would really like it if Montgomery went and then Burns went the next pick, but it didn't happen because it's my Simpsons fandom. But nice to have Montgomery and Burns. Didn't even come close to happening. It was Burns 2 and then
Jacob
Montgomery.
Cozart to the
Mike
Guardians.
1 pick 2.
Yeah.
No, I still think it's Sirota. I think it makes sense. I think it'll be a good pick. Who knows though?
It'd be interesting. People
right,
are clamoring for Amick.
I'll call Mike Sirota. That's what I'll call.
Sirota?
Or a prep arm. You know what? A prep arm. I'm gonna go with Oki out of Iowa. That's my prediction. Official.
Okie dokie. I want Dax Whitney. I don't know who it'll be, but
who can it be now?
And we're not going to find out until it pops up because.
Right, because that's the production we're working with. Is just waiting for a pick on a screen.
We'll probably tell you before they do. I'll tell you that.
I mean, this is basically like we're going back to this is like what it was 12 years ago.
This is what it was forever until until like I was
like last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't even checked. Somebody on Twitter might already know, but I haven't checked.
Honestly, somebody probably already does. Yeah.
Owen Hall.
Oh, the pitcher.
Owen
Hall.
That's interesting. I saw Oklahoma. I saw him connected earlier. I think in one of the.
I think you mentioned that earlier in the show. Actually,
I don't know if I mentioned him, but I was reading his thing. Yeah, he's got a big arm. That's a really interesting pick because he's a guy that's got the stuff, and it's more about harnessing the command. I guess it sounds like I remember reading his scouting report earlier, and it was like he's got some effort and there's some head whack, but it's big stuff. So that's interesting pick.
Hilarious that I was just like, oh, I don't know if any prep arms are going to be on the board, and they found one. He
was committed. He was committed to
Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Oh, I would much rather take bonus money than go to school at Vanderbilt. Oh, it's tough.
Oh, that's a tough ass school.
So 6'3", 185. Fastball sits 91 and 94 and reaches 98 with explosive life up in the strike zone. Athleticism, a projectable frame. He could, it changed on me. Throws 2 distinct breaking balls with his low 80 slider showing more promise and getting more chases. He barely uses his mid-range changeup. It could come an average pitch. Moves well. Works with a high arm slot that can creates induced vertical break on his heater and depth on his breaking pitches. It's already pounds the zone with his fastball, but it needs to improve his control of his secondary offerings. I don't know. Sounds like a really interesting high upside arm there.
Well, that's similar. Obviously, Wilson's a lefty, but that's kind of like what they did later in the draft last year, post first round, I should say, in the draft last year, right? Is they just went for prep arms that throw hard, and they're like, we'll develop the rest, and that seems to be what they did last year. Like I said, with was it Paul Wilson, and then this year it looks like with Owen Hall now.
Now, yeah, and if he's a Vandy commit, I think he's going to cost a fair amount of money.
He's going to cost some money, baby. You're going to have to go over slot.
So yeah, maybe $2.5 million again, like I said. But
what slot here? 1.8.
1.8. And with you get the 5% overage. So I don't do it pick by pick because it just makes more sense to do it for the total bonus pool. But if you go to the 5% overage, they have another $600,000 to play with in the draft. So there's they can make it work for sure. They're not taking a guy this high if they're not going to make it work. So I'm sure they have a deal there. But it is interesting.
Yeah.
It'll be curious. I guess one of the big things that shocked me last year is they kept taking prep players later, and they just found high school players who wanted to sign for not a ton of money, which was something that the Avila and Dombrowski regimes never did. It was they would take prep players high and give them money, but they never found a kid who just wanted to play for $50,000 or whatever.
Right.
So I would expect a college bat next, but we'll see.
The Cody tweet that I'm sure our commenter earlier was alluding to, will Bryce Rainer's deal with the Tigers be over slot? The quote is, crazy things happened, Rainer said. Quote, I got some phone calls, not going to go into detail about what was discussed in those, but I would say, yeah, you could assume that.
Say that again there?
Rainer?
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe they promised him a bunch of money, and then once it comes down to it, we're like, nah, you know what? No. We said $8 million, but what we meant was 5.7, and you can take it or leave it. But no, that's interesting.
I'm pulling up some video on Owen Hall too. I was doing the graphic real quick and trying to knock that out real quick. Let me see if I can.
I'll get the. I read the MLB pipeline or scouting report. Here's the one from Baseball America. If you want me to read it.
Yes, please. I have a bunch of Owen Hall.
All right, so Hall is a 6
heart. Wow,
that would be that's pretty sweet. Hall is a 6'3", 185-pound right-hander who has a solid blend of present stuff, physical projection, and athleticism. Sounds good. His fastball has trended in the right direction over the last 3 years, and after touching 92 in 2022, he now sits in the low 90s. This has been up to 97, 98 at peak velocity. His fastball was an overpowering pitch at the 2023 area code games, where he used it to generate 9 whiffs in 3 innings. It's a high spin offering that has been thrown in the 2,300 to 2,600 RPM range, with the sort of carry necessary to dominate the top of the strike zone. He has 2 breaking pitches, including a low to mid 80s slider that is probably his best bet moving forward, though he's also done a nice job eliciting whiffs with a mid 70s curveball that has more 12 to 6 shape. He will flash a mid 80s changeup, but his fastball and breaking balls are his main weapons for now. His pure arm talent is impressive, but he needs to continue refining his control and command. He has long levers and throws with a delivery that features a longer takeback and plenty of effort, along with a head whack in his finish that could inhibit his command. Could be a tough sign out of Vanderbilt, but has top 3 rounds talent.
I think his delivery is weird looking. Like snaps like a whip almost. I don't know.
Not a lot of people are a fan of this pick, apparently, because it's a high school arm, and I know there's a lot of college bats still left there. So,
it's an upside play.
Maybe they didn't think they can get him at 3 in the 3rd round, rather.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's it's
Bryce Cunningham goes, by the way, to the Yankees. Fuck.
Oh, well, yeah, it sounded like apparently that Ben Hess was an underslot signing for them in the 1st round. So they may have underslot, overslot to get 2 solid college pitchers.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. No, if they feel like he can help out right away or whatever the case is. I mean, this is them just.
Look at this beef merchant.
Yeah. Dude. Are you sure the kid's in high school? What is going on here?
Oh, yeah. That guy, that's he's 21 Jump Street in high school. He snuck in. He's a secret agent.
When did Vogelbach start hitting righty?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like the arm action. It looks like he's got a ton of room to add strength.
Yeah. Good frame, though. I mean, he's got good broad shoulders there. So,
you see the head whack. He's adjusting his hat after every pitch because he's about to fall off. But I wonder if he was in. I want to go back and see if he was in the perfect game. See how he did there. But and let's see. Bryce Cunningham, Cole Mathis, first baseman.
Yeah,
goes 54th. So interesting. I don't know. I'm in general agreement that I like taking the higher upside guys. But college players have upside too if you get them right. But I don't know. There wasn't anybody that was screaming draft me to me. I wanted Dax Whitney, and this kid is similar, so I'll take it.
Yeah, did I do that right? Please tell me I tweeted it out right. Owen Hall.
I didn't see it. What happened?
Oh no, nothing. Somebody's asking me about
nothing. Don't worry about it, man.
No, don't worry about it.
Never.
No.
Let's see. Owen Hall from Edward North High School. Let me see who else is from there. That's always a fun game. Another Oklahoma prep pitcher. Seemed to so far so good with the other one they took.
What the hell? Did I do something wrong? Shit.
What are people yelling at you? What's going on?
Oh God! All right, I've got the age wrong. Good Lord, sorry. Fuck.
What happened?
Jesus Christ! He's 21 or he's 18. Yeah, I got it.
What'd you say?
It's just like, man, I got his age wrong.
What did you say?
I put 21.
Oh. Well, these things happen.
I'm doing 6 things at once, folks. Jesus Christ.
You can always delete it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
You are
there goes Ryan
to make mistakes.
There goes Ryan Sloan to the Mariners. That was the one that was, he was top 20 overall player. That's going to cost him.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the one where I kind of assumed if the Tigers were going to go prep arm that obviously, right? He was the highest ranked guy left on the board, so he was kind of a candidate for that. But the Tigers go a different direction, and he falls another, 6 picks even after the Tigers. So
interesting. I don't. This is neither here nor there, but I just saw an interesting tweet from Bob Nightingale that 9 of the first 21 players taken today were black, which is I don't know. I know it's been something that baseball has been trying to increase black participation a lot in the last couple of years because It's
The
really gone
percentage is
down.
the lowest it's been in a very, very long time.
Yeah, so there goes that hat. That's a head whack, all right.
Pretty much every time he throws, there goes the
yeah.
hat.
Yeah. No, you can. I think you can iron that out, maybe.
It won't let me do it now. It won't let me-
Whatever. It happens.
Yeah. Okay.
He's,
Oh no, it did. It
Oh, he didn't grab his hat then. Nice. That's the first time, I think.
It's been all over watching the hat. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. That's all I can see now.
Hat. Well, I mean, that's generally not a great indicator of command and control, but
yeah.
Again, when you take an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid, you've got time to work on that. And
Well,
if
my
the
thing is,
arm
if
talents
that's
are-
yeah, and if that's like the biggest part of his control, if that's all they got to iron out, like that's something physical you can fix. I think.
I think Mark's getting on action at 72. The Tigers are going to take a 17-year-old ninth grader in their slot.
Mark never fails to make me laugh.
There's Carter Johnson goes to the Marlins. So
Who?
yeah, Carter Johnson, shortstop from
Oh
Alabama.
yeah, we talked about him earlier.
Yeah.
What's slot right now? A little over 1.5.
156 for the Brewers here. So yeah, these are. I mean, a lot of players going here. I think will probably get more than.
Yeah,
slot,
especially the prep guys, obviously too. Yeah.
Bryce Mekage.
Mekage.
Prep arm from New Jersey, the Pennington School.
Oh yeah, that was an arm I was looking at earlier too. That was a good upside arm, a good slider, good fastball.
Wait a minute, I knew it.
What's that?
There have been 4 players taken from Edmond North High School, the school where Owen Hall is from, and one of them, Matt Roney. Former Tigers great Matt Roney,
pitcher, right?
Yeah, pitched for the 2003 Tigers. Went 1-9 with a 5.45 ERA in 100 innings. 48 walks and 47 strikeouts in 100 innings. Roney. 2003 was a rough year. Yeah, and I would assume that that we're going to see a college player.
Yeah, especially if we're over slot on each of the first 2. I don't think they really have a choice.
Yeah, but there are some college bats that I like. I don't know if we'll see them go off, but like Raj mentioned earlier, there were some outfielders who are still out there. You got Dreiling and Tears from Tennessee. There's a kid named Austin Overn who I like from USC. He's one of the better athletes. He actually played wide receiver at USC as well, and he didn't have a great year, but supposedly he's been out in the Cape Cod League looking good. This summer, so I wouldn't hate him. He's a draft eligible sophomore though, so he might cost more money too. But yeah, there's still some interesting bats out there and interesting college players they can get.
I really like Dakota Jordan, Mississippi State. Hits tanks and like just if you just want to take, if you're talking about like college bats that are, I don't know, this late in the draft, I'll say. That maybe you can still form some upside with. There's obviously a question on the hit tool, but another guy that's just like tooled up, like power speed combo type of guy that I think you could try to make again like a nice little outfielder out of.
Yeah, I mean that's another guy who was a football player. And
big time.
Tons of power, and it's interesting because he's just so raw. Like he's really really fast too, but like never tried to steal bases and stuff. It would be. That's a huge upside play. Again, it's a pretty low floor, but again, yeah, if you're going to get somebody like that in the 3rd round or with your 3rd pick, I wouldn't hate it.
Right, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, kind of like what Reese was alluding to earlier, right? Like if you can get those kind of tools handed to you at in the 3rd round or in the whatever it's going to be, the comp 2nd round, just before the 3rd round, like that's something that I probably would go after. But I also am like, especially post 1st round, I'm just so big on ceiling and like screw the floor, like whatever, if you can get someone with a high ceiling after the 1st round, like I would jump all over it. I would lead the league in drafting busts every year because I would just take like a bunch of huge swing and miss, like home run, no pun intended type of guys. So. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one to keep in mind because he's, like you said, he does have a lot of tools.
I'll leave it to the Rays to make the first really big reach of the draft here. I mean, at least
that-
according to the MLB tracker.
Domingo?
Emmeline Petrie,
That's
he's
Canadian.
their 173rd ranked prospect on
Wow,
other big
yeah,
board.
You know
I don't
what?
think the Rays part of it surprises anybody.
You know
Yeah,
why?
exactly right. Of course, it's the Rays.
By the way, they still have William Smith out in the MLB. MLB did not change their MLB top 5
Yeah.
available. That's how bad, So it's
No, I mean they do that every year. They'll still keep if the guy was there, they just keep him on there. Because they did their rankings, and it was only today that they pulled him off. But yeah,
can do a change on the fly. Kyle Steven, right-hander out of Mississippi State. Billy Amek. Sorry, folks. The Twins
There you
again.
go.
Twins basically said,
Really, they
F
did
you.
it again, man.
Twins
Really?
basically are telling you to F off.
Billy Mick.
Yeah. So
He's,
Twins are loading up
Irish.
infielders, all infielders so far, right?
Yeah. Who else did they take? They take Culpepper.
They took Culpepper.
Oh yeah, Culpepper. Yeah, we talked about that.
They got Culpepper, DeBarge, and Amick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Infielder.
Another guy who I like is another Tigers or Big Ten guy, the right-hander is a hitter, Josh. It's the funky Kuroda. Grauer,
the Rutgers kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rutgers kid, yeah.
No, Joe said long A pronunciation. I was trying to make some sort of weird Irish joke calling him a Mick, but yeah, it didn't work. Didn't land. I guess Sirota will probably he's still out there if you want him in the next Tigers pick. You can college outfielder there. That would another guy that would be worth a shot. Kind of feels Daniel Cabrera-ish at this point.
Yeah, Sirota going.
Oh well, that's encouraging.
Well, just in the way that he's still out there.
Yeah, but again, we all know that Daniel Cabrera was just
That was 2022, was
yeah,
2020 TOO, right?
Yeah. That was an LSU calling a favor, like, hey, Avila, listen.
Yeah, well, wasn't Gage kind of the same thing? Wasn't Gage like, oh, like he was teammates with Torque? This will work out. Like,
well, both of them, I think. Remember that year that all 5 of the picks, except I think Cruz was taken a little bit higher than he was ranked. But
yeah,
Cabrera was like a second rounder. They got in the 3rd round. I think Workman was the second rounder. They got in the 4th round. And they gave him extra money. But
right. Well, yeah, even Dingler was that. Right? He was supposed to be. That's why everybody freaked out on draft night when we got him. Like he was supposed to be a 1st rounder that fell to the comp round there. So, or was he a comp or was he 2? Either way,
I think he was the 2nd rounder. I think he was the 1st pick of the 2nd round.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
38th overall. Yeah, 2nd round.
Yeah, and Keith was an Arizona State commit, and he was also a guy that was predicted in the 2nd or 3rd round. So they got a whole bunch of 2nd rounders in that draft, and one of the players worked out.
You saw why some of them fell. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, but Ethan Anderson, all right, catcher, first baseman for Virginia, not bad. Yeah, there's still a couple. There's still I like Cole Messina, the catcher out of South Carolina. I wouldn't hate him if they're going to go catcher. Some interesting players out there that they can get, I think, for decent value. Hey, James, with a fun comment. Pitcher Jim Bouton, known for losing his cap and writing one of the greatest baseball books ever, Ball 4. Truly, one of the most enjoyable reads. It's where we learned that baseball players are just scumbags.
Yeah.
I bought my dad that book for his birthday, I don't know, a couple of years ago. And I was like, oh, it's interesting. Like, you'll like it. You'll like the peek behind the curtain likeness of it. And he calls me about halfway through. He goes, I don't think I want to learn anymore.
Did he ever bust out the terminology about greenies and everything?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, that's
yes, yeah, for sure. It's really interesting. Like times change. That was a different era too, when baseball was just a little different. But yeah, always a wild read for sure.
Yeah, we could learn about greenies. We learned about Mickey Mantle and beaver hunting.
Yep.
Parker Holton to the Braves, and then Ethan Anderson out of Virginia, the catcher, to the Baltimore.
Yep. And what else was there? Was one other thing in Ball 4 that was kind of shocking to people at the time. I'm trying to remember.
Well, on the field, the big one was just like how little they cared about like the health of the players. Like
Griffin Buckholder
played through everything.
Oh.
Burkholder
went.
Burkholder,
yeah. Damn it, Phillies.
All right. Thank you to my wife with the $5 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Man, we're really starting to fly with these picks now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. We should give her the
exquisite
there.
Exquisite. Yes. Now the one I remember, the pitching coach at ball 4, he was completely useless. He just told everybody, like, you get out there, throw strikes, and we'll get back and pound some Budweiser. I think that was his line. It was always pounding some Budweiser. He was just the drinking buddy. And and then Boughton, I think, went on to pitch. I think he pitched with
Portland. He pitched the Portland Mavericks,
right?
Yeah, the Mavericks.
Yeah.
He was part of the Mavericks of baseball. Yeah.
And then one of the other guys on that team came up with Big League Chew, and he was like an early investor. So just a really fascinating life.
Yeah, but they kind of It's unfortunate that he never got. He was kind of blackballed. I mean, he didn't really get a chance.
I think after writing that book,
that's the big. That's the reason I got it from my dad. I was like, hey, the history behind this book is crazy. Like, this dude, I think he had an all-star season or like borderline.
Yeah.
He was pretty
I
darn
did
good.
with the Yankees, I believe, too. Right?
Yeah. And then like just completely was like blackballed from the league because he revealed all like the industry, hush stuff, and nobody wanted to pick him up after that. Yeah.
I think basically he needed Tommy John surgery, but it hadn't been invented yet. So he blew his arm out
Correct.
and couldn't throw harder anymore. He was trying to throw knuckleballs and basically was like, this is it for me. I can't play anymore. So what happened? What did we lose?
The Snakes took one of my favorite lower round players in the draft, Luciano.
Oh, there you go.
Switch hitting catchers. Just sign me up, man. I am there no matter what. If your
eyebrow game is on fire, though. Ooh,
that's a Javi Baez eyebrow, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's prep catcher there. I think he's just going to be a lefty, but man, or lefty hitter. Obviously, he'll be a righty in the field, but man, I really liked him a lot.
I haven't heard too much about him.
I've got my own personal cheese ball catcher that I like. Is the kid he's a kid from Canada who showed up at the combine and like really blew people away with how much power he showed. And he's only 17. He's like the Canadian version of this Luciano kid.
I think his name absolutely love it, dude.
Lingenfelter, something like that.
That's the other problem I'd have. My organization would be the deepest catcher organization you've ever seen in your life. We'd have MLB talent down in high single A, man. West Michigan would just be rolling out like MLB caliber catchers.
Nathan Flowelling is the kid I'm talking about. Left-handed hitter, catcher, 6'2", 200 pounds, 17 years old. A lot of pop. I wouldn't hate it if they took him.
Oh, there's Dreiling, by the way, Tennessee.
Oh.
Last pick of the second round, Dreiling.
All right.
So
we're getting close.
Yeah.
So the compensation round, there'll be.
Yeah, this is the Tigers are picking in this comp round.
72 here.
Yeah.
And that'll be good.
And then we'll draw our evening to a close.
Yes, sir.
And then, I think after this, the only one in the other comp round for round 2 is I think it's just the Angels, and then that'll be the draft for the night. So.
Yeah, and I don't care about the Angels.
Yeah, it's fair.
I don't know, man. I mean, them taking Christian Moore kind of helped the Tigers get.
Yeah, but then they took it helped the Tigers for sure. I don't understand what they're doing. Like they take Christian Moore, who I loved. Right, I talked about at the beginning of the evening. Like I really liked that a lot. I think they can go under slot on there. There's a lot of value in that. And then they turn around and they take a college pure reliever in the second round. What are you doing?
They're basically, you know what, Scott? Do you think that it really is just essentially saying you're going to be in the big leagues by the end of the year?
Yeah, I guess. Like, I mean, that's the Angels' way right there. It is I think they hit a home run at the top. Like, you can go under slot and get a really good bat in your organization, and then just to turn around and what did you do with the $1 million you saved? Oh, we took a pure reliever in the second round. Like they better go prep the next 4 picks. Like
it's like taking a reliever number 1 overall or something, like an organization we might know that's done it before.
Yeah, right. Hey man, he's doing his sales numbers last year were pretty good. I heard
turkey sale, man. I mean, is he selling turkeys? I mean, is that the? Yeah,
I think it's houses.
Oh, shocker!
Is it not? I'm pretty sure he's in real estate now. Or maybe it's law. Is he a lawyer? Well, I'm going to look up Matt Anderson.
Yeah, man, look at Matt Anderson, what he's up to. Tyler Bell, by the way, is the pick for the Rays at pick number 66, a shortstop out of Lincoln Way High School in Illinois. Rays, again, reloading their infield quite a bit. I think their last, yeah. Oh, by the way, no one's over under the amount of games Christian Moore plays in the minors. 50.
I don't. Who knows? Who knows if they're going to rush him again?
Tyler Bell looks as old as your son does. In the picture they showed him, and I'm not kidding. He looks really young.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, he's a youngster. I mean, he is 19. That's
yeah.
But yeah, he and it was Tyson Lewis we haven't seen go yet, right? A couple of the other. Looking at the shortstops, undrafted shortstops. Oh, Tyler Bell just went. Oh, Tyson Lewis must have already gone then, huh? I must have missed that. You're getting low on shortstops.
Yeah.
No. He's not coming up for me when I search him on the list. Oh, that's not all rounds. That's why.
Tyson Lewis went 39th or 51st to the Reds. I missed it. But yeah, we're getting here. I don't know.
Lavonis.
Oh man, really? I like that kid too. Out of that was somebody I put on our pitchers list too.
Yeah.
So we've got from New Jersey.
All right. So
we're getting there. Who are we calling? We're calling the college bat then.
I think it has to be a college bat.
I would be shocked if this has to be
Grauer like that, or the Josh
Kuroda Grauer.
Yeah, Kuroda Grauer. Yeah.
What's slot here? 1.1 about
1.09 million. Yeah, 1.09.
Yeah, so this has got to be like, hey man, here's 800K. Come be a Tiger.
You know who's had an interesting draft, a pretty good draft. I gotta say the White Sox. I mean, the White Sox have gone really kind of.
They got Hagen Smith and Bonnemer and who else?
Yeah, they're picking up that. They're going next year. But I know those two picks are kind of like just doesn't seem like they're off the beaten path a little bit for a team that's like, yeah, we need help right away. They're like, like they're picking up upside. They're like that's what they're looking at. So I don't know. Blake Larson. Yeah, there we go. That was another IGM
MG Academy.
Yeah,
MG Academy, baby.
Yeah, all they do is produce, and now the Twins are up at 69.
He's from Iowa. You've got Twins, Marlins, Reds, and then the Tigers.
All right.
So who are the Twins going to snipe from the Tigers this time?
They'll probably get
Tigers fans.
They'll get Soroka. Watch or who's in terms of outfielders or any college outfielders left? Or
You've got
Dakota
Jordan. You've got
Dakota Jordan,
Tavares Tiers.
Love
Dakota
Jordan, man.
Garrett Shull. He's a high school outfielder.
I just realized the pitcher from Indiana so hasn't got picked, has he?
No. He's I mean, he's generally ranked around 100. So.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little higher ranked than that. That's a good pick up there. Yeah, Blake Larson. Yeah, he has that Chris Sale kind of thing to him. So
they like him. Two
He
lefties.
looks like he also barely looks 18. Jeez, Pete.
I know some of these pictures. Like I know these guys are young, but some of these guys it looks ridiculous.
Jason Hill is who
another left-handed pitcher.
High school switch pitcher is what it says.
Yep.
Oh, he might be the guy I was talking about earlier who actually who got hurt and then was pitching with his other arm.
Yeah, I think that is who you were talking about earlier.
I'll be darned.
Oh, he was committed to Dallas Baptist.
Oh,
I like Dallas Baptist.
They
haven't seen Brian Johnson go yet.
He is a pitcher that wears the cross eye black while on the mound. That is just
they'll see a couple of those last night. Yeah, that's
It didn't even look like he was looking at the plate when he threw. Yeah, so it would seem college outfielder, maybe college catcher.
So far, it's been all prep this round. So
they might not even care what position. They may just go college bat that I don't know, like kind of like what's his face, Max Anderson last year.
Yeah,
just kind of go a bat that we like that's somewhat projectable.
Let's see what.
Somebody says it's Texas. It gets hot. Well, yeah, part. I get that part of it.
Wait, what was the other question?
Oh, they were just saying that it was up with the eye black.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying it's not something you usually see from pitchers. That's all.
Yeah. Usually on players, I've never really seen it on pitchers.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they would go college pitcher. Like I said, I mentioned Luke Holman a couple times. He's still there.
There's a Dennis
Jump is still
Howman kid, the reliever too, out of Northeastern, I think.
Oh, there's Aiden May. Goes to the Marlins.
Yeah, there's a reliever at there. Yeah, Aiden May.
Yeah, Aiden May. Yep.
Yeah, he had a nice year. Oregon State from the Pac-2.
The Pac-2. Dude, I saw somebody rocking a Pac-2 T-shirt the other day.
Really?
I was like, that is sick, dude. That is because like it's the same logo and everything. Like it really does look just like it says Pac-12, and there's just a 1 missing. Like it went crazy. I loved it.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Pac-2.
I'm gonna miss that. I loved just being up at midnight, 1 a.m. and just flipping through the TV channels and finding
Luke Coleman goes to the Reds.
So yeah, they sniped me, but I don't know. Maybe we get a Gage jump here. A Gage jump.
We go.
We get. I think it's one of Dakota Johnson or Mike Sirota. I think those.
I
both
would
of those make a
love
lot of
Dakota
sense.
Johnson, man. Let me tell you.
Either one. I'd be happy with either one here.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. As much as I like it, it doesn't feel like a Scott Harris pick to me.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you.
Sirota does, in some regards, but
I think he wants more. I don't know, just like proven bat to ball skills at the collegiate level, which Dakota doesn't really have.
All right, what do we got? We got to pick on the clock. Is it in? Making us. We're all on pins and needles here for the Tigers' third pick of the night. It's somebody nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Like,
that's what I'm expecting
from Saskatchewan.
Yeah, Andre the Giant, the second. And we got it. We get into nope.
Nothing
Still
yet.
waiting. Ethan Scheffelbein, the left-handed, another left-handed high school pitcher.
Another
high school pitcher. Let me tell you, internet's not going to be happy for a couple weeks on this show.
Like whatever, but like I'm just how much is that? They're gonna have to go over slot on him too. No,
yeah, you would think
he's
so.
coming into UCLA. Yeah, they're gonna have to go over slot on him. Like
same thing. This kid, he barely looks like he barely looks like an adult.
he just turned 18 in April.
Yeah, so
oh boy,
that's I don't know, that's fun. That's a lot of upside, prep, a lot of upside, a lot of interesting road ahead.
All mid-90s.
You know what? Wait a minute. I think I put him on the list, Chris, didn't I?
I believe you did, or
yes,
at least another player to mention. And I think he was in the Perfect Game Classic because I remember watching him pitch.
Yeah, because they scout that area very well too. It's another area they scout very, very well.
Corona Senior High School. Let's see who else is
from
there.
There's a song. Jump goes right after, by the way.
Oh, there's Gage Jump. All right. So they, instead of taking the college lefty, they take the prep lefty.
Right. Now we just have the Angels, and then the night's over.
Yeah. Right. And there's a lot of people that are mad about last.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, listen. I don't know. Like, I don't think you're going to get a quick moving pitcher at pick 72. Maybe. But they're just going after the guys they like. They think have the most upside.
Again, I'm trusting Mark Connor what he's done in the past. I'm not, if it was Al Avila doing this, maybe it would be a little different, but it's not the case. So I'm not. Is what it is.
Let's see,
dude. They're about to give their 15th round pick like $100 and
brother, they might be giving their 3rd round pick $100. Golly.
Ryan Johnson from Dallas Baptist. Oh man, I love him. He just went.
Ryan Johnson. He is one of the weirdest pitchers in the draft because
I know.
It's like nasty stuff. It throws nothing but strikes, but it's the dumbest delivery you've ever seen. Like it's like what is this? I don't understand it. people, you might as well show it if you could. I don't know if you could find it, Red.
If
Yeah,
you
let me
get
finish
any
it up real
video, it's immediately noticeable. I was entranced. I watched a lot of video of Ryan Johnson the last couple of weeks.
Give me 1 second,
Nasty
gentlemen.
stuff.
I just got to do one quick thing, and then I will be right there. I just gotta.
And we can, all right, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's a very strange delivery, but big, strong, throws lots of strikes. Will be interesting, and yeah, he'll probably be in the big leagues later this year with the Angels. So
he's like,
it's a running
super
joke, but
old.
it's funny. It's true. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like Ryan Johnson, he's super old timey. That's
yeah.
Reminds me of like old school pitchers, is what he reminds you of. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's it. I can't imagine anybody stuck with us this whole time. But if you did, thank you so much.
Yeah. Right.
All right. What was the guy's name? Brian Johnson.
Ryan
Johnson. Okay. Sorry, I was just posting the graphic. Continuing to be a little there. Okay. All right. Let's do this real quick, and then we can get out of here. So Brian Johnson. Ryan Johnson. All right.
Yeah.
Guys, was he pitched out of?
Dallas
Baptist. Somebody already put it up. I think Mike got him already.
Oh,
you were busy. Yeah.
Okay.
We were looking at it. Sorry.
All right, gentlemen.
Did we watch any video of Scheffelbein?
Oh yeah, we should. Yeah, we should. Yeah,
just real quick, and then we'll get the heck out of here.
Thank you for everybody who's doing. Again, thank you for donating. If you want to donate, you haven't yet, go to our PayPal. All this goes back to what we're doing, and we definitely appreciate it. It's Bentley. Thank you again for another marathon session. Thank you for having us on lockdown too. That was a really good crossover episode. Some of the comments I thoroughly enjoyed. What about Mississippi? That was a good commentary back and forth about the state of Mississippi, and I understand people there. But anywho, but yeah, this is Ethan Shufflebaum.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of like there. There you go.
Yeah, said low 90s fastball, commands it really well.
Really effortless.
Yeah.
Toss there. I like his delivery a lot.
I mean, he's thin and 6'2", 6'3", I think.
Yeah.
So I think as with most prep pitchers, there's probably a hope that they can get him to maybe even sit mid 90s by the time it's all said and done there.
Yeah. So they have a type in mind, and that's what we're going with.
Yeah,
so
beautiful mechanics though.
Yeah. Very smooth mechanics.
So, yeah, and it's interesting comparing. So reading the scouting reports, it's like he has one of the better feels for pitching in the class, but you have to project on the stuff. Whereas Owen Hall they took earlier, where the stuff is really kind of nasty, and you got to project on the pitching ability. So there's day one, Walter, real quick on the draft grades. I know draft grades are hard to do on something like this, but I'm going to give the Tigers a solid. I'm going to give them a B plus. I mean, they got they wanted at the shortstop. Again, I think they threw them all off based off the reaction that Bryce gave during the interview. 2 arms back to back. Also, yeah, Dan Fernandez with it's going to take me 4 years to learn to spell it. It took me, the pronunciation.
It took me a minute to even spell it correctly on there. But I'll give it a B plus. I'd rather have gone maybe experience.
It's ridiculous I was happy they got Rainer. That's the guy I wanted. They got him. I don't know if it's going to work out. I think there's a fair amount of upside there, and with all these guys, but we won't know for 5 years or 10 years or 40 years how good this draft class was.
I know people are going to get hung up on the fact that they took back-to-back prep arms, but as we've talked about a lot, right? I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the show. Mike brought it up too. I just don't think I think this front office is strictly highest ceiling available. I don't care position, and I don't care how long it's going to take to get to the majors, man. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, the 2 prep arms they got, if you're upset that they got took 2 prep arms and just the concept of 2 prep arms, I guess more power to you. But the players they took, like there is a very projectable upside with both of them. I think they're pretty exciting, and obviously Rainer is the big get, a guy that I don't think anybody here expected to be on the board when the Tigers picked, and is it's going to be a really, really fun player, and they may actually have like a shortstop that is going to stick at shortstop and be projectable to be a shortstop going forward. So that's always exciting too.
Guys, come on. I mean,
I here's the thing. They could have gone all college in this draft. We saw that a bunch of times with Avila and Dabrowski, and it didn't matter, right? Like just because you were in college doesn't mean that you're going to be a good player. You might get to the big leagues quicker. Maybe
Avila was obsessed with the SEC specifically. That's the best of the best of college, and it did not lead to fantastic draft classes one time.
Well, go back to 2019. They take Riley Green first overall. That's awesome, right? Has been great. High school player. Nothing but college after that. How'd that work out?
Right.
Nick Quintana, retired already. You got Lipsius, you got Kreidler, you got Bryant Packard, you got Jack Kenley.
Bryant Packard retired.
Yeah.
And coaching.
You got to make the right picks.
Brian
That's
Packard.
all it means.
Me too. Brian Packard, fantastic.
My dog. I just give Brian Packard another year. He'll be fine, man. I still believe. I still believe in Brian Packard.
No, but you're right. You bring out the 2029 or the 2019. Look at Cole Keith, high school player. Look what he did today. I mean, Cole Keith's an example of that, and the other guys in that draft are still in the minor leagues.
2020, Torkelson, college, moved quickly.
Yeah.
Dingler, Cruz, Workman, Cabrera, and then Cole Keith. Sometimes it's better to wait a little bit to get the good players. I don't know.
Yeah, that point by Ray is a great one too, man. You're drafting to your development strength as well, and like you can't always. And I would have loved to have seen another bat tonight. I think that that probably prevents me from giving it like a resounding A. But to Chris's point, like who knows? I think I would have really liked to have seen another bat, but at the same time, like this organization has proven time and time again that they are really, really good at developing young pitching. And now you just gave them two, prep arms with a lot of raw ability, and you add that to Paul Wilson last year and whatnot. You got a nice like young core of young arms kind of brewing down there in the lower levels. So. Good influx of talent, regardless of if you wanted a different position or whatnot. And we'll see what they do the rest of the way. I'm kind of with Mike. I feel like we're gonna be giving people $50 bills to come play for you here the rest of the draft, because we probably have to go over slot on both of the arms, but we'll see, or on all three of them rather. But we'll see.
Ron with an A and two Fs.
he's not a fan of taking high school pitching, I guess. It's risky, but it was also the strength and depth of this draft class. That was where the talent is this year for the most part. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's I have not been crazy about Paul Wilson so far. He's struggled to throw strikes, but he's 19, and sometimes it takes time. So.
I mean, look, I had one wish. I said I didn't want a bunch of prep players, and that's what I got. And I don't feel as bad about it as I thought I would. So I feel like there's some good there. The fact that somebody dropped to them, fell into their lap in the first round, really does kind of soften the blow of everything else. And the rest of the draft class, obviously, like you said, I mean, MLB Draft of all things is kind of a crapshoot. Like, there's so much of it that's just... It's such a crapshoot. So, like, we don't know. These kids are 18 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I had a whole tweet set up ready to go in case they took Caminiti, because, you can find pitching anywhere. Look at Tarek Schoolboy, like a 9th rounder, right? You can, but I looked in among the top 25 pitchers in F4 this year, 12 of them were first round picks, and you can go back 20 years. The top 25 pitchers over the last 20 years, 13 of them were first round picks. So you can get pitchers elsewhere, but you've got a much better chance if you take them in the first round. And of course, the Tigers took them in the second and third round, whatever. But that was my point with Caminiti, just in case. So it's, I don't know. You have to draft them at some point, right? You can't just grow pitchers on a tree.
I mean, I like what Dan says here too. look what Federer did with Montero and others. Why do we need college arms now? We have a pipeline of dudes ready to be blessed by St. Federer. Better to grab the high upside of school for later. No, that's a great way to put it. And I mean, as far as like I like the question that Daniel had earlier about Marcel Meyer compared to Rainer at the same age.
I mean, they're both shortstops. They're kind of big left-handed hitters. I think we mentioned earlier, Marcelo Meyer was considered a pure hitter. Like he was going to grow into power. And I also think he was maybe less athletic at shortstop. He's generally been considered like a smooth defender. It's a sort of trope. It's a Southern California high school defender. They're very smooth, but they aren't like super twitchy. Yeah. And I think Rainer is actually a little bit more athletic. I don't know if he's necessarily twitchy either, but I think he's probably faster than Meyer and probably more agile.
Yeah. And coming in this draft wasn't as deep as it was last year. Last year's draft was probably, it could be one of the best in the last 15, 20 years.
Fantastic.
So
no one in this draft was going in the top 5 last year. Not a single person.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
Literally. Yeah. You could mix the 2 drafts in the top 5 from last year would be the top 5.
Yeah.
But the Federer, by the way, the Federer program is part of what is a pitching coach. He has also a say what to go with the minor leagues. Chris Federer, Robert Lund, all those, Gabe Rivas, the whole entire staff. It goes from top to bottom. It doesn't matter where they're at. So, all right. Thank you so much. Again, this was our best viewed show. We had over 7,000 people viewed live. The YouTube numbers are not as high. I'm just looking at it now and just I'm going to tweet it out here. Thank you again.
No.
Sincerely and utterly, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there going to be a minor league podcast tomorrow? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. It was
short. I paid zero attention to the minor leagues today. Yeah. It's actually the Tigers have been playing such fun baseball that I've been paying more attention. Like normally, I watch the minors at night, and I catch up on the Tigers later.
You got the minor league report guys paying attention to the major league team over here.
I went to a game yesterday. What a concept, right?
So, but yeah, they're going to draft 7 more people tomorrow
at 2:00. Starting at 2:00.
So I'm sure we'll have something to talk about if we want to, but we'll see. We'll see.
Let Brandon. You know what? I know Brandon does. Brandon does not mind talking. We could just let Brandon do the whole show and just and then just chime in with that. So, but you can find the whole episode here, all 5 hours of it. And thank you again for everybody. Gracias. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And
Thanks,
Mike Papchuk, thank you. You did a fantastic job tonight. Scott, again, thank you. And we'll talk to everybody soon. If you're not going to tune in the minor league podcast tomorrow, tune in on Thursday. For Motor City Metrics. Have a good night, everybody.
You did great too, Chris.
Well, thank you. Stay classy, everybody.
Stay classy, everybody.